something. Hello. Sorry, trying to get my sound off. Oh gosh, I'm not get my view. Hello everyone and welcome back. Thank you for showing up today. And I was just waiting for a few more people to come in, but well, we have to start because Kelly, I think Kelly's here. Yeah, Kelly's here. So she can start her presentation at 1 o'clock. 1 o'clock GMT. So it depends on the hour, I should say. I'm supposed to say the time because we're all calling from different parts. Can you all hear me? Can you put a thumbs up because I'm not sure if I'm being heard, or raise your hands if you're on. Yeah, great. Thank you for that. Thank you. Hello, Jenny. Hello, Viola, Vanessa. Let's see anybody else. Okay, so we are on day 2. I've got my windows open, so I hope you can't hear the background noise from the trains. So, welcome back to day 2 of the Worthy Woman Rising Summit to start our year. So, as we continue today, I invite you to notice something subtle. So, what has already shifted for those of you who were here yesterday? Maybe not in your thoughts, but in your body. So what has shifted with what you're doing, or where do you stand now? What do you feel in your body? Your breath, your awareness. What are you noticing when you take the deep breaths? What are you noticing happening in your body? Um, Transformation doesn't always arrive loudly. Sometimes it just whispers. So you might not notice it unless you're really paying attention. So when you listen to the talks today, just try and pay attention. Try and be in the moment. Pay attention to what's going on in your body. Are you having shallow breathing, or are you breathing deep down into your diaphragm? So today is not about doing more. It's about listening more deeply. So you're listening to your inner knowing, what's actually going on inside, to your truth beneath the noise, to the wisdom that has been waiting for permission all this time. You're being invited to trust yourself again. Because what has happened to us, especially us ladies, is that we've lost trust in who we are. And it's about remembering who we truly are and how powerful we are. So let today unfold gently. You are exactly where you need to be. So thank you. And Kelly, are you ready? What time is it now? Yeah, we've got a few minutes.
I am ready. I have a PowerPoint that I was going to use to kind
That's
of visual, so I'll need to share my screen and hopefully it will work.
okay. So can you try sharing and see? You should.
Yep, let me see if I can share
I
and
think
then
I gave access to.
just let me know if you can see.
Yes, I can see your screen. I
Perfect.
think everybody
Yes,
else
I am
can.
ready to go when you are ready to go.
Okay, we're ready. I'm ready anyway. And I guess everybody's because
Fantastic.
it's like a minute to the hour, so that should be fine. Breaking the. Oh yeah, sorry. Before we start, I need to read your bio. So we'll just leave the
Fantastic.
screen on because
Okay.
that's great, just so people can see the screen, and then we'll read. I'll read your bio. Introduce you. Where did I leave it now? Okay, so Kelly Morgan is the CEO, owner, and head storyteller at Bright Headed Publishing LLC, a company dedicated to connecting authors and readers through shows, directories, and community tools. She hosts the Authors Mic and BTA Fridays. So BTA means breaking the algorithm, and founded the Trust Bridge series, curated directories for books, book clubs, podcasts, and bookstores. Kelly writes for women 40 plus about voice, confidence, and reinvention. She's the author of the Sound White and Wait for It audiobook. Wow, that's amazing. Expect steady, real world guidance and simple tools people can use the same day. So Kelly's topic today is breaking the worthiness algorithm, reclaiming your value beyond metrics, understanding personal worth outside conventional measurements. I can't wait, Kelly, to hear what you have to say. Thank you. And welcome, Kelly.
Well, thank you. Thank you so much for having me. I'm very excited about this summit. I was fretting all last night trying to get everything just perfect. And then I realized that it's not about perfection, it's about presence,
Exactly.
right? So here I am. So I am going to get started. So, first of all, thank you for having me. My name is Kelly Morgan, and today we're going to be talking about something that hits us a lot. And that's especially like women like myself and like the ones who are with us today. And we tend to tie our worth to what we look like on paper. So, and I know what that's like. And so this talk today is called Breaking the Worthiness Algorithm, because a lot of us are living like our worth is tied to numbers, opinions, and outcomes. And I want to help you separate your value from all of that. All right. So here today, I want you guys to just relax and just follow along. We're going to rethink worthiness. Then the identity of what the worthiness algorithm actually looks like for you in real life. After that, we're going to break it and then we're going to rewrite it using a very simple process. Then we'll apply it to real scenarios like visibility, rejection, comparison, and boundaries. And then I'll close with a short rebuild plan and a final message that I really want you to walk away with. And that is your worth is bigger than performance. So if you guys are all with me, let's dig in. So, rethinking worthiness. So, let me start here because a lot of us were taught worthiness very, very young, right? You learned that worthiness was something that you earn, right? You earned it by being productive. You earned it by pleasing, by being perfect, by being strong, by being needed, by even being impressive. And when you're not careful, you ended up living your life like this one long performance review. Everything that you do, you're doing for validation. And a lot of us still do it today. But then we realize that it's not enough. It doesn't feel like enough. You know why? Because you're measuring yourself by metrics. You're measuring yourself outside the rules. And today, ladies, we are changing those rules. So, what is the worthiness algorithm? So, the worthiness algorithm, when I say the worthiness algorithm, I mean that invisible scoring system that always is running in the background in our heads. It measures your value through productivity, through appearance, and through approval. It trains you to confuse metrics with meaning. It's like if the number is low, then you must be less. And that's the trap. A score becomes your story about you. And we're going to learn how to notice that pattern and how to stop letting it run the show. So, low visibility does not equal low worth. And I wish somebody would have told me this earlier in life. Low visibility does not mean low value. Visibility measures reach, not worth. A quiet season doesn't mean you don't matter. A post that didn't land doesn't mean your message is useless. And quiet work still creates real value. So anytime you start thinking nobody's paying attention, I must not be very good, I want you to catch that and I want you to replace it with something that is more true. So what is more true? So let's talk about how worth is measured. All right, so scores and metrics measure output. They can't measure what it's like to be the full you. They can't measure your resilience. It can't measure your growth. It can't measure your care, your integrity, or your effort. So when the numbers are deciding how you feel about yourself, you're letting the wrong tool run your life. You can still have goals. You can still want results, but you don't have to tie your worth to those numbers. You are more than a number on a scale. You are more than the number in your bank account. You are more. And we're going to make you believe that today. So, we're going to identify what the worthiness algorithm is for you because it shows up differently for everybody, right? It doesn't show up for everybody the same. The worthiness algorithm is very quite personal and it's very quite sneaky because the worthiness algorithm sneaks in the times when you are at your lowest. So we're going to learn what the pattern is and we're going to identify what triggers you, not so that you can judge yourself, so that you can be honest, because if we can't name what that worthiness algorithm is for you, then we can't break it. So we're going to name it and we're going to break it. All right, so where does the algorithm show up? Well, it shows up in lots of places, but I think some of the top places is work, body, relationships, money, and visibility. Those are the common hot spots. Work is where we all perform, right? To be safe. The body is where we have to look a certain way to be accepted. Relationships is where we have to earn somebody's love or we have to earn the right to be chosen. Money is where we tie value to success or to struggle. And visibility is where everything turns into a scorecard. You start judging yourself on likes and views. And if one of these places makes you feel tested or triggered, that's where the algorithm has the closest and tightest hold on you. So think about it. Is it your work? Is it your body? Is it your relationships? Is it your money? Or is it visibility? Which one of those triggers you? Which one of those is your worthiness algorithm? And once we can name it, well, then we can break it. All right, so there are three parts of this algorithm, right? The way that it works. There's inputs, there's metrics, and there's penalties. Inputs are the messages that you've absorbed over time. You might have got them from your family. You might have got them from school. You might have got them from your community, your coworkers, people that have told you maybe you're not enough, maybe you're too much, things like that. Those are inputs. Those things have been fed in over time. Metrics are how you measure that. So it could be, well, if I don't get this promotion, I'm not good enough. Or if I don't land this client, then I'm not worthy. Those are the metrics, how you get measured. And the penalties, well, the penalties is that inner chatter, that inner chatter that you hear when you don't hit the mark. And that could show up as shame, anxiety, shrinking, overworking, people pleasing, beating yourself up, overthinking. Have I hit anything for you? Do you feel like any of those things when you don't hit the mark? That is the three parts of the worthiness algorithm. And again, we're going to break it. So, worthiness is conditioning. It's not a flaw. It's important that that you realize that this isn't a flaw in you. It's conditioning. And it was learned through culture, family, and systems, and it was reinforced over time. But the good news is that if you learned it, guess what? You can unlearn it and you can learn the patterns that make you think that way, and then we can start to unlearn. See, we're not here to blame ourselves. We're here to rewrite the algorithm that we've been writing on. That's the beauty of the algorithm. We can change it, we can break it, we can rewrite it, and we can put something better in its place. So, not enough. How many of us have said these words to ourselves? I am not enough. That not enough, that kind of feels personal. And if it does, it's because it's a pattern. Again, it's been something that's been learned. It's automatic, it's repeatable. And when you start to treat it like a fact, you start making decisions from that not enough. So instead of fighting it and arguing with that thought for hours, I want you to stop. And when you hear that thought, I want you to name it because we can't break what we can't name. So name it. And once you name it, then we can create distance. And once we create distance, we create choices. And once we create choices, we can then look at the algorithm in a very different way. And we can decide what makes us worthy as opposed to letting other people decide for us. Once we learn what makes us not enough, we can interrupt it. So now that we've kind of figured out what the worthiness algorithm is, we've actually taken time to maybe identify it in ourselves. How, how are we going to break this algorithm? Well, I'm here to tell you it's easier than you think, but it does take work. There's not a magic pill, there's not a magic wand. It takes work and it takes time and it takes persistence. But just as easily as you learned, you can unlearn. So now we're moving to the part where we just don't understand it, we change it. And this is where you start building in a different way. This is the way we stop responding to the patterns the way that we have been, and we start showing up differently. How do we do that? Well, we're going to unlink, we're going to rebuild, and we're going to practice. This is the basic framework. Unlinking is where you're separating your worth from the outcomes. Rebuilding is where you choose new internal rules that fit who you really are. And the practice is repeating those new rules, especially under pressure. It's easy to say, I feel good today, if you actually feel good today. But if it's a low day, if it's a day where maybe you've had rejection, or maybe you don't feel good, or maybe it's a quiet day, those messy days, that is when the practice is all more important. And this is how you start to stop letting the scoreboard decide what your worth is. This is how you stop being controlled by scores without pretending you don't care. Because we all care what people think about us, but it's more importantly that you honor yourself first and others second. Unlink, rebuild, practice. All right, so unlinking. So unlinking sounds easy, but it's going to take a lot of work. So think about it. Unlinking is separating your identity from the outcomes, right? Those results, those are simply information. It is not your identity. Feedback is also information. It's not the verdict. Outcomes do not define your worth. So when something doesn't go your way, the reset is this. This tells me something, but it doesn't tell me who I am. What can I learn about this outcome without labeling myself? I can adjust without tearing myself down. I'll give you an example. I'm an author. I wrote a book. I put it out there to the universe. I got a horrible review on this book. Somebody didn't like it. That that review, I had to put that in a framework. What does that review say about me as a person? Or does it talk about my work? I can't let that bad review tear down Kelly as an author. Everybody is entitled to their opinions, but it doesn't mean that it's the final verdict. I get to decide how I show up before the world does, right? And so remember that. It doesn't make it so that that's how it is. Results are just information. Feedback is just data. It's not the verdict. Somebody doesn't like what you're doing or like what that the creative that you're putting out. It doesn't mean that you are not good at what you do. It means that that person didn't like it. And that's okay because there's lots of things we don't like. All right, so let's talk about rebuilding worth, standards, boundaries, and self-trust, because self-trust and boundaries are so important as we go through this process. So rebuilding means having those new internal rules. Standards are how I define success based on my values, not the approval of others. Boundaries are how you protect your energy instead of abandoning yourself to keep everybody else comfortable. And self-trust, that's when you decide, you know what? I'm going to follow my own voice, not the loudest opinion in the world, right? It's not about ignoring the feedback, y'all. It's about not letting those outside voices run your inside, right? People can have their opinions, and you can have your standards, you can have your boundaries, and most of all, begin to trust yourself. Because if you trust yourself, I promise you, you will never steer yourself wrong. So what does that look like under pressure? So that's when it's the hardest to practice is under pressure. And that's when it becomes real life because pressure is when the old pattern shows up. So the practice is pause before you judge yourself. Separate what happened from what you're feeling and from what it really means. Then choose the next grounded move. Not 10 moves, just one. One grounded move can keep you moving forward. So when I got the bad review, I had to pause, I had to breathe, and I had to level set it. This is about the book that I wrote, and this is somebody's opinion. But this opinion does not define me. And in those weak moments, it's very easy for that sneaky worthiness algorithm to decide what the world thinks about you. And guess what? You've lost your voice. So you must practice worth under pressure because those quiet moments, those rejection moments, those are when the sneaky algorithm comes in and tells you, you're not enough. I must be good enough. They didn't like me. Guess what? As long as you keep showing up and believe your worth, others are going to follow suit. But you have to believe it first. And that's what I'm going to try to help you do. All right, so let's talk about the 60-second reset. And this is something that you can just play over in your mind. This is something that you can do anywhere, anytime, any subject. First of all, what happened? Well, I got a bad review. Story, what did I make it mean? Well, first of all, I thought I made it mean about me. I thought it was a horrible writer and I'm just going to give up and I'm going to just, that's it, I'm done. But the truth, is my worth non-negotiable? Well, yeah, I'm pretty cool, y'all. So what's my next move? My next move is to keep moving forward. I'm gonna level set that bad review. I'm gonna suck it in. I'm gonna take a minute. I felt the sting, so it's not like I'm not saying don't feel it. Take a minute. It's okay to sit with it. Don't stay there. Say what's true. I'm still a good writer. I'm still going to show up. I'm still here. So guess what? My next move is going to align with that action. So my next move is I'm moving on. Because guess what? That is probably not the only bad review that I'm going to get in life. That's not the only hit I'm going to take. But as long as I am true to myself and I use my 60-second reset and I can level set that, I can now move forward with a little bit more confidence. And I'm not saying this is a magic formula, but I'm saying with practice over time, you can learn this just like you learned how you were not enough. You can learn that you are enough. And this 60-second reset will help you because it helps you take what is the truth, right? And move it away from the story. Right. So applying worthiness in real life scenarios because all this information is great, fine, and dandy, but if you can't apply it in real life, what good is it? And I'm all about applying things in real life because understanding is one thing, but living it is another thing. So these are everyday places where the worthiness algorithm tries to pull you back in, but we're going to have the tools to break that algorithm. So, what does that mean? Cultivating visibility without performance. Well, what does that mean? Visibility without performing means that you're not trying to prove to anyone that you deserve to be seen. You're going to show up just as you are. You're going to speak from your values, not from validation. And you're going to let consistency replace performance. That means I'm not waiting to feel perfect to show up. I'm going to build through trust and steady presence. Perfect example is I fretted all night about this presentation. I must have printed these slides a million times. I tweaked and tweaked and tweaked and tweaked and tweaked because I'm trying to get perfect. And then it dawned on me, this whole presentation is about not being perfect. It's about showing up as I am. It's about being present. It's about speaking from Kelly's inside and being honest and authentic. And if I do that, I'll never go wrong. So it's not about performing. It's about showing up, speaking from the values, showing up as you are, and if anything, being consistent. And I think that's so important. Some of us lose that momentum to be persistent, especially if we think nobody's watching, if we think nobody's paying attention, if we think, oh my God, I put out this stellar post and I got one view. Nobody cares. Somebody's watching, y'all. Somebody's always watching. But if that's the reason that you're there, then you're there for all the wrong reasons. You need to show up for you, right? You're the only voice in the room that matters. You are the one who's going to guide what happens to you. Don't let other people steal your voice and vote on what happens to you. All right, handling rejection without shrinking or withdrawing. And you know what? And that's hard because I don't know about y'all, but I've been rejected and I've shrank myself in rooms so that other people can feel better. But that's really not the way. So when you do those things, you realize that rejection isn't your identity. The rejection is just simply feedback, right? Again, this is just information. And if you take that information, you can learn how to break it. Rejection can trigger the algorithm instantly, right? Because the brain wants to make it personal. So the reset is this: rejection is feedback, not identity. Pause before you start telling yourself a story, right? Stay visible anyway. A no is not a verdict on you. Sometimes a no is just simply timing. Sometimes it's a fit. Sometimes the no has absolutely nothing to do with you, right? So stop shrinking because shrinking does not help. Stay visible anyway. Remember, if you take anything, feedback. Rejection is simply feedback. It is not your identity. So, how do we navigate without comparing ourselves and then erasing ourselves? Because comparison, we all tend to compare ourselves to others. Somebody who seems to have it more together than you, somebody seems to have a bigger audience than you, somebody who just seems to have more than you. And then you start comparing yourself, and now you are shrinking while you're making that person bigger. Comparison is information, y'all. It's not instruction. It might show you what you want or what's possible, but it does not get to rewrite your path. So I measure against my values, not somebody else's highlight reel, right? So when I stay in my lane and I keep building, I don't erase myself. I stop editing myself to match somebody else's timeline or to match somebody else's life. You got to remember, usually what we're seeing, especially on social media, isn't the truth. It's the illusion. What you're not seeing is the messy middle behind all of those stellar posts that you see. So stop comparing yourselves to others because you're not helping yourself. It's not it's not healthy. And guess what, you guys? Comparison isn't it's not it's simply information. It's not the instruction, it's not the blueprint. So, setting boundaries without guilt, because I know we can all feel guilty when we set boundaries. Boundaries are there to protect your peace, right? Boundaries are hard because a lot of us were trained to feel guilty for having needs, but boundaries protect your energy and your peace. No is a complete sentence. I'm going to say that one more time for those who didn't hear me in the back. No is a complete sentence. You don't owe an explanation to be respected. Your worth isn't tied to you being available or being helpful or being easy or abandoning yourself or shrinking yourself, right? That is not how we set boundaries. Boundaries are self-respect in action. So when you set your boundaries, do yourself the service of keeping those boundaries. It's okay to say no. You can't be everywhere anyway, and why would you want to be? No is a complete sentence. And if you think it's not a complete sentence, I just want you to try it. The next time somebody wants you to do something that you absolutely don't want to do, just try saying these words. No, thank you. And no more explanation is needed. All right, so 7-day worthiness plan. What does this look like? How do we rebuild? How do I start breaking my worthiness algorithm? Well, I'll tell you guys, it's not that hard. It's really quite simple if you're willing to put in the work. So, you know, a day about noticing your identity triggers, right? What is going to show up for you? Once you notice those triggers, you can notice your response. You can notice it mentally, emotionally, behaviorally. I don't want you to fix it on day one. I just want you to notice what are your worthiness triggers and your responses. Because if you don't you can't change a pattern if we can't look at it. So I want you to start looking at what that looks like. And journaling is a great way to know what your triggers are. Start writing things down because you're probably going to start to notice a pattern in what triggers you. Once we do that, then we can start unlinking from those external validations and those external metrics. Now that we're practicing unlinking from somebody's approval, we can notice thoughts about likes and numbers and outcomes without judging ourselves or having those thoughts where we're always tying ourselves to those metrics. We can reframe those metrics as information, not proof of value. Then we can get reconnected to our internal anchors like effort and integrity and intention. That is where stability lives, not in you judging yourself on likes or views. If you start changing those internal anchors, and now your internal metrics are going to be what effort did I put behind this? What integrity did I put in this? And what's the intention? And guess what, y'all? I showed up regardless of what the algorithm said about me. I'm still here. So, building your self worth, which is really important. So, this slide is about building the new system. Boundaries protect your mental health and strengthen your self worth over time. Authentic visibility means you show up as you are, not as perfection and not as performance. And repair means that after the setbacks, you come back to yourself instead of punishing yourself. That's how resilience becomes steady, right? So, using personal proof to reinforce. Lasting change usually will come from evidence. So collect proof of resilience and follow through. Notice what you've done. Notice what you've survived. And notice what you've built. Positive feedback can support you, but it's not the foundation, y'all. Affirmations aren't hype, they're reminders. Over time, press builds truth. So I say this to say that you need to start reinforcing what you do, and you need to start celebrating the little wins. Maybe a little win was, you know what? I just simply showed up today. Maybe the little win was, I wrote a sentence today. I finished a chapter today, right? I actually did something that scared me today. Those are the things, that's the proof that you need to show that you're on your way. So, worthiness beyond performance. What does that look like? So now in my message, I want to take everything that we've talked about, and the underlying message is this: worthiness beyond performance, worthiness beyond metrics, and worthiness beyond approval. So, affirming that worth is not earned through performance. So, worth is inherent. It exists before any achievement or any outside performance. Worth is what you decide. And when you internalize your own worth, you stop riding that roller coaster of outcomes. You can still, want and have your goals, but you stop using goals as proof that you matter because you already matter. The worth is already there. Don't tie the worth to what you're doing. You're not worthy because you're an author. You're not worthy because you're a business person. You're not worthy because you're CEO of your company. You were worthy before any of those things happened. And you have to remember that worth as you step into whatever role you're about to step into. So, declaring that the algorithm does not have the final word. This is the declaration. The algorithm does not get to have the final word about you, right? A platform metrics don't get to have the final word about you. Workplace and expectations do not get to have the final say about you. And most importantly, other people's opinions do not get to have the final say about you. You are the author of your internal narrative. You need to decide what your life means. You get to decide what you believe about yourself. And guess what? The good news is you get to decide what the world thinks about you before the world gets to vote because you are going to make that decision. Don't leave it up to the world because you know what? If you leave it up to the world, somebody will decide how you're going to show up. Somebody's going to tell you how to show up because you let them decide. So before you let anybody decide that for you, you decide for yourself how you're going to show up, and then that's the way you show up. And then you show up what? Consistently, regardless of who's looking, regardless of who's watching, regardless of what they say. You keep showing up every single day. So, call to action. Before I let you guys go, I do have some free stuff for you on my website, Brightheaded Publishing. There is a free download if you are an author, if you want to write a book, and most people do. Mostly everybody wants to write a book. Few do, few publish. But if that's you, I have a free guide on my website to help you do that. I also have a slide deck that goes with this. A little kind of bonus breaking the worthiness algorithm that you can also download. It's free, go get it, and then you can kind of map your journey. And then also, I have a thing on my website called Trust Bridge. Helps authors connect with podcast book clubs and bookstores, and I am giving $25 off to anybody who's interested in doing the Trust Bridge. So, you guys, I just want to conclude about your worthiness beyond the algorithms, right? If you take anything from this, your worth is inherent. Metrics are information. It is not the truth. You don't have to perform your way into being enough, right? The moment that you start unlinking your identity from outcomes, you start showing up differently and things get a little lighter. The algorithm doesn't get the final word. You know who gets the final word about you? You do. So, show up every day, be consistent, be resilient. Remember, you get to decide what your algorithm looks like for you. My name is Kelly Morgan. Thank you guys for letting me share. I appreciate you.
Thank you so much, Kelly. That was really great, and I really love your offers. Yeah. So, does anybody have any questions? I'm not sure if there's anything in the chat. Could see anything in the chat. Thank you, Kelly. Thank you, Kelly.
You're welcome. I enjoyed it. Thank you so much for having me. It is very early my time. It is 6:30 a.m.
I
here in
know.
Colorado.
I know. I looked at the time. I thought, oh my gosh, I hope she got this time right.
I did, and
I
I
hope
would
she got
love to
the
say,
time
but
right.
I have to go to work. But I did want to, I made it a point to get up early, and like I said, I fretted, and then I thought, you know what, I'm just going to show up how I am. So thank you so
Oh,
much for having me. I appreciate you.
so are you on your way to work now, or
I
do you have
am.
to go
I am
straight
going to go.
away?
I have to be to work at 7, so I have a half an hour to get to work.
Oh, so you have to go straight away, so we can't ask you any questions. Okay.
No, no, I work from home, so I just have to go downstairs. So if you want to ask me questions, yes. I'm not having to leave the house and go anywhere. So if there's questions, I'm happy to answer them.
Okay. I was just trying to pin me next to you. Oh, what have I done? Sorry. Oh, great, great. So I was wondering, does anybody have questions before I try and ask some questions? Let's see if there's anything in the chat. Please use the reaction. Oh, okay. We use the reaction to ask questions. So I loved a lot of what you said, and you're actually on the same page as I am. So in terms of the worthiness algorithm, for me, and I don't know if anybody wants to put theirs in the chat, you said work, body, relationships, money, and visibility. For me, what my trigger at the moment is visibility, getting out there, deciding what's the right thing to say, what's the time, because we're all global now. So it's kind of like, what can you see on the screen? Can you stop sharing, please? So that's that, because I'm seeing your, I can still see your, if you stop share. Yeah,
Yep, that's
great.
that.
Yeah. So yeah. So as I'm trying to decide, like with because we're all global now. So what's the best time to do things? Who are the best people to speak to? So the visibility is it trigger? Did you call it trigger?
I think
Algorithm.
it triggers. The worthiness algorithm triggers. And
Yeah.
that five, it's usually one of those five. It's usually kind of money, your appearance, right? Things like that are what triggers us. For me, for a long time, it was body image, right? The
Body
body
image.
image and
Yeah. Yeah. I have
to
that too.
trying to show up and be what people thought you should look like, or trying to
Mm.
look like people told me I should look like. It just that was my trigger for a very long time.
And it's very weird because most people don't care. Most people are too busy about themselves to care about you. But we have it
But
in
you
our
think that
minds.
people care about you. You think that people are, when you show up in a room and people what you perceive look better than you or seem to be more put together than you, then you start comparing yourself to these people and now you're shrinking and you don't even realize that you're doing it.
Yeah. But one thing I noticed about that is that it's internal. So if you're always looking at other, so you're always thinking that people are judging you from your looks. Maybe is that what you're doing to you, looking at people and thinking that. So I
Yeah,
don't,
probably.
because a lot of times we project, don't we?
Yeah, we a lot
And
of
so,
times we do project. And I think it's important that we teach our children
yeah.
that inner value young, because so many times we say things and that we don't even realize what an impact they make on our children. I can remember my parents saying things to me that I still hear in my head today, right? So I had to unlearn that those things are not true, and they weren't saying them out of malice.
No, no,
These are
no.
things that they had been taught as
Yeah.
well. So you find yourself repeating a pattern, and that is an algorithm, because that's what an algorithm is. And so
Okay.
when you can identify it, then you can start to break it.
Yes, yes. So this kind of answers what you were just saying. There's a question. Somebody said, "How do you help your children embrace their culture and roots, especially their home language?" It's a bit, I guess you meant a bit of an issue.
Well, for me, my children are grown, but I have a grandson, and I instill to him every day about his own worth. It's more important that he have a high opinion of himself than I have a high opinion of himself. So I
Yeah.
instill that in him, right? I instill that it's more important what he thinks, how he shows up, what he
Mm,
does. He's 9, right? And so he's very impressionable at this age, and he's
yeah.
very at that age, you're comparing yourself and you're trying to figure out what it is. And so you
And
have
I think
to,
because of the pressure they get from peers too, it doesn't help. And
yeah,
so you
doesn't
start to
help.
think, and people maybe laugh at people that they think are not okay. So you kind of start thinking, oh, are they laughing at me? And so, but like you're right, it's about having worth in yourself. Yeah.
I think the hardest thing to do is to recognize the flaws that you have in yourself
Mm-hmm.
right? And then figure out a way to change those things. If you don't like things about yourself, you are the only one who can change those things. But I think sometimes
But
we
like
don't want to be
physical
honest with
things,
ourselves.
sometimes it's
Yes.
how you create it, and it's okay. I mean, you don't have to be like other people. You are
No.
okay how you are.
You should be all about being who you are,
Mm.
right? And that's why I say breaking the worthiness algorithm, because everybody has worth, but
Yeah,
only you can determine how what that worth is. And if you want other people to value and recognize that worth, it's all about how you show up.
yeah, yeah. Great, 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 great. So, and somebody said the voice in the head is so loud. So, how do we lower that voice in the head that just keeps
So
shouting?
I will tell you something that somebody told me once, and I've never forgot it. The voice in your head that is screaming loudly is your ego. And your ego is always
Yeah,
there to protect you. Your ego will
yeah.
always try to protect you and always try to make you do what is comfortable and what feels safe. So the ego is screaming
It's
loud.
it's
But your
it's trying to
intuition,
protect. Yeah,
right? Your intuition never screams. That intuition is that quiet voice that you hear,
mm,
right? So somebody told me if you want to quiet the ego, right? If you want to quiet the ego, then you have to be willing to talk back to the ego, right? You have to be willing to scream back and tell it no. I told you all no is a complete sentence. So for me, when I'm out here trying to be visible like you, and I make a stellar post and I get 2 views, my ego is screaming, "Oh my God, you are not good enough. What are you doing? You might as well just stop." Nobody gives two things about what you got going on, Kelly, but the little voice in the
yeah,
back is saying, keep going, right? You really want to do this? Keep going. And so,
yeah. Keep
honestly,
going.
that is that ego. Don't let the ego has a place because the ego protects you. Ego is
Yeah,
good, but you can't let the ego run your life.
yeah. So, Jenny says, is there a small way to start setting boundaries so you don't feel like you are suddenly being rude to everyone? Yeah, that can be a problem because you don't
Well,
want to
but
be.
you know what? When you start setting boundaries, you have to be willing to keep that boundary. So if that boundary is, I'm not gonna take calls after 10 o'clock. That's it. This is my me time. If you keep that little boundary, people will respect you for it, right? If you keep laxing your boundaries to please others, then they're not boundaries, are they? The thing about boundaries is
Yeah,
that once you set them, you absolutely have to keep them. And that's hard because I know when I started keeping boundaries, people started falling away, right? And that's hard when people start falling away. But I realized that people fall away because you're making space for something better. And you
yeah,
absolutely have to believe that, right?
mm,
You can't, if you want things to change, then you have to be ready to embrace the change. And it's not pretty, right? And it's
yeah. Sometimes,
uncomfortable. It's
yeah, but
uncomfortable.
you're right. Sometimes you make the space, but then when you make that space, at the time you kind of think, "Oh, I'm losing all this," but you find out that in a few months' time, you kind of think, "Oh my gosh, I'm better off than I was
Yes.
before." Yeah, because
But
the right
you
yeah,
have to be willing to sit with that uncomfortableness because change is uncomfortable,
it
right?
is. Yeah,
It is uncomfortable. And so you have to get comfortable with being uncomfortable as you
yeah,
start breaking that unworthiness algorithm. Get uncomfortable. And it's okay because that uncomfortableness will lead to comfort. But ultimately, my last words is you must be persistent. You must keep going. You cannot let one bad day stop you, right?
yeah. So
You
keep
have to keep going.
consistency, keep going. I think this is where I've fallen down to in that the consistency, and
Keep going,
consistency is the key. Yeah, keep going. Don't let anything drag you down. I also like where you talked about the truth from the story because a lot of times we focus on the story, but what is the truth?
right?
You
And the
know,
story a lot of times isn't true. We've made up
yeah,
stories about ourselves and it's not
yeah,
true. We've let people make up stories about ourselves and it's not true.
yeah, because of what we hear, isn't it? Because society is so loud, isn't it? and we have to learn to listen to that voice. It's so loud, and so when it tells us things about us, maybe as a group or as individuals, we believe it. But when you check it out, actually, when you actually start talking and asking questions and going out there, you find out that, oh, that's not actually
Not
true.
true.
That's not
Not
what I've been
true.
hearing.
It's not true. And when you find out that your words matter and that you matter,
Yeah,
it's true. But you'll never know unless you take the leap. So if somebody's out there listening and you're wondering, man, should I do it? This is your sign. Do it, believe in yourself, be consistent, keep showing up, be authentic, and things will happen. Things will change for you if you believe that.
yeah. I think what you the message is like, be yourself, be
Yeah, be
true to who
yourself.
you are. Yeah,
Nobody can be you the way that you can be you. So be
yeah,
the best you can be.
yeah, yeah. So I was wondering if Lyndon's here. I don't think she's here. She's our next speaker, but it doesn't look like she's here. Lyndon, if you're here, can you say something? Kelly, this was amazing. Let me see. I think I do have. I know you
If you
said you have
don't have the
that.
link to the giveaways, just let me know. I'm happy to send them to you.
Yeah, I think it's been put in the chat because you sent it. I've actually clicked on something there because I think I'm really interested.
Okay.
I just wrote a book.
Well, see,
This
there
is
you
the
go,
proof.
claiming your worth.
That is the proof copy.
That is the proof.
Yeah, so it's coming out on Monday, and I am looking at doing podcasts because I think that's a way of reaching women because I would love to reach women, and I think especially young girls, not just girls and boys, but yeah, because I'm a girl, I know more about girls. Yeah, reaching girls because we're growing up. No matter what society we come from, we're still having those same basic issues, the worthiness, because we're always maybe it's because of our because for me, motherhood is not just childbearing. I
Right.
think when
Oh,
you,
absolutely.
yeah, childbearing is can be part of it, but it's not necessarily part of it. And I think instinctively, most of us as women have that innate thing of wanting to nurture, and so we tend to overgive. So you will see, even when we don't have children, we have cats or we have dogs. So we're always looking for something to nurture, for some reason. And that innate that thing that draws us to do those things sometimes makes us lack the compassion we have for ourselves. So we're always wanting to give to other people or other living things or anything else, and we forget ourselves. So that worthiness is so important that we remember who we are.
Yeah, I just put the link for the handbook that goes with the slide deck because I forgot to give that to you yesterday. So that link is there as well.
Okay,
That
great,
the slide,
fantastic.
and
So I
it's
like
just
that one. So it says, write a book, a real guide to getting down. Is that the free gift?
right. So I have two of them. So that one's on my website. So you want to write a book is on my website. If you go to my website, you can download it. But
Yeah,
then specifically for my slide deck, I have
yeah.
a handout that goes with that, and I just put that link in the chat.
Okay, and then you have this one where you've got the £25 off
And
any
that's off of, and that
profit.
too is on my website. That's the Trust Bridge. So if you're looking to market your book, that's what Trust Bridge is.
So
Right.
what's the
So
full price
there's
of that?
there's three things I gave. I gave the free guide, so you want to write a book. I gave the
Yeah,
$25 off Trust Bridge, and then I
yeah.
gave the handout, Breaking the Worthiness Algorithm handout. Three
Oh,
things.
okay. That's great, fantastic. Thank you. That's a lot. So in terms of marketing your book, so you would help. So yeah, that'll be a good one
Yeah.
too.
If somebody's interested in marketing their book, I have a directory of podcasts, book clubs, and bookstores that I have personal relationships with, and I would pitch you to them. I do all the work. I have a media kit, so I set it up and try to get, help you get your books in the bookstores, get books clubs to read your book and podcast. And so it's a directory I've been building for the past 6 months, and I've finally launched. I'm launching the author services on the 22nd. So that's why I'm giving $25 off. All the information is on my website, and really it's there to just help bridge so authors can put their books into the hands of people who really want to read them. That is a passion of mine, so that's what I do.
So everybody, everybody has a book inside of them. So
Everybody.
remember that you do have a book inside of you. So it would be nice to make contact with Kelly to see how she can help you, because some of the stuff's free there. So might as well take advantage of that.
There's a lot of free resources on my link tree too to be an author. And I also do a podcast where I feature authors every Monday called The Author's Mic. And I have another podcast called Breaking the Algorithm, where we learn how to market our books outside of that pesky algorithm.
Wow, thank you so much, Kelly.
You are
These are
so
just
welcome.
amazing, amazing gifts. We don't have we don't have what's her name? Dr. Mohiba today, who was filling up the time because I my next guest hasn't appeared. I don't know. She's usually quite good with her time, and you have to dash now.
Yes,
So
I do, but I
thank
thank you so much for having me. And if anybody wants to connect with me, brightheadedpublishing.com is my website.
brightheadedloudpublishing.com. Right.
Mhm.
That's easy to remember actually.
So thank you. Thank you
Thank
so much.
thank you, Kelly. Thank you.
Bye.
Bye. So let's see what's going on. Give me a minute. Let's see if Lyndon's arrived. I have sent her a message. Oh gosh. She's in Japan, so maybe I hope she hasn't fallen asleep accidentally. She's not here yet. Okay. So, ladies, can you put something in the chat for what you would like to hear for next time? So I'll be contacting you again. Any specific topics you'd like to talk about? Any specific things that you'd like to learn? Two people entered. Oh, Lyndon's here, so that's good. Admit all. Oh, you know what? I forgot to plug in my laptop. Oh, I did plug it in, and it's about to die. So sorry about this. I did plug it in, it just fell out. Hello, Lyndon. I was beginning to panic there.
Hey, sorry. In another meeting as usual, but I'm here. I'm here. I'm here.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you. I thought because it's late, it's 11 p.m. in Japan now, isn't it?
Yeah, it's nearly 11 o'clock.
Yeah. So I thought maybe she's fallen asleep. Okay,
Now,
so
hi everybody. Yeah, I'm in Japan, and so I always have to work at night because Japan is 8 or 9 hours ahead of everybody else. So, if you catch me sleeping, just shout.
so unfortunately, one of my speakers dropped out, so Lyndon's filling in, and she's going to be interviewing me. And I hope the questions are easy. I hope you're not going to be too
No,
harsh on me.
no,
So
they're very difficult.
yeah, so Lyndon's one of the speakers tomorrow. And if I tell you, do you have my bio, or do I need to tell a bit about myself?
Yes, I have your bio. Do you want me to introduce you?
Yes, please.
Okay, so you want all the bells and whistles, I guess.
I don't know about bells and whistles, but
Okay, just 1 second. I'll get my notes and then I can introduce you. Just 1 second. Here we are. Yes. Okay. Yes, I'm ready. Okay. Shall I start?
you can start.
Okay. Well, good evening, good morning, good afternoon, everybody. I'm Lyndon Thorpe. I'm an embodiment mentor. and I am very much a good colleague of Ebi Sheila's. We've worked together quite a lot on live sessions and so on. And so, first of all, before we start, let's introduce her because she's organized this fabulous summit, but maybe she hasn't introduced herself yet.
I
So I'm here.
haven't. No, I forgot that bit. I should do that next time.
Not bad, though. She's so humble. She forgot to introduce herself. So I'm going to introduce her in glowing terms. So, Ebi Sheila is a beacon of women's empowerment, guiding women to embrace their authentic selves. And authentic is her middle name, really. She was born in Barnet in Hertfordshire in England, and her journey was shaped by personal struggles. In 2014, as a single mother, juggling a demanding career, Ebi faced a life-changing awakening. Struggling with self-doubt, chronic illness, and a toxic marriage that ended in 2000, she finally broke free from limiting beliefs through self-love and mental fitness. Now she empowers women worldwide to rewrite their stories and step into their power. Her programs, Break Free from Toxic Relationships and Journey to Self-Mastery, offer tools to overcome trauma, confront self-doubt, and build unapologetic confidence. So Ebi's heartfelt coaching helps women align with their true values and their true voices. So, Ebi Sheila, welcome. Thank you.
Thank you for that.
My pleasure. Can't say enough, really. But that'll get us started, and then I think things will come out through the questions I'm going to ask you. Oh, good. You're getting some good encouragement there. So now let me just find my questions. Okay. Ebi, for anyone joining this summit for the first time, I'm not sure how many people are completely new to this summit and how many are founders and so on. We can get to that in a moment. But yeah, for anyone joining this meeting for the first time, in your own words, what exactly is the Worthy Woman Summit? And what does worthy mean to you in lived terms, not concepts?
Oh, okay. I thought of the word worthy because, I've been for a few years now. I've been doing the self-love thing. So I believe that if we have love for self, then we're capable of having self. We're capable of having love for everything around us and beyond. Because as we get to know, and self-love is something within. It's not about going out and shopping, which could be part of self-love, but a small part of self-love. So going out shopping could be part of your self-care, if that's something you like doing or something you enjoy doing and you have the
Mm,
fun to do it. So
mm,
that could be part of self-love. But self-love mainly it's something within you, growth within you. So you don't have to have money to have self-love.
no.
Um, it's about recognizing who you are. And who are you? The world tells us that we're mind and body, but it forgets the most important part of you, which, as I don't know, somebody said it's not Einstein that said it, but I think it's Einstein that said it. That, oh gosh, I've even forgotten the saying now that I've tried to say it. But we are beyond just the mind and the body. We are so, okay. We have energy. So talking about we have energy. So energy can neither be created nor destroyed. So which means we have always been. So where and we seem to have living in this realm that we live in the world that we live in, we seem to have forgotten the part that has always been and will always be after the flesh goes. And so I feel, I know, it's not just even feel, I feel and I know that if we reconnect to that part of us, which is the true self, um, we feel, we can feel love, true love for self. And if we feel true love for self, we're able to have courage, we're able to have confidence, and we're able to move on from things. And we're able, like people say, how do you have courage to do things? And I'm still in my journey, because there's some things that I still um, feel not worth. I wouldn't say not feel worthy to do, but there's some things that maybe I still have a little bit of fear. And the thing with having worthiness for yourself is the fear goes. The fear goes. And like somebody said, whatever somebody else thinks of you is none of your business. So if somebody thinks that about me, that's not my business. That's their problem. And that's the way
Right.
I've always seen it. I think I was lucky in that, even from a young age, when people say, oh, you can't do this because of that, or people see you because of this, either because of your color, your sex, anything like that, I kind of think that's not my problem, actually. That's their problem, which they need
Yeah.
to deal with. That's nothing to do with me. And I've always felt that way, and it's so true. Whatever somebody else thinks of you, it's none of your business. And it does help you just to have that word. So worthy for me stands for worthiness, owning your story. So taking responsibility. So in terms of owning my story, I had a very toxic relationship, and I'm not excusing the abuse that came from the partner, but what was my part in it? And my part is, it's not that it's my fault that what he did to me, I deserved it, but my part in it was, why did I accept it? Why did I listen to the story? Why did I even get? I mean, why is probably a strong word, but I had to recognize that I had worthiness issues, which made me dependent or codependent. And we had somebody speak yesterday on codependency and narcissism. So being a codependent is also part of being a narcissist, just the other extreme. So you feed on each other, and you end up saying yes to somebody who's treating you badly, which you shouldn't do. So, and then R stands for resilience. I think I have a lot of resilience. I bounce. I'm like a cat. I say I bounce back quite quickly. So that's quite good. And then
Yeah.
T, T is truthfulness and transformation, which is very important for a woman struggling with her inner self and her inner work. So being true to yourself, like Kelly just talked about, being true, and then the transformation. And one thing I say is never beat yourself up. Have compassion for yourself. So if you're going through change, it does take time. It's not something that's going to happen. For me, it took me years, and the reason why I'm in this work is I want to help women. So it doesn't take them years. It took me years. It took me years to get to the point of forgiveness. Forgiveness is one of the biggest things, because once you go through the forgiveness of self first, and then forgiveness of people who have harmed you, you feel so much love, and you understand, because most people, we don't know why bad things happen to good people. That's a question we cannot answer. But I believe that everything happens for you and not to you. So what's the lesson that person's teaching you? What's the lesson in it? You can see two people have the same bad experience, but one has a positive outlook and the other has a negative outlook. Why is that? Why is that person positive? And I looked into that. Why are some people more positive than others? Because they believe everything happens for you and not to you. And sometimes they're terrible, terrible things. But if you can find why it's happening, even if it's a teeny little thing that's good, and the big bad thing, it's really great. And then H is for healing. So the inner healing that we do, we get from ourselves. My healing journey, to be compassionate. So when I say, for instance, I say I want to lose weight, and I'm keeping to my diet, and then one day I fail on keeping to my diet, that's okay. I enjoy the things I'm doing, enjoy it, that's okay. Next, there's always tomorrow, start again. And then Y is for the visibility, which is something I'm really working on now, my visibility.
Mm,
So for me, that's worthy is a big, big word. And my
yeah.
book, again,
Yes, wonderful.
reclaiming your worth, and it's going to be followed by a workbook, and everything I'm doing surrounds reclaiming your worth, and it's about remembering who we are, because I think as women we've been endowed with a special gift which involves working. We're very good with people, most of us. This is generalization, obviously not everybody. We're very,
Mm,
very good people, and we're
yeah.
very intuitive when it comes to people, when it comes to things, when it comes to things that are happening. But a lot of us have just lost that because the world has told us that we have to be CEOs, we have to be this, we have to, and some of us will be, but you have to define success. Which is one of the things I had to define success for me. What is success to you? Success to one woman might be a CEO. Success to another woman might be being at home with her children. It's all different for different people, and no one is better than the other because everything is needed in society.
Mm, mm,
Everything comes together. You know, success could be being an administrator. I met a lady when I was working for BP. I met a lady, and she would be in a room by herself to archiving stuff for 5, 6 hours. And she loved it. She just put on her. She loved it, and that's what she wanted to. She absolutely loved it. She said, "I love it. I just love it, love it." And that, for her, that was success. She was doing something she loved.
mm. I think
So
you're right. I think engagement is a really important word. And I've heard you say that a lot recently, that you're really engaged in writing your book and you're engaged in your work generally. You're so happy to be engaged in all of this. And I think that's a big key to me for worthiness. If your worth involves being engaged fully in something you love, then wonderful. You can run a business. You can take that out into the world. And like the archivist you met, so happy to do that task. And so each of us has this mission really to uncover. Each woman really, I feel strongly, has a strong mission. And that mission, if it engages you, then you are worthy. Yeah, I think engagement and worth are very closely connected, in fact. So, yeah, Ebby, let's go back a little bit into the history of the summit. You've been running this for how many years have you been running it for
oh, I
now?
only just started. My first one was in September. This is my second one.
Oh, it's only the second one.
Yeah, so I'm going to be doing well one every quarter.
Every quarter. Woo,
Yeah, yeah. I
really?
mean, I haven't actually called them something. So in my book, and I'm creating an events page on my website, a
Hmm.
landing page, which talks about all my events for the coming year. Yeah. So
And
yeah, I think I have another one. I think it's in April.
in
Worthy Woman
April.
Reclaiming Summit. It's yeah. I'm not too sure because this is my proof book, and I'll need to look at the original. Yeah.
So how is this summit different to the one you ran in September? Can you see a difference?
So this one is about the new year, resetting, reclaiming, rising. So
Hmm.
recognizing who we are. I mean, again, it's all about worthy. So I'm still my thing now is worthy, my worthy came up like you read my bio. That's what I was doing before the breakthrough. I was looking at toxicity in relationship, which I will intertwine with what I do with my clients. So if I had a client who had a toxic relationship, I'll weave that into the worthy. So my thing now is worthy,
Hmm.
which started in September.
Hmm. Right. Okay.
So the Worthy Woman Blueprint. Uh, yeah. So why
Hmm.
you said yeah. So my first summit was in September. I'm an aspiring international speaker. I have done one international speaking job in Canada, and I do speak. I've been speaking before, but to be international in person. That was in person. So I've done international speaking online, but my passion is the in person because I believe, as great as Zoom is, I believe the energy, because you can feel people when you're in the same room. I don't know how to explain, but you can feel people and you can just see it's different. It's more powerful, and I just
Mm.
love that feeling of people. I've always been a people watcher. I love watching people. You know, somebody talked yesterday about, I think it was Pat. She talked about going on a roller coaster and how you experience the. For me, that's not fun going on a roller coaster. But you know what? I love to watch the faces of people on the roller coaster when they're at the top and when they're coming down. That just gives me so much joy. I love watching people's reactions when I go into a place, just sitting down in the corner and just observing how they interact with each other. So for me, in person is great. And so I'm planning to start a podcast, inviting people who are either survivors, because victims the wrong word, to come and speak about their experience if they're ready, and then maybe experts to like yourselves to speak. Yeah, so I like the speaking thing because I do. They say a gift can also be a problem. So I have a very strong and powerful voice, which is a gift, but also when I don't have control of that gift, can be can be in your face, if you know what I mean, can be aggressive, and because my voice is very
Aggressive.
powerful. My voice is very powerful, and how it's always been naturally powerful.
It is, but I wouldn't say you're aggressive, no.
Yeah, I mean, it can be perceived as sometimes
Mm.
because of my passion. Because I have a lot of passion in me, and as you know, through you, I'm learning to listen to my body. So that passion's good, but not all the time. And so learning to
Mm.
listen to what my body is telling me to be able to temper that passion.
Wonderful. Wonderful. Yes. Well, I totally agree with you that the internet is fine, but it does have limitations. I mean, I find I'm getting round that in lots and lots of different ways. But like you, I'd much rather do things in person. And it seems to me since COVID, when
Mhm.
everybody retreated, online, we've kind of stayed online and we're doing less traveling and less movement around the earth, which I suppose is a
It's
natural.
cheaper, isn't it? It is cheaper. It's
Yeah, yeah,
well, the
it
carbon
is.
footprint and everything. So I
Yeah.
guess it's got its waves, but I think that if we lose connection with each other, what's the point of the planet? But if we lose connection with we have to have that connection with each other.
Mm,
Um, so
mm,
that's just me. I just feel I love people and I just love to be around people.
mm. Oh, that's wonderful. I
Even the
entirely,
mean ones.
yes. I mean, we've talked, haven't we, about the fact that people's behavior is not
It's
always
not who
in
them.
tune with their inner life or their
Yeah, it's not
spirit.
who they are.
It's not who they are.
It's not who they are because hurt people hurt. So if somebody's hurting you, really compassion because hurt people hurt. Hurt people always look for company. So something's going on there. And through kindness, that's why I think self love is so important because if you have if self love, which I'm beginning to find, there's an exercise I did, and I don't know if you've heard of Deepak Chopra, but there's an exercise that he talks about where you can look in the mirror and just look into your eyes for one. So you actually see your spirit. So when you look into people's eyes, you can see their spirit. And then also, if you go out there and you see somebody that you really, really judge, and then just really feel that person and say, you're that person, you're that person, and you're that person, and really feel you're that person. That is, when I felt it, I was almost in tears because I went out to the streets and I just saw someone and I really felt that I was that person. The love that comes when you do that is you just feel like exploding. It's so I think
Mm,
yeah. So when you start, as you start to find self love, you just find that everything, even so. Like I was talking to my daughter today about throwing away stuff, and but she couldn't really understand what I was saying, but maybe she'll get it at some point. And it's like when you throw away stuff, there's a lot of disrespect. There's a lot of disrespect there. So you might throw away. So that's why we need to get things when we're buying stuff. We need to check and not overbuy, because if you say
Mm,
people criticize consumerism, but also when you're throwing stuff away, that's part of consumerism because you're not just that thing. Even though it's plastic, it still come from. It's still this is plastic, but it still come from nature.
mm,
So
mm,
you're disrespecting nature by just like so. Sometimes you have to discard things, but I think we need to be frugal in the way we do things. I
and
so what I'm
recycle.
saying that part of self-love is teaching me that even when I see an ant, I take the other way before I just step on it and walk.
You murderer. You murderer.
And now I just step round. Okay, sometimes some of these insects bug you and they come in. That's different. But then
Mm,
I try and get, because sometimes there's some natural leaves or natural things you can put in, like for flies, the natural things you can put in, and they don't come, they go outside. So
mm.
rather than kill them, so what I'm saying is that the self-love it goes beyond. And
Yeah.
you don't have to do anything. All you have to do is love yourself. That's all you have to do.
Well, yeah, absolutely. And I'm totally in agreement with you. And I'd like to take you back now to something you said earlier. You mentioned self-dependence and self-reliance and being really, really independent, and the fact that when you cohabit or when you have a partner, other problems can develop because you're kind of dividing your allegiance to yourself, maybe. So I think self-dependence for me is the key to everything because are truly dependent on ourselves, if we truly know ourselves, if we are truly authentic to ourselves, then we are then totally independent. Somebody the other day said to me, "Oh," I said, "Are you happy?" And she said, "Yes, I'm happy." So I said, "What makes you happy?" And she said, "Oh, my partner." So I said, does that mean you're not happy when you're not with your partner or if you want to leave your partner? She said, oh no, I wouldn't be happy at all if I left my partner.
Mm.
So I thought, so I brought up this idea of really nobody else, no other human being can make you feel anything. It's your choice to feel whatever
Yes,
you feel.
your choice. It's
It's
your
your
choice to be. It's your choice to be happy, and it's your choice not to be happy. And it's a
yeah.
difficult concept. My grandmother used to say, "You come in alone." I think this is some sort of African or Nigerian thing that they say in one of the cultures. But you come in alone, and you go away alone, and that's so true. That is so true. We are, but in terms of love, we I think because we are taught that other people make us happy. Other people enrich our lives, that's for sure. But you should
Mm,
still be able to be happy on your own. And so when you have that self love, you're then able to give the love because, like, when you're with somebody too, you must see that you're having a lot of arguments. But as you start to work on yourself, two things could happen. Either you start to work on yourself, either your relationship will improve because your energy is changing anyway, and so you're magnetic. And if that person is the wrong person for you, what will happen is you'll start to go apart, and it will be okay for both of you. So you won't feel bad, the other person won't feel bad.
mm,
So working
mm.
on yourself is just so important because you do it in a kind way. You do it, and we're intuitive, and you'll know, and we're like magnets as people. So you will either fall away or you come together.
Yes, that's a great way of putting it. And I think, yeah, that if we can be really, if we can really know ourselves intimately, if we can really understand and accept ourselves, which is what self-love is all about, then that with that comes this tremendous sense of happiness, I think that
Yeah.
we are a complete entity. And then the magnet is even more powerful. So then we really attract uh, so many people around us. And that makes life very joyful if we've got, attractive people around us. So yeah, I think this is great. Um, okay, so um, here's a question. In your estimation, when women, we're talking mainly about women here, say, I don't know, what do you think is really happening beneath the words?
I
So,
don't
of course,
know.
words, of course, are my passion. I teach people to understand much more than the symbol. I go below to the vibrations of those words into the body. The words are
Sorry.
in the body. So, so what does a woman mean if she says, I don't know? Do you, for example, do you want to be famous? I don't know. Do you want to be a millionaire? I don't know. What does it mean?
Um, I would
What
say
is happening?
self-worth. So, okay, so self-worth, self-esteem. What's the difference between self-worth and self-esteem? Because self-esteem is you're confident. So you appear, people see you and say you're confident. I don't know. I would say lack of confidence. If you keep saying I don't know and you're not sure, you're unsure of who you are, you're unsure of yourself. So self-worth is so important because she's self-worth is so important because if you know if you have worth for yourself, and a lot of the ladies have talked about that, if you have worth for yourself, your answer is not going to be I don't know. You even if you're not sure at this time, you will have some sort of indication as to. So if somebody asks you, "Are you?" What was your question again?
Do you want to be famous?
You want to be famous? Yeah, you should know whether you want that or not. But is it important to be famous? So what does famous mean to you? Why do you want to be famous? Do you want to be famous because it makes you happy, or is it an ego based thing? Do you want to be famous because people will respect you more? So that's again outward. So that's an outward thing, and that's I would say low self worth.
Mm, yeah, I think yes, women often hesitate so much, don't they?
Yeah,
They want.
a lot of us have self
Mm,
worth, and I think part of it is society, and part of it is um, we've lost who we are. This is my own personal opinion. I think we've lost who we are because we're in competition with the masculine, and we need to embrace our feminine, which is because the masculine cannot work on its own. It needs the feminine to work together
mm,
to be
mm,
whole. And I think society makes us believe that the masculine is the good side of things, and that's reclaim your worth. So that my point is that we need to reclaim who we are,
mm, mm,
and the masculine will listen. They will listen because
mm.
there's so much knowledge now and there's so much understanding now. They will listen. I think in the old days, because maybe well, masculine. I don't know if you would say it's man or female. It's because some women are masculine anyway. So it's an energy, isn't it? But I suppose
Yeah.
more men have what we see as the masculine energy. So the go-getters and stuff. But some women have that too. So we're all on this spectrum. For me, my masculinity is quite high. I would say I'm on the other side of the masculine, and I'm discovering my femininity, which I'm finding out is giving me a lot of empowerment. I've had to raise my masculine energy because I worked in corporate for more than 20 years and I was a single parent. So I was compensating. And I was a tomboy too, so that didn't help. That didn't help. So I always liked the masculine side of things all my life. But now I'm discovering the feminine side because not all, I think when people hear femininity, they think about pink, fluffy. That's one type of archetype.
Yeah,
There's
yeah, yeah.
the warrior type.
Yeah, the
There's,
warrior. Yeah,
yeah, so there are different types of the feminine.
the
Uh,
archetype.
but when
Hmm.
people hear feminine, they think about soft and dainty. I was
Hmm.
soft and dainty. I wasn't pink and fluffy. I was blue and climbing trees and kicking balls. Balls, I mean, with my
Me too.
brother. So, so
It's,
it
it's a
was.
complete this pink and fluffy thing. Yeah.
But it doesn't mean I'm not feminine.
No, no. I
Yeah,
mean these. Yeah, I think every single being is a mixture, a combination
yeah.
of the male and the female. That's, we've had that running through our history, and I think we can all identify both
Yeah.
in us and in our behavior and so on, which is a good thing. It's a good thing,
It's a
but
good thing. Yeah.
I think we need to balance them, So I think for me, everything is about balance, balancing the spirit, the mind, the masculine, the feminine, finding the middle way, so it's all really balanced and, works as a way of life.
Mm.
Um, so yes, discovering your worth or reclaiming your worth. It's a great title, I think, for your book. But, what's the process in reclaiming it? Are we talking about going back in history? Are we going to go and find other connections with ourself, for example, our ancestry? Are we going to rediscover our ancestry and our grandmothers and so on? Or are we more going to discover something new? Are we reclaiming?
I think all of the above, but I use a tool called Spectrum Transition Coaching. So what we do in Spectrum is we take you back and then start to try and bring you to your goals. Because a lot of times you find out that a lot of people have underlying issues, maybe from childhood, from school. And sometimes for me, I had a lot in vitro, i.e., when my mother was pregnant for me. I had a lot of my issues come from there. And some people believe from past generations, like past generations, so DNA goes through families. And so sometimes you need to work on those things. So it's not about remembering what those things are, but it's about being able to let go. Because like you talked to me about being detached. So it's when we're attached to things. So we're attached to a lot of things that have happened to us generationally. So 200 years ago, 300 years ago, they've happened to us, but we're still attached to it. We
Mm.
and my healing has started for 30 years ago or even more, but my real breakthrough was in 2019, which is not so long ago, which was on forgiveness. And I read this book by this psychologist. He wrote a book, Letting Go. And I think he's the one that wrote Power versus Force too. You've heard about Power versus Force. It's quite a famous book. And he talks about letting go. And it's not about remembering the issue, it's about learning to let go. And it teaches you how to let go. And once you let go of whatever it is, and with Spectrum, what it does through the questioning, it helps you, it works with the, as you call it, the unlimited mind. It works with your unlimited mind to be able to let go of that thing that's holding you, that you can't get that self worth, whatever it is. Because you can't do anything about looking in the rear mirror. You can't change the past.
Mm.
and if you want to be happy and have a good life, you just have to move forward, no matter how bad the past was.
Mm,
You can't keep blaming externals because, again, when you're a victim and you blame the external, you lose a lot of power. So you've always
mm,
got to look within to feel empowered.
mm.
Yeah.
Absolutely. You leak energy, don't you? But yes, I think I see the reclaiming as really going down through the layers of social conditioning from the age of 5 onwards. Most of us in developed societies are, heavily indoctrinated and conditioned to fit into that social system so that we can thrive, so that we can climb the ladder which is created by that society and seek approval. So we spend most of our time seeking the approval of others. But I work inside. So as you know, I think that we can go down inside our body and our spirit, and we can go down below all these layers of conditioning with the right kind of practices. We can go down, drill down below all of them, and we eventually will find our true nature. And that true nature is what we were born with, really. But it's got covered over by all this. You must do this. You should do this. If you want to get this, you have to do that. All this conditional stuff. And so I think it's for each of us to drill down through that. And so when I hear this phrase, the title of your book, Reclaiming Your Worth, that's what I see. I
Mm.
see
Because the worth
going,
is there. Yeah, it
yeah,
is
well, the
there.
worth is
You just need
already
to
there.
claim it back. Yeah,
Yeah,
and
it's already there.
stop giving into the, oh, because this is this, we can't do this because this is that.
Yeah,
Stop giving in.
yeah,
Reclaim it. So yeah, if anybody's taking it, take it back. Take it
that's
back.
right. Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah.
And I
I
think we
think,
need to start teaching our younger ones, um, teaching our younger ones that it is there. There's something that in the Western hemisphere or Western world, Western culture, we're always complaining about the male toxicity. And I said, and I asked, I thought, so who's brought up these boys or these men that you're calling toxic? Somebody doesn't become toxic at age 40 or 50. Who's brought them up? So we all have a part to play in society. So as people are growing up, children are growing up, we need to engage with them. First of all, love yourself, and if you're able to love yourself, you're able to show that love and give that love, and hopefully the younger generations can also become like that. Little by little, things start to change. But another big thing is that, as Stephen Covey said, we see the world as we are. So if you keep seeing negative things, what's going on with you?
mm,
The world is our mirror.
yes, yes, the world is a mirror.
Something
But the
else.
world, the world can only be an accurate mirror if we are self-compassionate.
Yeah.
So in other words, if we find self-love, if we've drilled down and we've rekindled our worth and our self-love. So I think the danger is that people, as you say, give up. They give up on themselves. They don't have patience with themselves. And to me, that is the saddest thing of all, because if we're not patient with ourselves, how can we be patient with others? If we're going to be congruent, if we're going to have values inside which match our outer behavior.
Mm.
So I think that worth is very much tied up with self-compassion and not giving up
Mm.
at that moment when you feel this huge irritation about yourself and say, "Oh, I can't do this. I'm not good at this. I'll have to leave it." And give up on yourself. You abandon yourself. So so many people are caught in that trap, that they never get to the stage where they encounter their true selves. And so I've found through my work and through my lodestone method, which you are
Yeah, I'm in
in.
the progress. I'm in the progress of doing the lodestone method, which is
Mm,
talking about listening to your body. So, like I said, sometimes I get over passionate about what I'm talking about, but having to step back, listen to what's happening to my body is really helping me to become the master, become the master of me, because I think, yeah, I need to become the master and not allow my passion to get the better of me.
mm. Well, no, I think passion is great, but I think we always need to um, step back a little bit from the flames. You've heard me say that a lot. It can become too emotional.
Yes.
Uh, I- Passion itself is fabulous, but if we get burnt by it, then it's kind of
Yeah.
counteract.
Yeah.
If we take a step back, we can still feel the heat from that passion, but we're not so attached to it. And then
That's
we find,
That's the word attachment. Somebody once said to me, everything in this world that we live in, everything has a positive, so an opposite. So where there's darkness, there must be light. Where there's good, there must be bad. So
mm,
everything coexists. And
mm,
so when you have something that you might see as a weakness, that can also be a strength, and vice versa.
yeah, yeah,
So you might see
absolutely.
something that's a weakness for you, but if you wanted that to be a strength for you, it can be turned over, because this is the world we live in.
Mm,
Where bad and good, light and
mm,
day coexist together.
yes.
It's impossible for us to make everything good. That will never happen, because part of our learning is to experience the negative, and depending on what's inside is what you experience more. So if you're experiencing a lot of negatives, and that's for me, that's the easy. I try to make everything simple. Like, if you're not loving, it means you're fearing, because the opposite of love is fear. So if you're in fear, it means you're not loving. Once you start to love, you see, you come away from fear. Your fear starts to melt away. And so again, if I'm experiencing a lot of negatives, for me, I just kind of think, oh gosh, what's going on in my mind, in my unlimited mind? Because everybody's your teacher, and people that appear to you are appearing to you because spirit talks to spirit, and so they're not doing, it's not conscious doing, but spirit talks to spirit. So that's why that spirit has come to your presence. So if it's a negative thing, what's happening in my what's there for me to learn? What's my opportunity for growth?
Mm,
That's the
mm,
way I look at it. And once
mm.
you learn that, then you're free, and then sometimes something else comes again for you to grow again.
That's great. I think that's a great attitude. And again, if we detach from that negative thing,
Yeah.
there's a, I think there's a way in which being worthy is about witnessing your mind,
So
witnessing
being
what's
the observer, is that, are you talking about, somebody talked about that yesterday? So being the witness and being the observer,
yes,
being up there.
yes, yes. So if we watch the mind, we can see that it does some very strange things. If we watch it, if we just stand back and just get that little bit of distance, we can say, "Wow, this is really strange. What this thought is, or what this doubt is." And so that detachment allows us to just let all that just pass by. We witness it, and it just passes by. And then what are we left with? Well, then of course we're left with our true nature, our true selves, um, deep in the heart of us, and the place that I call the unlimited mind for everybody's benefit, which is the place. where the body and the spirit come together, really, if you like. And it's anything is possible there. It's hugely boundless. Nothing can trouble it, really. Once you are in your unlimited mind, in
But you say
meditation.
we find more peace, because we're connected with our true selves.
Yes,
Yeah, with who we really are.
yes. So that's a great place to be. And I think my lodestone is taking you there very gradually, isn't it? And you're feeling more peace.
Yeah, I'm connecting to. I'm feeling like my spine, because you talk a lot about the spine and what goes through the spine, and the I didn't even realize about the connection between the neck and the spine. So the spine and the neck are not really. The spine is, sorry, yes, the spine is not connected. It's the muscle that holds the neck up, or
No, the skull, the
the
skull,
skull. Okay, the
the
skull.
skull, the
Skull.
skull
Okay,
is not connected to
connected.
the spine.
So,
The
yeah.
spine has its kind of top level, and then the
Yeah.
skull just balances on the top of the spine. It's called the atlas joint,
Okay.
and the only thing that holds it in place is the muscles of the head, the upper neck, and the upper back. And
And
so,
to be able to, so when we get triggered, or when we encounter a situation, to be able to listen to what the body is telling us. So how would we listen if you're talking to the ladies and myself, because I'm still learning about really truly listening to the body.
hmm, so how do we start? Yeah. Well, the first of all, I think, and I'll be talking about this tomorrow. Um, First of all, I think we have to really find a way of detaching from the visual world. The visual world dominates everything, doesn't it?
Yeah.
Our whole lives are spent looking outside, looking at TV, looking at screens, looking at shop fronts, whatever we're looking at people.
Hmm.
Whatever we're looking at, it's that life is so visual and therefore intellectual. And what is really interesting is that in the intellectual mind, this mind, I
Yeah.
call the limited mind, brilliant but limited. In the limited mind, then we can see that we're kind of isolated, really, from the body. We may think things, we may ruminate, we may calculate, we may compare, all of the things that this mind is good at. But in fact, what we're doing by focusing only on this limited mind is isolating ourselves from the unlimited mind and from the heart and from the nervous system and from the body ultimately. So I think to just start, and we'll do some exercises tomorrow, but a really simple exercise is to really lower your eyelids, but don't close your eyes
And I
entirely.
struggle with that. When you say don't close your eyelids, because I just go into close. I try to leave them a little bit open.
Hmm.
So is it, and also you also say you have to sit or stand. Can I not lie down? Sorry.
No, you can't lie down, Eddie. No,
Okay.
no.
Okay, but the eyes, can I shut my eyes completely, or do they have to be a little bit open?
Yes, why? Because if you do let them close totally, you go
Mm.
into a completely different mode. Your nervous system's in a
Okay.
different mode.
Okay.
You're working on in sleep mode, and there's a big chance that you'll fall asleep. You'll drop off.
So what
So,
does it do to the nervous system when the eyes lids are slightly open?
well, it keeps you alert, keeps the chemicals flowing, it keeps the pheromones and the hormones and all of that activity going because you are present. So it's all
Okay.
about presence, really. Now, that's a word we all know today, isn't it? We've got to be present, more present. So if you close your eyes entirely, there's a good chance you're not present. You'll go off somewhere. You may daydream, you may get drowsy. But if you just keep them open a little bit, and this is a fundamental of meditation, fundamental of mindful practice too, If you just keep a rim open and look at the tip of your nose, then you're alert and you're aware and you're really ready to change because you can't transform if you're not alert and aware. So it's maybe it's uncomfortable to begin with, but you get used to it and
Okay.
you'll find that you're present. You're there, following my voice or whatever it is you're doing. And there's no drawing you away to drowsiness or, some other reality that you've imagined, like the past or the future or something like that. So keeping your eyes a little rim open keeps you utterly present in now and here, which is where you need to be if you want to listen to your body. So in my work, that's what I do. I take people down into that inner kind of zone where they can be really alert, but also they are resting from all the overwhelm of the visual, the overwhelm of the intellectual, the concepts, the ideas, all of that. They're immune to it. They've left it behind, and they're in this really still, quiet place where they can start to drill down through all the layers of social conditioning. And eventually they meet themselves and they say, wow, now I know who I am. I've got rid of all this luggage. I've got rid of all these layers that have been burying my true nature since I was 5, maybe. And now I'm beginning to feel I know exactly who I am.
Yeah, that's so important. Yeah, knowing who you are.
It's so important. And my work, as you know, Ebby, is not about mind, this mind at all, really. It's getting
Yeah,
away from this
yeah.
mind. It's leaving this alone because it's a great tool and I'm not knocking it. We need it. We
Mhm.
do. But the problem is that people don't switch off from it. They
Yeah.
stay in it.
I
And
think
that's
yeah, because that's what we've been taught, so so it's difficult to understand the difference between the
yeah,
two.
yes, that's right. And for the last 300 years, this has been the main focus of intellectual societies, developed societies. And yeah, we have done what we were asked to do, but now it's time to stop
Yeah,
because people are burning out. People are just staying too long in
yeah.
this pool and neglecting their bodies, neglecting their breath, their spine, their whole body awareness. And these are all the things that I work with to bring people into the position to listen to their bodies and to get back in sync with their bodies. Um, so I think it's really, really vital work now. Nothing else is going to work. We've had mental strategies for 30 years. You've got a problem. Okay, here are 10 strategies to do this. Here are 20 things to do this, and we even pay for them. But really, mental strategies are very temporary. There may be an impact, but it's
Oh
very
yeah,
temporary.
but sure. Mm.
I'm sure everybody here is
So
at
we have to really know who we are to have that permanent state as
yes,
individuals. Yeah.
yes, we
Thank
definitely do. So I think the more we can get out of this mind and into the body and the spirit and the breath, which of course is our most
So yeah,
precious.
breath is the life, isn't it? Our breath. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean,
Oh,
without it,
thank you for the enlightenment. I don't know if anybody has questions for me
Mm,
or for you.
sure.
Welcome, Wilda, who's going to be taking over for a while.
Yeah.
Hey, that was nice listening to you both, and I want to call you Dr. Linden. It's
Yes, Dr.
everything that
Linden.
you were saying, I was agreeing. I was totally agreeing with you how
Oh,
everything
great.
takes time and that little slip fingers kind of easy. But maybe close your eyes or shut them off.
Oh, great. Oh, I'm very glad, Wilder. And nice to meet you. Well, nice to meet you. Um, yeah, I think there's so much we can do um, outside this limited mind. So much. And so a lot of my work is about bringing people into a completely different state. You know, when you block out the visual, you're in a completely different physical state. The heart rate is different, the way the nervous system works is different. Um, and you're breathing deeply, you know, we're always breathing shallowly when we're using this mind. And there are many other minds. There are so many tools we can use. That are ancient tools that our ancestors used. And I like to bring those into what I do so that people learn, for example, whole body listening. Instead of just listening with the ears, which we've been trained to do, because the ears are close to the brain. And so we've got this kind of intellectual connection. Um, then ancient people use the whole body to listen, like animals do. So one of the most exciting things I love to watch animals and people, but one of the most exciting things to watch is a wild cat hunting. This
Yes. Yeah, they go. Yeah.
fantastic. The way, you know, the way they crawl and their whole fur is alert and every skin pore is alert because, you know, the vibrations around them could be the next meal or
Mm,
could be a threat of
mm.
some kind. So they've got to be ready, you know, 100% alert. And so you'll find that tribal peoples, that's how they listen. They don't listen here at all. This has nothing to do with anything. They stand still and they
Yeah,
listen
because
to
you've
the.
been with the Aborigines in Australia, haven't you, of some tribe like that? Yeah.
Yes, I've worked with quite a lot of tribal people, and I've been with them when they stop to whole body listen. And, you know, they stand on one leg. Australian Aboriginals have this
Really?
amazing technique of standing on one leg. And their whole body, like a hunting cat, you know, is alert. And then they'll very calmly say, we should go to that cave because now there's a sandstorm coming 10 miles away. And,
That's
you know,
amazing.
yes, they can listen up to 10 miles radius around them. Um, we had so
Wow,
many
that's
examples of that. It's fantastic. Now we can all do that. We have that in our genes. It's in our DNA. Our ancestors did it. You know, that's how they survived before language, before computers, before anything that we know so well today. And so learning from tribal peoples how they survive close to the earth, we can do that too. And whole body listening is the best way to tone up your vagus nerve. Your vagus nerve is really important because it's the main nerve from the cranium right down into the gut. And it's the feedback nerve, the only real nerve that gives feedback to the brain. So if you are in danger or if you're sick or you're overworking, then it's the vagus nerve that will send a distress signal up here to stop whatever you're doing because you're in danger of damaging your nervous system. Now, that's what burnout is. When people burn out, they are not getting the signals because they're not connected to their bodies. They're only working, living from here upwards, you know? So they miss the signal and then they start burning out and then it won't stop. It just has to run its course. So
So body
I
listening
think
is so
whole
important.
so important, yeah. And we can all do it so easily. And it's great, Abby, isn't it? You enjoy it,
It
don't
is
you?
great. Yeah, I'm finding out. Yeah, it's really great. I'm really enjoying it because I'm just observing and I'm thinking, oh gosh, I'm not getting so passionate like I normally do. I'm able to like stand back and able to when people come at me, I'm able to say, okay, okay.
Um,
I'm not reacting as much. I'm responding now. So yeah.
yeah, I mean that's another point. we spend most of our lives reacting, don't we? You know, the phone rings. What do? We tense up and try to answer the phone. I've just watched Ebby do that 3 times when the phone rang. You know, we immediately tense up, you know. Um, so we're reacting to everything in our environment around us. But my work stops that. You stop reacting. You respond when you feel like it instead. So if the phone's ringing, my phone, well, I don't have a phone actually, but I've got a landline and sometimes it rings and I let it ring for 30 rings. And I sit back and I breathe and I say to myself, I'll answer that when I'm ready, you know. And it's lovely, powerful feeling. You know, you're not jumping like Pavlov's dog, you know, to react. You're just you're taking control and you're responding, and then you're worthy. Yeah, this is where you're worthy
Ooh.
because yeah, you've
Okay,
got
so
that.
I am off now. I don't know if Nicole's here. So I don't know if you want to wind up. I don't know if
Well,
Nicole's
you know what
here.
I'm going to do is, did Dr. Linden, did you already talk about your offer and everything? Did she do
No,
that yet?
hers is tomorrow. She's talking
That's tomorrow.
Oh,
tomorrow.
Yeah,
So
okay.
she was helping me because Dr. Y wasn't able to make it. So she interviewed me.
Oh,
Um
that's great because I was looking at the schedule and I said, well, I'm not sure she's supposed to be here today because you're not on my list. But anyway, it is great. Well, you know what I'd like to do is I would love, do you have to leave? Because I would love to ask her how we could implement technology and how is she using technology in her work.
Oh, so you can
And
continue. You can continue because technology is a good one. You're very into technology, and I
yeah.
think you had an AI challenge, didn't you?
Yes, yes, yes,
So
yes.
you can continue, and then I'll be listening
We'll
on.
just continue. Yeah, sure. I'd love to.
yeah,
Yeah.
Oh,
Okay.
if
So,
it's,
so
if
okay,
it's okay with you, Lyndon. Sorry, I didn't even ask you. Sorry. If it's okay with you,
all right.
Lyndon.
yeah, it's fine. Yeah, I mean, I may fall asleep soon because it's now midnight here, but that's all
All right,
right.
so it'll just be 5 minutes. It just wanted to, I didn't even know
It's fine.
that
Yeah.
you did an AI thing, but it was intuitive. And that was the other thing, because you were talking about the whole body listening and all of that. And when you're, responding, with a vengeance like AB and I do, because we're all over doing a lot of different things, is that I kept thinking, well, I wonder if whole body listening has to do with intuitiveness, or is
Well,
it
they're all
somehow,
yeah, they're all connected, these things, because yeah, tribal peoples are psychic. They're all psychic. So I can tell you lots of amazing stories. This particular tribe, right in the middle of nowhere in the South Australian desert, 11 hours drive from Alice Springs. So just going due south, nothing there at all except the desert, you know. We arrived, a group of us, and we were late. We had planned to be there 3 days before, but we got caught up in a sandstorm and we got the truck stuck in mud and couldn't get out. So we were late. We were 3 days late. So the tribal leader, when we finally arrived, exhausted and covered in red dust and so on, because it's so dusty out there, that we kind of staggered out of the truck, and this party of Aboriginals came towards us to greet us. And we thought, oh, they'll be so pleased to see us. But no, they were not. So the very first thing the leader, who was called Ninja, this little tiny lady, said to me, because I don't know why she focused on me, but she said, "Why are you late?" Now, how did they know that? They had no idea when we were going to arrive, really. You know, it was a loose arrangement. But she'd got it in her mind that we were going to be here on a certain day. We didn't tell them that date, but she recognized that we didn't arrive. No clocks, no calendars, no watches, nothing, in the middle of the desert. So they are so amazing in terms of all the skills we've forgotten, many of us. I actually believe we're all psychic. We all have the ability to predict, and we all have the ability to know so much. We're so knowing. But naturally, and that's in our genes, that's in our blueprint. But because we're so often here calculating, comparing, doing all the things that we're required to do in digital life, then we forget. We've forgotten to do these things. But actually, we don't, because the body never forgets. It's really interesting because during that time for me, I started to be really psychic too.
Wow.
It rekindled my, and I am quite psychic anyway, actually. But this rekindled it, and my body remembered, and so yeah, I was predicting things, and the team I went with were all white people going to help the Aboriginals, Rotary Club actually. They were all amazed. They said, "We're saying, well, how do you know that?" But that feature of my being was being rekindled because of their psychic qualities. They've got so many skills, and to me, that is such incredible intelligence. We always talk
Yes.
about intelligence
Oh,
as
there goes that alarm. I am so sorry. You were right at a point that was very exciting. And I just want to say one point to that. When you were talking about how your ability was heightened because of their ability.
Mm,
So I think that's a great note to leave on. It is 7. I know that our next speaker, Nicole, is here. And thank you, Dr.
right,
and Avi, to you two to talk and for you to be on her stage today. Thank you
right.
so much.
My pleasure.
See you
Absolutely.
again tomorrow.
Yes, I look forward to it very much. Yeah. Okay.
And
Bye-bye.
thank you again. I know it's late. Bye bye.
Bye-bye. Bye, Abby.
All right. So I think, hello, Nicole. Can you hear me? Ask to, I'm gonna
Yes, I can
pin.
hear you.
Okay,
Can you hear me?
great. And then, yes, I am. Let me see. We're supposed to be side by side, but if that does
Yes.
not work,
We were for a moment. I
I
don't know what
know.
happened.
Remove all videos.
I like that. There we go.
Are we?
Yes, we're side by side.
All right,
We
great.
need to walk
Uh,
together now.
yes, we can, sister. I was like, oh my God, I am so glad you are here. And so,
Thank you.
you're so welcome. Amy will be back, but I want to introduce you. Oh, look at you and your beautiful smile.
Oh,
Thank you.
thank
I'm just
you.
feeling you this morning. It's Thursday, and you are going to be, let's see exactly what Miss Nicole is going to be talking about today. So I'm going to be reading your bio, and as we already
Okay.
noticed, she's got this great smile. So I just feel very welcomed by you, and just delighted in your spirit. So you are a transformational speaker and a divorce coach. We were talking about you a little bit the other day. Someone sent us a little video, and at the end, she said she did like a split, and she says, "And I'm divorced." So I go, I wonder if she has a divorce coach. Well, we're going to talk to you about that, how people can get these magical powers after divorce. Dedicated to helping women navigate personal reinvention, emotional recovery, and empowered leadership, and I know that's probably over their own lives, with a blend of neuroscience and practical strategies and motivational guidance, right? So, how do you do that? Tell us a little bit. How do you do that? Because it seems like a point in a woman's life where some women just like fall apart.
Yes, yes. Well, I think to start off with, I always come from the point it happened to me. So, because it happened to me and I had to navigate what I did in the beginning before I coach anybody about divorce, I went through divorce and I learned what I need to do, the tools I need to do to heal because I was already a coach. I was a life coach doing something totally different. I was helping married women at the time navigate their lives, and they're like trying to balance everything out, all the things. And so I was helping them. And when I got divorced, they didn't want me anymore. So it's like I lost all my clients. I stopped coaching for a while, got divorced. And someone one day said, "Oh my gosh, Nicole, you're doing so well." And I said, "Wait a minute, I am doing well." And so then I just went back and I found all the things I did and I just started putting it in order and I made a whole program for divorce people at first. It wasn't even women, it was divorced people in general. But the men. So I have navigated just to women now because I'm not even gonna say all the reasons. But yeah, so that's what I've chosen to do because it's my calling through my pain became my passion. And so I'm just really happy to give back. I'm really happy to give back. So that's what I do. I give back and it's not always the easiest. It's not always the easiest, but it's the most rewarding.
Excellent. So I just wanted to know, did you want to do a presentation? Is this a conversation back and forth? How did you want to this time to go today?
So I have set up a presentation. I was hoping that I had the people that maybe wanted to talk with me. We can do a little back and forth. Nobody just wants to hear me. Well, maybe, but I kind of want to have like a conversation with people if they needed some guidance and they needed some advice and they wanted to talk. That's what I really want to do. I can tell my story. Give them, I have 4 steps to how to become bold through it all.
Ooh, great. So why don't you start there and I will invite people to raise their hand if they'd like to ask a question, or you could take questions at the end.
Oh,
And
I
if
love
something
that.
pops up in my head, I will be right there. I will be asking.
I love that. So as I do every step, I would love to invite people to talk about that particular step if they've experienced it.
That's
Okay.
perfect. Go ahead, sweetie.
Okay. So I did want to start off by saying this is a safe space for everybody. Whatever is said, that you're safe here. And that's the kind of environment that we have cultivated. I've meditated and I've prayed that this would just be the safe space for every woman that feels like they have a need right now within this subject. So I just want to stress that because I don't come, like I said before, I don't come from the area of I help women at every stage of divorce, which I do, but I come from the area of I've been there. So I know where you're at and I'm able to extend a hand wherever you're at. But today with my 4 steps to help you come from broken to power and uplift you, it comes from my personal perspective. So my 4 points are coming from the 4 things I struggle with. So I was just trying to think, I was trying to gather all the things that my ladies that I counsel with, what they struggle with. And I said, you know what? I'm just going to go from the personal area because that's what my heart is telling me to do. Because these things, I mean, I grapple with these things and I didn't even know how I would start the next day because I couldn't get over one thing after another. And so the very first thing I grappled with was acceptance. So that'll be the number one step that you have to do. You have to accept your situation. And so let me tell you about me. So I'm just going to tell on myself. I was a really religious, cynical person. I talk negative about single mothers. Oh my gosh, having all these kids, no fathers in the home. Oh my gosh, broken homes, right? Very religious and just wondering, why are these women doing these things? Divorce wasn't even in my vocabulary. Didn't think it was going to happen to me. I have this beautiful man, this beautiful children, one of each, boy, girl. And I'm living out now. I am a life coach and I'm helping my husband in his business. Didn't even really have a basically identity, but just wife. So I was just living in that field of wife. I had to be a good Christian, had to be a good wife, had to be a good mother, good wife, everything under have to, whatever you can think of, I had to be a good wife. So that was my identity, right? And so how can I accept that this is over because this is my very identity? So that's the very first thing that you have to live in, because neuroscience really teaches us if we resist that reality, you're stuck. You're stressed. It's a part in your brain that loops around, and it can't go. It can't go anywhere but around, when you are not in acceptance and you're resisting. That's how your brain works. So the very beginning to get unstuck, you have to accept. So that was my thing of acceptance. So I was wondering, is there anybody in the group that has dealt with that, with accepting? Is there anybody?
Nobody raised their hand, but I do have a question for you about acceptance. And I loved how you primed us with what you believed when you were in your marriage lifestyle. So the acceptance could come in a lot of ways. This divorce can be, you serve him, you all of a sudden you're the wife, you wanted to serve papers, he wants to serve papers, or somebody passes and things change. So when you
Yes.
talk about it, it's different layers.
I'm sorry, you went out just a little bit. Can you repeat?
Like, do you have to accept wholeheartedly, totally, or can they accept in different layers of acceptance?
I believe
You
that
can't
you
hear me.
can accept in different layers totally, because once you take that first step to surrender and say, this is my reality, that is the beginning of acceptance. Like, this is what has happened. It's the logical thing. This is what has happened because, number one, this person has decided not to be with me. So that is what it is. Or you have accepted for some reason not to be with them. That's the very bare foundation of the acceptance, that you're accepting that the relationship is over. And then all the layers you build, because then you have to kind of go back and you have to dig. I had to dig and know that, okay, well, I'm accepting this. And the big thing is of accepting too, you have to realize that you may be like, okay, I accept this. And then later you think, did I do the right thing? And you go back and forth and back and forth. So you have to be in a continual walk with acceptance. It's not just a one-time thing.
So then what would be 2 steps or even just 1 step into acceptance? What would she do?
To accept the situation. So I think the
Yes.
very thing is to give up some limiting viewpoints in your life. Because sometimes what stops us from accepting is holding on to certain things that are not really true, certain false realities. You have to really dig in, because what I thought is the reason why I wasn't accepting is because I didn't want a broken home, right? So I wasn't accepting this because my home was going to be broken. But I had to understand the reality of things is my home was already broken. Just because you have two parents, does not make a home not broken. It does not make a home whole. So that was my aha moment, to accept that limiting belief was not true. So you have to really think, why am I not accepting? So that's the first thing. So I wasn't accepting because of that fact, because I did not want a broken home. I had been taught, throughout the years, it takes two to raise kids and for them to strive and be good, and they don't want to be a statistic. So I had to really realize, okay, well, this is the reason why. Okay. So I had to come to that reality. That's the number one step. Number two, you have to think about you. Okay, because this situation is not beneficial for you anymore. You have to be honest and open to where you're at, and that brings about acceptance as well.
So can you speak deeper into step two and how someone can get there?
Yes. So I really think that when you really are digging, and you know what? I say the word digging, but I'm going to be honest with you. It is right there. It is right there with your intuition. It is right there in your gut. You know what you should be doing. But then you're, like I said, you're worried about those limiting thoughts. But in order to get to that point where you know that you should be accepting, is it's just right there with that situation, because it takes two to be in this relationship. When you decide to get divorced, and you know that the toxic situation is not good for you. So when you put yourself first and you love you, and that was the thing with me, I was so enthralled in that wife experience and didn't know my identity, that it was so hard to accept because I was losing me,
Oh
because
my God,
me
that's
was
a
a wife.
beautiful point. Right. That was great. So great statement, actually. Oh my God, that was powerful. So what would you like to say to women who feel they have lost their identity,
Mm.
and
Mm.
what's the next step for them to even try to find it, or do they have to come into the realization that they actually lost it?
Yeah, I think that a lot of women don't know, because sometimes you lose it so slowly, bit by bit by bit, because you keep putting someone or something ahead of yourself. And you don't even know, like I said to a lot of people, I deal with women, they don't even know what kind of cereal they like anymore. They have no idea. They're at the grocery store and they're like, I know he liked this. The kids like this, but what do I like? Because I'm putting everybody ahead of me. So the first thing I do, I have like an exercise. And I know when you separate from somebody, it's a lot of negative thinking, but I turn it around for positive, because we do a lot of compromising as women, a lot of compromising. So if you sit and you make a list of things that you used to do before you were married that you no longer do anymore, why don't you do those things? Maybe he didn't like doing it. Maybe he didn't want you to do it. Go back and do those things. See if you still like doing those things, right? Think about those things that you wanted to do and he said no to. And you're like, okay, maybe I'll try that. Dig within yourself and find out those things you like doing, because a lot of things have fallen by the wayside by you being in this situation. And then now sometimes if you have kids, you have to share these kids, right? Then when the kids are away at the father, I know a lot of people see it as devastating. Oh no, my kids are going away. I'm telling you, once women do it for 2 to 3 months, they're like, okay, what can I do when the kids are away? Party time, have fun. So that's how you rediscover who you are. Just planning things when the kids are away, doing those things that you felt like you couldn't do before. And it could be a new, powerful experience. It's about changing that mindset, though. That mindset, that's what it's all about. That's the first
I
steps of
love that.
rediscovering.
Great. So, okay, so mindset. So, do you put the women through like quizzes and I don't know, like I don't their goals and outcomes? I mean, is it something where you do quizzes, or you just say, "Come on, young lady or sister girl or whatever you call them, let's the goals and the outcomes. What are we going? Do you start there, or do you start easy?"
Okay, so let me tell you the beginning. So the beginning of my experience with the ladies. Oh my gosh, the first two sessions are powerful, because guess what I allowed them to have? Their voice. So I allowed them to vent, tell me everything, tell me your divorce story, tell me why you think he did, she did, whatever, what happened, just tell me. And so the first two sessions are so powerful. So what I am a great, great listener. I love to talk, but I love to listen too, because it's so powerful to give the women a voice, because someone has stagnated their voice along the way, you know? And so once I give them their voice, wow, that's empowering alone once they get their voice. And so then the next section, the third session, is about me implementing what I see they need to work on. And so we agree on that. And so they say, okay, yay or nay, you're right, you're wrong, Nicole, usually, I'm close to the cusp if I'm not right, because I'm like listening to what they're not saying too, So we pick at least a couple of things to work on. And so then when we pick those couple of things, then I decide the different exercises that go with those things. And we start doing the exercises. And then after we do the exercises, we make a plan. And at the end, they should be able to have a plan that they can always go back to and always adjust. But it's something that they have in writing that they know this is what I need to do in order to stay stable and continue on in life and to work my way. Because it's a 12-week package, but it's going to take way more than 12 weeks. And so they have a option to come back and have me, spend more time with them. But I want them to go on their own for a little bit and to try to make these things work within their life, because you got to practice these things. We can't just write and make plans. Actions speak louder than words.
I love that. So I love that you have a 12-week plan. I love that you allow them to speak for 2 sessions. You get to know them, and then you put it in writing, and then they're supposed to implement. So do you give them emotional support and mindset, or how do you do that?
Say that again.
Do you give them emotional support, and do you also help them work on their mindset?
Definitely. A lot of the mindset is low self-esteem. And I know this because the reason why I got into a physically, mentally abusive, controlling relationship is because I had low self-esteem personally and how I saw myself. So when you talk about identity, that's the very first thing. They have to see themselves as beautiful, wonderful, empowered women that, if they choose, can find someone else. That you don't lead with that, of course. Always have the end in mind, though. I have the end in mind. So I'm like, I know what I feel like they want to become or they need to become. So I work them to that, if that makes sense, without even telling them. I work them to that. And so their mindset, and sometimes when they're always like, I'm always about, okay, all this negativity, let's put some positive. So I have like something called the bright spot in darkness. So no matter how dark it gets, we can find a bright spot. So we practice that. And that is a powerful tool. It sounds really simple and easy, but it's so powerful too. I'm always talking about power. It is so powerful when you can see the bright spot in the darkness. Let me tell you really one little quick story. I was listening to a neuroscientist the other day, and he was talking about how he regulated himself. At the end of every day, he would lay down and say, okay, what are the good things that happened today? He'll just say it to himself as he falls off to sleep, and he'll start thinking about all the good things, right? This was a daily habit. You can train yourself, habits, good habits. And so it was a horrible, horrible day when his father died, of course. Just horrible day, right? Without thinking, he laid down and said, what was the good things that happened today? Can you believe it? On that horrible day, he was so trained to do it that he did it. And guess what he got? He got good things. All the things that his friends had said to comfort him and to love on him and show their support. Started thinking about that. Then he started thinking about the last time his dad hugged him. So it just came up in his life. So you really get what you ask for. You really do. But you got to grab for the good and the peace.
That was a beautiful story. Thank you so much. So when you do their plan, and does it encompass anything that has to do with legal support or their co-parenting or financial and life planning? Is any of that involved in your practice?
No, but what I have is a beautiful network support. So I have like I know beautiful family law attorneys. I have a lady that does co-parenting strategies and all that. I even have someone that can help you with real estate and find real estate, and somebody that help women because a lot of women are on their husband's insurance and all that kind of stuff. She helps the women be empowered and get their own insurance and stuff like that. Have a financial advisor. I just have a network of different people that I can pass along, and they pass me along too. So it's just a network that's empowering. I even have a network, they're all women. One network I have is just women. Like I'm not against the men, but it's just all women. This one network, and I use them a lot. They're really cool. Yeah.
I love that. Okay, so then when they have you in their network, what is everybody calling you, and what do they call your part to the divorce? I guess it's a divorce circle when you think of everybody in their network going around. I sort of saw it like a circle, but I mean, I'm sure it's
And
like popcorn.
yeah, I like that. It is a circle. It's a cycle because you need everybody. You come around here to get healed, a full, was it 360? Yeah.
Yes.
So they call
Yes.
me, I'm for emotional support, emotional help. Yeah, on their journey to help them with their emotions. Because, I love these lawyers. They're so funny to me. They said, Nicole, these people call me. They know how much it costs to talk to me an hour or two because they are billing these lovely people. They said they need to call you. It's more financially, good for them to call you because I'm not charging what a lawyer charges, obviously. So they always make those kind of jokes like, yeah, just call Nicole. Like, yeah, because they love their clients, but that's not what they're there for. Most states in America, they're no fault states. So they're all, I think, are no fault states. So it doesn't matter what your spouse did when you're filing for divorce. It doesn't matter. So all those things they're telling their lawyer, it doesn't really matter in their case. So they need to talk to me and work those kind of things out. Yeah.
Wow. Okay. I love that. I totally love what you're saying. And you know what? And then when you said, well, calling Nicole because she doesn't charge what I'm charging, but really, you probably deserve more because you're taking on all that mental and emotional support, and you're
I
giving.
know. I'm mindful though that they're going through divorce. But you know what? I did want to say too, though. I don't know if I was like, I did say all the stages. So I have people, let me tell you. I have people calling me before they even get a divorce, right? They're trying to sort through their feelings and see if divorce is for them. At first, I didn't take anybody but people after they were divorced. But I had people whispering to me in the room with their spouses in another room, like, can you help me? And I'm like, what? No, you're still in the marital home. You're not even separated. No, I cannot help you. But after I got so many of these calls, I just end up doing it because that's what the market was telling me that was needed. So I do help people. And then here I live in North Carolina now. I just made a big move. But here in North Carolina, you have to be separated a whole year before you can even file for divorce. So I made a whole program just for those people that are waiting a year because I feel like the earlier you seek help, the better you better off you'll be later. So I help people, before and then during divorce when they're going through the process, needing a different kind of support. And then, of course, after, which is I don't want to say my favorite people to help, but I guess I've been helping them the longest. But I did enjoy helping the lady that her husband was still in the marital home, but he moved out and I was able to help her through him moving out and stuff like that and just starting to share her children. So I was a great support. So the greater support I am, the more reward for me. It's not just about them. It's about me. I feel like I'm like loving this. I'm loving helping people. I've always been that way. It was just always like what capacity I'm going to help somebody in.
Yes. Well, I love this. So I know we were like at stage one, stage two. So where are
Oh,
we
let me
now?
go. Let me go to stage two. I didn't even talk about stage two, but you're so good. I'm loving talking to you. Okay. So stage two is now this is one that was very hard for me. It's repositioning your ex in your life. Now, it was hard for me because he was literally mentally abusive, right? Very controlling. So he was always in my head. I would hear his thoughts over my thoughts. So I really had to break free of that until you reposition that person in your life, you will not be free of their, like when we were talking about rediscovering yourself, you can't rediscover yourself if that person's in your head, if that person still has a hold of you. So that was one of the big things that I had to really deal with on my level is because of what I said. But I have other women that I know it's hard for them because not necessarily they want to please that person, but because I believe I'm trying to put myself in my most recent case. What did she say? The reason why she cared so much is because I think she cared about how he thought of her. I think that's what it was. She didn't want him to think ill of her for some reason, because you're always sometimes trying to please him within the situation, you still feel them wifely duties. Like one time, my ex had gave me money to go shopping for my child, some clothes, and to take over his house. And then my friend was like, why are you doing that? Why don't he buy his own clothes and stock it in his house? And I was like, oh, I never thought about that. I'm still being that helpmeet, I guess. That does not serve you well at all. So I'm gonna tell you the neuroscience on that, okay? So I'm gonna have to read it because it's I wrote a long thing. It says the brain forms strong neutral path. You hear me? I'm sorry. Did you say something?
Yes.
Okay.
No.
The brain, okay, the brain forms neural pathways through repetitiveness, especially in emotional charged relationships. When you intentionally respond and expose yourself physically, emotionally, and mentally in those pathways, they are strong. But when you disengage, they become weaker. And then you can build new pathways. But because you're always engaging in the same way, you are still trusting that person, your neural pathways. But when you weaken it, then you can trust yourself. It's just like when you learn a new sport. And that's the biggest thing when a new sport, a new language, those builds those neural pathways. People, I think they said it was just recently where they figured out that you can do that in your 40s and stuff. It used to be like, oh, if you haven't done it by your 20s, I don't know if you're going to build those neural pathways, but they're finding that we can still do that now, and that's awesome to know that our brain is still working at that level. I'm telling you. So you can cut off that spouse. And I don't know if anybody knows this. Breaking up is like withdrawal from a drug. That's how your brain works. Like you're in withdrawal because you have those symptoms and you're shaking, everything's happening. But once you withdraw and know that you're going to be okay, easier selling. It's just in the beginning. It is.
That is amazing. So I have all these things going on in my head. I have to talk to you in private. I will say this. If things were not the way that they seem,
I'm sorry, you're muffled just a little bit. Can you say it again?
aren't the way that they seem, if you really want to know how connected you are and or how freeing it can be, is once you receive the papers. And when people talk about energy, the energy level of things in the energy, my story is I thought, anyways, it's a long story. I will just tell you something quickly. I thought that I had a divorce that was final. And in my head, I thought it was final. And he said the paperwork was final. I had moved a couple times, never received the paperwork, never talked about it again. And when this person passed, I found out that it wasn't final.
What?
And oh my God. But I will tell you this, the energy shifted, and it wasn't just because of the passing, it was just because of a lot of things. So you as a divorce support or a divorce coach, the ties and then, like you said, the neuroscience behind it, everything runs deep. I can see how it can be a withdrawal a drug, everything, because it's almost like, I won't say it's like a twin, but it's like it's like a deep loss. And
Yes.
the paperwork is a binding contract, emotionally, physically, and energetically. So
Yes.
thank you, Nicole, because I haven't really said that aloud, but that was freeing. But how would you like to
Yes.
respond?
So I think that I know when you found that out, I don't know. I'm thinking because when I found out thing after thing after thing, I'm like, I feel like a bystander in my life sometime. Like I did not know exactly what was going on, and when you have this tie to someone, it's almost like you're not you. You know what I'm saying? You're tied to this person, so you can't really be you. So I said you cannot heal while you're still under authority to someone else. So when you're married, he has that kind of like authority. You get what I mean? And
I
until you
got it.
can sever it, you can't really become who you need to be. Yeah. Yep. Yeah.
Wow.
So
All right. So now you're on number four or
step
three.
three. Three.
Okay.
Okay, so only take what's yours. That's what step three talks about. Okay, so think about all this luggage, all this baggage they say you have through life. You get all this baggage. Okay. I got fear over here. I got hurt and pain over here. You got all this baggage from life, from different things that happen, right? So when you're in this relationship and then it's over and you're leaving it, do you know that we as women, we're still trying to fix this man? We're still trying to say, I think he did this because of that. Or because of this. We're still trying to connect the dots and figure out who he is, right? And you're saying, well, he did that in the relationship because of this and that. But no, 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 no. He was selfish in that relationship, right? We're not trying to figure out anymore why he was selfish. We're not in marriage counseling. We're not trying to figure out why he's selfish. We're just trying to figure out why we allowed that within our space. Why we allowed him to be selfish to us and we did not. We did not do the right thing accordingly. So we need to figure out ourselves. So that's not my baggage. Your selfishness is not my baggage. My baggage is why would I allow somebody in my space to treat me this way? That's my baggage. And that's what I have to examine. And when you're carrying his baggage, that's just too much. That's too heavy. You think your baggage is heavy. Adding on his baggage is going to be even heavier. So when you really say, nope, that's not me, that's him, that's making yourself so much lighter. So what I do with my clients, we try to assess what is theirs and what is his and what they're not taking with them. So that was a big thing. I was taking his stuff. I was really taking his stuff because I was his caregiver in the marriage. So I'm still being his caregiver. You see, I'm still buying clothes and taking over his house for his son, our son. But you know what I'm saying? I'm like still being his caregiver. So I'm still trying to think, oh, why isn't he doing this? Why is he doing? Maybe I should still motivate him to do this. Well, he still is my children's father. I still want him to do good. Listen, step back. Let him navigate. You navigate. You have enough to deal with. Then take his baggage. So yeah.
Wow. Okay. So how do you, so when you, because this is a great point. So how are you through counseling? Are you, how do you help them? How do you help women with that?
So
What would be their steps?
so that is a hard one. Okay, so number one, women don't know that they're doing this. I don't feel like most people I dealt with, I had to point it out to them because they're always saying, well, when he was with me, he didn't do this and that and this and that. Now he's with her and he's doing this and that and this and that and all this kind. And I'm like, why are we still focusing on him? you know. So I try to, please. Oh yeah, okay. So I try to have them refocus on themselves. That's what I try to do. I always redirect. After we make our list, because we make our list and we figure out what they're taking on, what they shouldn't be taking on. But you got to be number one, you got to be open and honest. That's the first step. Open and honest, because some people are not, some women are not open and honest. You know, they'll say that that's that baggage over there that's theirs, but it's really his. But they have to sort through it. You know, just like unpacking for your trip. You know, this goes in this drawer, this goes in the closet, this goes in the trash. You know, so you really got to know where everything goes. So that's a lot of communication. So our list kind of speeds that up when they make the list. And sometimes as I get to know the ladies, I'm gonna be honest, I'm not for everybody. So I'll call them out on it. I'll say, that's not true, because they're good at rewriting history sometimes. So I was like, that's not true. Let's go back to the point of honesty. So you got to go back to the point of honesty, and then let's deal with this, because you cannot deal with anything if you don't go from the point of honesty. And that's being raw and naked and be like, hey, this is it. But I'm a safe space, so you can tell me the truth. I'm a free, I'm a non-judgmental, I'm a safe space. I'm trying to get you to see and to heal. And the best thing is if they see it themselves and they say it themselves. I try to say it, the thing. I try to, like, okay, promote them to working, because their healing is their own. And once you come to that, that's the best. Not me pointing it out to you. Everything you need to heal is inside of you. And I'm getting off the point. Anyway.
No, I love that. I see Avi's back. So did you want to jump to 4, and then she's going to jump in?
Okay, let me get to 4. And 4 is the most standard thing. And I kept it as my anchor because everybody got to do it. And I have a client right now that's struggling with it, and that's called forgiveness. That is so hard. So not only do you have to forgive your ex, you have to forgive yourself. And that is a hard thing sometimes to do, because they're like, what does that mean to forgive? What does that really mean? But I can tell you what it doesn't mean. It doesn't mean what they did was okay or acceptable, or you're going to co-sign it. And it doesn't mean if you forgive them that disappears what they did. And I was so afraid of that in my own situation. Like, if I forgive him, does that mean what he did is okay? No, it doesn't. But that just frees you, because when you're holding on to all this anger and pain, it does nothing but make you more toxic. You know, you're giving him too much space in your head. You know what I'm saying? So once you're able to set that free and let that be free, that space is freed up for so much other beautiful things in your life. Maybe somebody new, you know. So you just never know what that space is for. And so then forgiving yourself, going to that very quickly, I really had to forgive myself because I didn't trust myself, because I had chose this path and I had allowed all this to happen. And I was mad at me for doing it and felt like I couldn't trust myself to pick again. So I really had to forgive myself in order to trust myself again. And so, yeah. So that is the 4th and last step to get empowered, women. Because remember, the power is yours. It is. It's nobody else's. Take back your voice. Take back your own walk, how you want to walk, how you want to talk. Take back your own ears, what you want to listen to. Take back all your senses, and you'll take back who you are. And remember this, you're never going to be who you were before, but you're coming somebody new and better. Never try to strive to be who you were before that, because all that you've been through is for a reason. And I said to the one person the other day, I used to look at old Nicole and pity her and feel so sad for her. Like, oh my gosh, she was this and she was that. But guess what? Just like we stand on our ancestors, we stand on our former selves too, because they brought us to where we are today. So we have to link up. There are co-creators, because of what they went through is what made us who we are. So we have to respect that.
That was a mic drop right there. That was a mic drop.
Love it,
Whoa,
love
so
it, love it. Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh, this is amazing. The power is yours.
Yes.
Oh, yeah.
So, how much more time does she have, AB? Is she supposed
She can, and she talked about her gifts, free gifts, any questions that people have to ask. This is a big topic. It would be nice if somebody could put something in the chat, because I think a lot of us women, the thing is that we think, like you said, the forgiveness. You think forgiveness means you have to. He's free of what, or he or she is free of what they've done. It's not about that. It's about you, forgiving you and letting go. And that gives you, it's like a heavy weight lifted. It's, like now, I can say, thank you. I can actually say, thank you, and mean it in my heart. Because you know what? Without him, apart from the children, but without him, I would be a different person. I'll be a completely different person. And I love who I am now. And so I can say thank you and mean it from my belly. So yeah, everything happens for our good. Everything. Yeah.
Yeah.
And it's so liberating and empowering. You just get so much power by forgiveness.
Yes.
All right. I just want to say one other thing in regards to the forgiveness. I just remembered when I went through and decided, okay, I took this forgiveness course and I said, okay, I'm really going to embody all of this. And when I went through it, she wanted us to go through like every male. She was doing basically a male forgiveness thing. And I will tell you, around the full moon, and within 72 hours of just the embodiment of forgiveness and the writing of the forgiveness and the crying of forgiveness, every single person that I thought I could not forgive called on the phone and was saying these things that were coming out of their mouth that you couldn't believe, like you would never thought you would hear. So the forgiveness piece is huge.
And adding on to that, it's also physical, because every emotion, negative and
Yes.
positive,
I didn't get there. Yes, go there.
yeah, stored in your nervous system. So when you have negative emotions, 10 years, 20 years later, you have this back pain and you think, where is this coming from? You've been storing it there, and you end up, you can't walk, you can't do. So it's so important. A lot of cancer patients who've recovered, one of the things that they've said have helped them is the forgiveness thing. It's so important to forgive yourself, because you don't know. And that's why Lyndon's work is important, because listening to your body, because you can feel the tension in that part of your body where you're storing all these things. The body remembers. Remember that. The body never forgets. So if you don't
Yes.
know, your body is remembering, and in a few years' time, you're coming up with something serious. You're thinking, where is it coming from? So you did it for you. Remember, forgiveness is for you, not for the nonsense that has happened. Yeah.
That's
Thank
right.
you so much.
Thank you.
Great.
Thank
Yeah.
you. Ladies, it's been wonderful. If anybody wants to reach me, they can go to NicoleBright.com.
Oh yeah.
That
Have
is,
you talked about your free gift and your offer?
oh, I think I don't think so. Basically I would give a what do you call it? A discovery call. I'll give a free consultation to anybody
Yeah.
wants to contact me. So they just go to NicoleBright.com and they can put in their information. Then we can set up a call and we can talk.
So
Yeah.
Nicole Bright.com.
Yes.
Did I spell Nicole right? Yeah, I did.
Yes, you did. Yes.
Oh, thank you, Nicole. That was great. That was
Thank you.
amazing. Oh.
Thank you.
Yeah, it was
It's been a
amazing.
pleasure, ladies. It's been a pleasure. And email me anytime. It's Coach Nicole Bright at Gmail. So email me, you ladies. Hopefully we can stay in contact.
Yes, yes. Hope we all stay in contact. Thank you.
Yes.
Wilda, do you want to talk about your AI? for 10 minutes?
Well, you know what? I'm going to talk to Nicole about it. That was the last thing I wanted to ask you. So, have you implemented any AI productivity tools for your clients yet?
I have not. No.
All right. Well, I saw the whole thing in action while you were talking, so we'll have to catch up because yes,
Okay.
we want to
Would you
help
like to
these ladies
explain a
get
bit
through
about,
this.
yeah, so can you explain a bit what you're talking to Nicole about in terms of the AI?
Well, so when I was listening to you and the processes and your the way that you have your program set up, I'm very artistic and I look at things, I hear things, I see things. And so when you were talking about it, I
It
was like,
does.
oh, I wonder how
It
she
does.
sets it up with her clients. And so that's what I was trying to see, if it's all phone calls, if you have your surveys, if it's them journaling, is it them listening to or going through your courses? How do you set that up for them so that they can be most effective and able to retain the information that they've given you? Because that's what it is. Because when it's like finding that old journal and you go, God, I wrote that 7 years ago. Why am I still here? Or why is this still happening? Because they forgot, right? The journal sat there somewhere for 7 years. So, anyway, that's what I was thinking about. And then the other thing is, did you have a book? Because I was reading your bio again and I didn't see your book, your authorship.
I have technically I have two books. I'm just not really I guess I'm not really promoting them, but yeah, I have two books. I have one book that's actual a book that's out there, but another book I have not actually released. I didn't find that before all this AI stuff. I guess I could make a cover on AI, but I didn't have a cover for it, so I didn't even put it out there. But now I feel like they're so outdated to who I am. But that's okay because somebody may need it, right? So my one book is called Identity Crisis, Knowing Who You Are. And I wrote that when I was pregnant 20 years ago.
Oh,
Wow.
wow.
But we're still in identity crisis because you just talked about that in your talk. So,
Exactly.
anyways,
It came full circle. It was before all the coaching stuff.
excellent.
Great.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. So we have Carrie here next. Hey, Carrie.
Hi, how are you?
Bye-bye.
Oh, hello. I think we have to pin you there. So you're next, aren't you? Carrie, Carrie, Carrie.
So,
Oh,
am I just giving a speech? Like I have a speech ready, or is it Q&A? Like
I mean, what did you want? I think you said presentation. So
I
you
can
could
do
share.
whatever's good for your audience. I mean, whatever's best for you guys, I can do.
Oh, well, presentation is good. And then if you
Okay.
finish early, we can go. Or Wilda, what do you want to question? Or
Yeah, we can do questions. How long do
I'm
I have?
looking at her, Miss Shaman over there. I see her, and I was like, okay, so you can do your presentation. Then, if something comes up, then if we want to interject or if someone has something in the chat, is that okay to interject while you're speaking?
100%. Like, 100%. So how long is my slot though? Is it half an hour? Is it 45? I forgot.
45 minutes. Yeah.
45. Yeah. Interject whatever you want. Like I'm a go with the flow girl, like whatever's best for the audience.
Well,
Okay.
I
So
love
let's
that
go
I
on.
just have a question. I love that she's going in after divorce. And all of this, I'm reading again, you're exploring feminine pain. And so that just like, she's right there because that's like a huge wound. And it doesn't just have to be divorce. It could just be, breakup, a loss. People had a lot of that over the last
Yeah,
5 years.
yeah. Because
So,
it's kind of the emotions are similar, aren't they? Because it's a loss, isn't it? Loss of sometimes identity. So you are a mother, a shaman, and recently published author of My Inner Heroine. Oh, that sounds lovely. Exploring feminine pain. Oh,
Yeah.
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 You grew up in Southern California and you have a
Mhm.
master's degree in East Asian Religious Studies. Wow.
Yeah.
From the University of California at Santa Barbara. You
Yeah.
take a multidisciplinary approach to teaching people how to transform their emotional wounds into personal wisdom. So
Yeah.
take the floor, Carrie.
Okay, it's my turn. All right. Well, thank you so much. I mean, so yes, I have had quite a history. And I'll start with my childhood. I was born in Arizona, and I have an older brother. My mom came from a traumatic childhood. She was engaged 3 times before she got engaged to my dad and finally got married. And my dad in the 60s, and my dad is 4 years younger than her, highly atypical. And he came from a divorced family who then got remarried. So when my parents got divorced when I was 6, my mom was an alcoholic and my dad was a workaholic. And when my mom left my dad, I always knew that. So basically, she kind of modeled to me that I don't need I don't need a man in my house all day long. Us women can do. I don't need no man. Go get a college degree, Carrie. Go do it all. Work, get a PhD in Chinese, and then you married an Israeli man. You met in Tibet that's getting a degree. Oh, sure, you can still go back to China and Japan and have kids, and I can be like 10 people at once. Oh, awesome. Okay, like that was what society taught me. That is what like my parents modeled for me. My dad didn't have any boundaries. Okay, Carrie, yeah, okay, okay. There was no healthy masculine role model. And I had a job at 12. I started a 6-year career at Hot Dog on a Stick at 14 years old, hot dog on a stick with the colorful hats and beating the lemonade. I was the modern woman. Okay. Embodied the modern woman. So what happened to me? By being a woman, I spent most of my time in my left brain, and that's the logic and the strategizing, the planning, the college degree, the multiple careers, the learning Chinese, the traveling by myself. Well, no one taught me that as a woman, I need to spend 90% of my time in my right brain to be healthy and have hormonal balance and process my emotions and, like be a girl. you know and so my mom used alcohol to just kind of as her painkiller, so to speak. So as I kind of get on my story, I do a very much a DIY trauma healing technique that I'll share with everybody and have, literature to support that and videos on my YouTube channel to support that. So how did I come to the point where I finally was like, okay, it's time to heal? So I got divorced at 35. I had 3 kids, 7, almost 5, and 3. I had them all within 4 years. And I needed to leave the marriage. It was a lot of problems, there was some, I mean, I have to own that I didn't know how to be healthy in my feminine lane. So I didn't know how to forgive. I didn't know how to have compassion, and I was busy controlling everything. So I need to own my crap. But because I didn't know how to stay in my feminine lane, I attracted a man who did not know how to stay in his masculine lane. So we all got to own our crap, right? So the last 10 years has been a major lesson in how to own my own crap, okay? And why my own crap is creating a crap life. Like, crap equals crap. So, just we break it down to basics. So I got divorced at 35. And then by the time I was 40, I was on, let's see, trazodone, Klonopin, Soma, Ambien, because now my hormones are really changing, right? And I'm a single mom at home all day long on my left brain, no time to process no time to be a girl, because I don't need a man. Don't forget, I don't need a man, right? I don't need a man. So I had, in my early 40s, I was getting 4 to 7 migraines per week. And it was gnarly. I was in my bedroom all the time. There was 2 years I couldn't even go out in the sunlight. It was so bad. I finally found these sunglasses that had like a purple tint, and that purple made it not so, because it was just it's like the sun was abusing me. Okay, that's how it felt. And I had 3 kids who are very active. How do I be a mom with kids and I can't go outside? It was that bad for me. Well, my mom got sick a couple months before my 45th birthday. She developed encephalopathy, like brain damage from her, 50 years of alcoholism. And she was losing her ability to swallow. And once you lose your ability to swallow, that's pretty much the end. You're just going to be on tubes the rest of your life. And my mom always told me no tubes. So I went to Florida, brought her back to California, where, my kids are, my brother, all of her grandkids are. And we all got to see her before she passed away. And there was no tubes. And when did she pass away? When did her soul decide to release her body? On the morning of my 45th birthday. Yeah. And, a lot of people, oh, I'm sorry, but that shows how special I am to her that we have my birthday together and her death day together. Like our souls plan, like very specifically. My birthday is June 25th. Okay. And
So,
I'll get
okay, I'm
into,
going to, Carrie, that's
uh,
my mom did the same on my
oh,
birthday,
yeah.
11/29. So when you said guess when, it was like, no, her mom died on her birthday too.
Yeah. And
It's
then that is the resonance. Like we attract what we are through energetic resonance. There's like the laws of physics explain how our souls operate because our souls are energy bodies. So of course laws of physics apply. When I figured that out, I was like, oh, thank you for explaining why life has so many hills and valleys. But I can get into that in a second. But thank you. Yes, very important that we are souls having a human experience, and the soul controls the body. And like I was on a I heard an Einstein quote recently, and this explains it. It says the field is the sole governing agency or agent of the particle. The field, meaning the energy field, controls the particle, meaning the body. In the spiritual groups, you hear, oh, the 5D comes before the 3D. Well, the 5D is the energy, the spiritual, the feminine, the surrender. And then the 3D is the masculine. That's the action, the climb. Like if you want to, it used to be the woman dropped her handkerchief and the man could decide what to do. There's the feminine and then there's the masculine. Femininity fueling masculinity. But if I don't need a man, then why does it matter, right? Like that whole I don't need a man like messed me up on so many levels. I understand why we had to go through that to learn our lessons. Um, but so let me like get back to my story. Like so on my birthday, right? So she passes away and they call me at about 3 a.m. and let me know, which of course is the time when our souls, like the veil between the physical world and the spiritual world is the thinnest, early in the morning, like Halloween, the fall, the same thing, it's the thinnest. So so I went right back to sleep, and she came through to me in a dream, thanking me for all that I had done. And she looked beautiful because she was into makeup and hair. And I don't even own makeup. Like I'm 55 and don't own makeup. I'm too sensitive. So, but then when I woke back up, that was the day my intuition told me to accept my psychic gifts. Yes, my psychic gift said, Carrie, it's time to accept us, because I was in my left brain. I was busy being a man because I don't need a man, right? And then I was told it's time to heal from my childhood trauma, and and that's the day like I'm like, okay, I need to start seeing some shamans. I got to accept this because I had so many failed relationships. I never had a long-term best friend. I mean, I never had a long-term best friend. That's how much I rejected myself, and I just had nothing left to connect with. And so I started seeing shamans, and I started to learn how to surf the waves of life. And I started learning how to go into my emotional pain and come out of my emotional pain. And, we don't learn how to surf on the 70-foot wave off of Portugal. We learned how to surf on the 1-foot wave on our longboard, right? So, and it took time, and because I had so many fears to face, and, every time I had to face a fear, it's time consuming. But here's a story about, what I was like, how it was really helping me. So it was about 2 years after my mom passed away, and my youngest daughter was about 15, 16 at the time, and and we had a fight, and I was wrong, and I needed to apologize. Well, my mom her femininity was swimming in alcohol, so apologies, I never learned how to apologize, and there I am, 47 years old, didn't know how to apologize. Like, wow, like that's wow, we're human. We all make mistakes. Like, I didn't know how to apologize. So I asked myself, my subconscious, because I'd kind of learned that by that point, like, why can't I apologize to my daughter? And my subconscious told me, you are afraid that if you apologize, she will leave you. I'm like, you're afraid that if you apologize, your loved ones will leave you. I'm well, well, that's not logical. Like, if my capacity to apologize means that I'm a healthy person, I make my mistake and I change, and then that helps the relationship. So that was the moment I realized that I had so many lies in my subconscious fueling my actions. And this is like lack of awareness, lack of being conscious. And I hadn't processed my emotional pain because I spent most of my time my left brain, not my right brain. I was like, oh, so if I apologize, she will want to stay. I'm like, oh, so wounds are illogical, like inverted wisdom. But when I turn the wound into wisdom, then that is showing me, helping me create healthy relationships. And so that was like a huge epiphany for me. Oh, if I just, kind of trust myself, and when I hear illogical, I make it logical, and then my life gets better. It's like, oh, this works out. But, my parents didn't know how to do that. They didn't learn in their childhood. It's all the generational trauma being passed down. So that really helped me dive deeper into my wounds. And so about a year or so later, that same child, my daughter, had a severe eating disorder, and she blamed me for it at a first therapy session at rehab. Now, I have a son with mild autism, and when you have a child with autism, you're much more likely to have another child with an eating disorder. And so at the first therapy session, yeah, she blamed me for it. She had learned in therapy, in her rehab, and that eating disorders are a maternal wound, as if like the father's perfect and the mother's all bad. I'm like, oh, so you have all these women in these therapy projecting their problems, like, and then like not admitting it. I mean, yes, I'm culpable, but the dad is culpable too. But this was a huge lesson. The universe is a mirror. If they keep saying, oh, woman, problem, 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 that's their soul showing them that as a woman, they have problems. So I'm like, but I didn't understand all that yet. That was, 7 years ago. So on the way home, I started getting darker and darker and darker. And then when I got home, my brain told me that my children would be better off with a dead mother than a live one. So all those medications I talked about that had just been refilled, this was my suicide attempt. And this is where my book really starts, is because like I had finally learned to like go into my pain so I could go that deep into my pain. And lucky for me, I survived. So I was able to come out of it. Like, I'm not advocating for any suicide attempts, right? Please don't hear me wrong. I'm saying in my life, my soul planned this so I could go really deep into my emotional pain and have an opportunity to climb out of it and pull all the wisdom out of this pain. So I took all the medications I had, like 120 Klonopin, 60 Trazodone, Soma, Ambien, went upstairs, and I just went right to sleep. Because I was on that medication because I couldn't sleep, I couldn't rest. But that was the event I needed to just let go of my crap. I just like let go, like right to sleep. And then my older daughter came the next morning and saved my life. And then when I got to the psych ward, my psychic gifts really came out. Like, I was sharing a room with an 18-year-old girl who had a massive eating disorder. Oh, wait, we attract what we are. The universe is a mirror, right? So I'm sharing a room with her. Her mom passed away when she was 11. She'd been raped multiple times. I've been raped, okay? We attract what we are to see ourselves. So, and then my daughter, right? It's all in the same wheelhouse. So it was the last night, and she went to the other room, and her mom's soul came through and had me give her a message that included a childhood nickname that we had never discussed. So I went and gave her the message, told her the nickname. We're both, in shock because I was still accepting my psychic gifts. And then in the middle of the night, and I wasn't not sleeping well, and she was asleep, but her mom's soul came through and asked me to help teach her how to interact with her daughter's soul. And I said, as long as the intent is love, compassion, and enlightenment, because the energy is the sole governing agency of the particle, right? If you come with love, then if intent is love, they receive love. Um, and so she woke up the next morning with hunger cues that she hadn't had in 3 years. When you have a severe eating disorder, the body just stops telling you that you're hungry. And she ate a full breakfast because she was starving. And I was like, I think I'm a healer, but I just attempted suicide and I don't know what to do. And so I'm going to keep going. And so that's but this is how I learned how to surf the valleys of life. I came home to my son with mild autism, having tons of problems. My youngest daughter quickly came home from rehab and didn't work out at her dad's house. He didn't make sure she took the medication, didn't make sure she ate. Like, that's mom's work. Like, you say, I don't need a dad. Well, the dad can do it, sure, but it doesn't come out of him naturally. Like, now we know, like, physiologically what women will hear noises, legitimate noises on the inside of the house that men legitimately don't hear, and then men legitimately hear noises on the outside of the house that women legitimately do not hear. And so my oldest daughter recently, oh, I can travel around Europe, it'll be safe. I said, to stop. You have a man, you want to go to Europe with all of these immigration issues, and you, based on this study that I've shared with you multiple times, do not perceive threat on the outside. So stop that you're safe, girlfriend. Like, just stop. And you're half Israeli. So, yeah, you're going to go around a lot of Muslims as half Israeli girl, and then you think you're safe? Oh, do you have a question?
Yeah, what you just said about that, something just really hit me. Because I don't understand why, now I understand from what you said, why girls don't understand the threat. Because especially now where we think we're the same, right? So they think, well, if boys can go out,
Right.
I can do the same. But it's because we're wired differently. So we're not perceiving, just like boys don't see the threat in terms of, like when they drive and stuff, they take a lot of risks and they climb high and they take those sort of risks. But with girls, we don't see the risk of our vulnerability. Because I just think, surely that's common sense. But when you're talking to the young girls, because now the penny just dropped for me that it's because we're not wired the same way. So we kind of think we're safe and don't realize that because of our vulnerability. And I guess in the old days, like 1,000 years ago, because we carried the babies, that was a vulnerable time for us. So we're created that the men are the protectors because we are in that period of time where we're very, very vulnerable. These days, we're not that vulnerable during pregnancy. I mean, we still are, but
We
that's
are,
still
though.
the, yeah, well, that's still the thing that's running, because we're still primates, even though we're civilized, but we still got that primate thing that's still there. Oh my gosh, that's just a big awareness for me. Because I have so many, I've had so many arguments with my daughters, oh, I can walk down there alone, oh, I can do that.
Well,
I think Charlie's common sense that you should know you can't. Or you shouldn't
here's
really.
I think we needed feminism. Everything happens on the world so that we can see ourselves. Okay. And so we needed feminism to see what are women capable of, what are we not capable of, and see that what happens when we ask women to act like men. Well, tons of mental illness, population collapse, really unhealthy kids, because what are women physiologically designed to do? Give birth and take care of children. And then let's get into the depths of that. So, women, our nervous system is far more robust than the masculine nervous system because we are source energy. We channel souls to give birth. So, we got to be able to handle the charge of source energy, which is gnarly, right? But that's all the emotions because our souls communicate out through our hearts via our emotions. So what are men designed to do? Women are designed for this, like, to channel the spiritual, to channel God, channel the universe, and do the inside work, like connect people to their souls, so we all have a secure attachment to self. And men, so we deal with birth. Men are designed to deal with death, okay? So birth is usually joyful and you get a baby, right? Well, death, I mean, that's friggin' hard. So they're designed, their nervous system is far more fragile than the women's nervous system. And so they're designed to let go of emotion. They're not designed to sit in their
Yeah. Oh
emotions
my
all day
gosh.
long. Hang on a
Yeah.
second.
But
Hang
that's
on, hang on. Let me finish. So they are not designed to sit in their emotions all day long and be super connected to the source all day long. They're designed to disconnect, plan, strategize, see the future, because emotions are in the moment. So as a
yeah.
feminine woman spending time in my right brain all day long, I'm at home, in and out of enlightenment, in my emotions, making my videos, taking care of myself. But I don't know what's going to happen tomorrow because I don't plan it. I just listen to my intuition. Because the moment I start planning is the moment I start leading myself to my demise, because now I'm overproducing testosterone and underproducing the feminine hormones. And so when I realize, I'm like, oh, it's right brain, left brain, this makes it so much simpler. So this is why I really get into that women need to spend 90% of their time in their right brain, because we are physiologically designed to connect, to focus on relationships and not things. Like, things is providing and protecting. The center of the family, the emotional center, that's all about relationships, our relationship to source energy and our relation to people. Sorry, yeah, go ahead. Yeah.
Yeah, and I think what you're saying, because some people would think, okay, you shouldn't be in corporate. But I think this is where corporate is missing things and their growth, in that they've neglected the feminine side of things. So if we're in our feminine, even in the corporate world, and they're in the masculine, working together, being in your feminine and not trying to compete or be in your masculine. I think if companies realize that, they will make so much, and they'll, because we're good with people, like you said, and the people resource is so powerful and can give so much to an organization. So yeah, oh my gosh, an aha moment for me.
I love that you brought it up, because I spent 20 years in compliance at a health insurance company, okay? And so when we ask women to act like our hormones are the same every day, which we know they're not, that's a 40-hour work week. That's a masculine schedule. So asking women to go adhere to a masculine schedule is already putting them in their left brain. So this
Yeah.
is where saying that women can change by going in and acting like men, this is where I think we got it all wrong, okay?
Mm.
We had to go through this to understand, okay?
Yeah.
So when we
Mm.
ask women, like when they ask me to go, Carrie, go work 40 hours a week, then I come home and I'm not healthy with my family, so I'm not creating a healthy next generation, and I'm definitely not creating a healthy man to go into a corporate environment to make healthy decisions.
Yeah.
So I'm advocating for a healthy family, because
Yeah.
that creates kids with a secure attachment to self. Like, there's so many stories right now of teachers, like 8, 9-year-olds, and the whole class of 8, 9-year-olds is inappropriately making sex sounds. Because of they can get on YouTube, and the parents, all the sexual promiscuity, and in the songs. It's just like, we're destroying ourselves because we've abandoned the nuclear family. We've abandoned what makes a woman
Oh.
healthy, what makes a man healthy. So imagine
Mm.
you had a man at home who had a healthy woman at home, and her wisdom is fueling him. And then now he creates a business where she's fueling him with wisdom at home, so he uses the wisdom with the knowledge. Like, when I
Yeah.
realize, like, the patriarchy is like a Boy Scout camporee without women, because that's when they blow up fingers. My son's an Eagle Scout, so, like, I know, that's when they blow up fingers and things go out. But if you have a couple women around, their healthy femininity fuels the healthy masculinity. So
Mm.
where we did women and families a disservice is we told women, you don't need a man, go do it on your own. But then we lost femininity, because femininity needs protection, needs
Yeah,
providing.
reclaim your worth. So,
And so when we threw the femininity out the window, there went the masculinity too.
reclaim your worth.
Yeah. But this is a whole change. And we didn't bring it up, but who am I that I'm doing this? So, like I said, my birthday's June 25th. Last year, I published my book in April. And while going through my healing, especially the past 5, 6 years, I was told a lot of things that I didn't know what it's like. I was putting together a puzzle and I was just being shown pieces, but I didn't know what the puzzle was going to make, right? So my intuition's like, you're on the Jesus Council. That was in 2021. I'm like, what do you mean I'm on the Jesus Council? Like, I go to work and I go to yoga and I speak Chinese. Like, what? I'm like, okay, put on the shelf. Like, oh, you're an agent of God. I'm like, I don't know what that is. Put that on the shelf. Oh, you're doing hoe to housewife trauma healing. Oh, I don't know what that is. Put that on the shelf. Like all these things I didn't understand. Like, who am I? So, and my guy from my childhood, his initials are JC. Okay. So, and all of these men in my book led me back to JC. Like, okay. I was also told I'm on a mission from God, like the Blues Brothers. And I went to high school in the 80s, and JC was the ASB president, and they did toga parties like the Blues Brothers, Animal House. So in the Blues Brothers, they say we're on a mission from God, So anyway, I'm like, okay, well, Jesus, I Googled, did Jesus have a wife? And that's why I saw Mary Magdalene. I was like, oh, like the Da Vinci Code. Like, my ex-husband's Israeli, but I put in the piece, and I met him in Tibet. People say Jesus went to Tibet. Like, I don't friggin' know. I'm just like unearthing myself, right? And so over the summer through September, I accepted all the signs and synchronicities, which are on my website. You can check it out at carrieblazer.com. And that's my next book, that I'm the reincarnation of Mary Magdalene.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, like, okay, I'm the reincarnation of Mary Magdalene. I'm like, okay, gnarly to accept that, but there's the hoe to housewife. Like, they made Mary Magdalene a prostitute in the 6th century. And then in 1969, 1 year before I was born, they turned the Pope turned her back into an apostle. I'm like, if you're gonna be nice to me, I guess I'll come back, right? And then 1 year after I started healing in 2016, I started healing in 2015. They made her in the Catholic Church the apostle to the apostles. I'm like, okay. And there's one prophecy for when she returns, which is 2021. And that's when I started hearing I'm on the Jesus Council, and my shamanic gifts came out and my voice came back. And so it's like it all kind of, lines up. So in September, this is all, you can go on my YouTube channel at Carrie Blazer is my YouTube channel too, about how I took everyone through the second coming in September. So what happened is that I had been wanting to write down all of my wisdom in like one sheet, and that's what everyone, as the free gift is my 6 divine feminine self-love strategies. It's like, how do you transform your emotional wounds into personal wisdom? How can everyone do what I did, and how can you learn to operate your soul, which is really what early Christians like Jesus and Mary and Peter and Thomas and the early apostles were all talking about. How can we, how can self-love create heaven on earth? They weren't creating a religion per those early texts. That happened in the 4th century. So anyway, it was a Friday. It was the same week as Rosh Hashanah, the Jewish New Year. And that was like huge prophecies that Messiah is coming back that week with a lot of different prophecies. And I'm like, oh, wow, cool. I'm like, where are they? Friday comes along. Well, I haven't seen a report. So my intuition guided me to write up my 6 divine feminine self-love strategies, made my video. I'm like, okay, cool, did that, check that off. The next day, I had a huge enlightenment experience, and I shared with the collective the self-love strategies and unveiled a huge connection with Native Americans. And the dedication to my book is a Cherokee proverb. So, and the second name that my mom was like, Carrie or Shenandoah, which is a Native American name. So I've always been super connected. Shenandoah, it means Great Plains or daughter of the stars for the Great Plains Native Americans. And so that came through. I'm like, okay, like all this, is happening to me. And the next day I started doing research, unearthing that the second coming is it's in the Bible, a covenant written on our hearts bypassing scripture. I'm like, oh, that's an enlightenment experience. Because by that point, I'd had many enlightenment experiences. I had done the research. Scientifically, we know what happens, that our souls open up attractor energy cells to influence all of mankind. And every time I'd have an enlightenment experience, I'd give a whole talk to the collective. It would just like come out of me. It just like comes out of my heart through my voice. But that's my soul, right? So this is why another one of my lessons, changing the world, is an inside job. And so now we see this whole world changing so quickly, right? And if we want to really make an impact on others, the only person you have to change to do that
It's
is yourself.
yourself.
And this is why self-love creates heaven on earth, which is what the early Christians were trying to teach, but we weren't ready yet. The time for self-healing only started in 2012, and the Mayan calendar shows us this because that was the end of a time cycle. We all thought, oh, 2012, end of times. No, the Mayan calendar ended a time cycle. The new time cycle is a time for self-healing. Energetically, we weren't ready for divine feminine to be equal to divine masculine. We weren't
Yeah,
ready yet, but we're ready now. So
we
that's
already
why
know.
I'm coming out now and sharing now, and that's who I am.
Wow, that's an amazing story.
It's like
Oh, I've
just
just, yeah. So yeah, the difference.
I'm
So, yeah,
speechless. I'm just listening.
yeah.
I just like you got me at open heart to something voice. I was trying to write it down and I couldn't find. Anyways, if you could say that again, that was
Oh, yeah. So
a mic drop.
what happened is, so in on December 30th, 2020, this is all in my book. I had my first longer conversation with the first man I attracted into my life, and I didn't go on a date with any of them, but I used them as a mirror. Like if they're flirting and not asking me out, then I need to change, right? And so it was our first conversation. He's Jewish. We spoke Hebrew about Israel, and that's I had 35 years of debilitating lower back pain, but I had finally healed all those wounds in my womb, my sacral chakra, and my vagus nerve, which connects in women from our womb to our voice. And our
Womb,
voice
oh,
box,
wait,
like our
wait, wait.
throat,
Explain that.
is
Womb to
is
your
the
voice.
same.
Because
It mirrors the same structure as our womb. So that's where we create, and this is how we kind of express what we create through our mouths, right? So what I was saying is that when I was able to open my heart to myself, heal my womb enough, and connect my womb, my heart to my throat, then that's a time, I was like Mary Magdalene again. Okay, now Mary Magdalene with her shamanic gifts came to heal the world. Like I've helped men like Andrew Tate. Yeah, like Andrew Tate, because through that event, I'm like, if I can give that man so much compassion, and when he was in solitary confinement, by talking to his soul and helping him self reflect, and I connected to him through a personal relationship with his best friend a few months earlier. This is all in my book too. But then that's how I saw I need to give the same amount of compassion to myself, because the universe is a mirror. Like if I'm in my garage in the dark, resonating with Andrew Tate in solitary confinement, I got some healing to do. Like I'm kind of in my own solitary confinement because our external reality is a reflection of our internal reality. And I was spending most of my days in the dark in my garage in a recliner. you know that was my external reality in kind of self-imposed solitary confinement, but that's what I needed to heal. I just kind of separated from everybody and just did a huge self-reflection exercise over the past 10 years, kind of going, who am I and how have I messed up? And that's how I came upon my 6 divine feminine self-love strategies that we're sharing with everybody
wow,
today.
wow.
Yeah.
So when you talked about the vagus nerve, right, going from the womb to the throat. So I used to have thyroid problems, which caused
Me
me
too.
depression
Me
and a
too.
lot of things. And I was on medication for almost 30 years. And one day I just thought, I can't do this anymore. I threw it all away. Again, I'm not advocating people do that, but that's what I did.
Yeah. Yeah.
And as I started going into spirituality, because I think I need to work directly with whoever has created me or whoever is in charge. I don't know. I don't really understand it, but I just thought I'm just going to cut out the middleman now. I'm just going to go direct.
Yeah.
And it came to me. I found out that the throat chakra,
Mm.
right? I was stifling my voice. I mean, I do have 7 children, so this my womb seems to be quite healthy.
Right, for the
But
whole, yeah.
but now you're seeing the connection. So I found out that because I was stifling my voice, that was what was causing my thyroid issue. I was not speaking my truth. I don't even know if I knew what my truth was then. And now I'm better now, but then and so now all this connection that you're bringing, saying that's connected to the womb. I need to go more into that to find out what is. Did I have a wound in my womb too, spiritually?
Yeah.
Um,
Yeah. No, I came upon all this recently when I saw like the structure like that about a week ago. But I came upon someone who's teaching that, our feminine hormones, when we go through menopause, that's when we become an oracle. That's when we become the matriarch, and then we go out in society because then we have all this feminine intuition, all this feminine experience, maternal, daughter, grandma, and that's why the wise grandma, right? You want it, and it used to be, if the mom has to come out in society and handle a problem, like back up, right? And that's what I'm doing right now. Like, I'm a mom who's had enough, who turns out to be the reincarnation of Mary Magdalene, but I start out as a mom who is just like, no, my grandchildren are not coming into this society. Like, this is not this whole transgender thing and what happened in the schools because my kids were there. Like, you know, my grandchildren are not going to school and they're going to ask at 5 years old, what's your pronoun? Like, no, like the adults don't know, like the adults in the room have no clue. And now we're asking, we don't know what you are. What are you? The fucking psycho that is. Like, I just have to say it. Like, it's just,
yeah,
because,
again, it's knowing who we truly are. Knowing who we truly are, knowing what our
yeah,
worth is, where we've. Well, I don't know whether we need to know where we've come from, but yeah. What do you
yeah.
think about where we've come from, Wilder?
So I mean, in accepting that I'm the reincarnation of Mary Magdalene, I had to kind of study Christian religious history some to go, okay, well, what happened, right? Like, how did the patriarchy get created, and why am I seeing that I need to restore divine feminine next to divine masculine? That was my whole first enlightenment experience. When it came up, I heard enlightenment, enlightenment, enlighten my head. I'm like, okay, what's going on? Oh my gosh, like, even though I went east for religion, I didn't know what enlightenment was because I never experienced it. So I asked the universe, I said, okay, what wisdom do I need to learn? And first I was shown the first responders because the two men that I helped after Justin and Andrew Tate were two decorated fire academy instructors, leading me back to JC, who's former FBI, currently the head of global security at GoDaddy. Um, so so first they show me that I'm like, the first responders, they're all mentally ill. Okay, well, that's not it. And then families, I'm like, oh, well, that's broken. Relation, oh, it's broken. I'm like, okay, take me back to the beginning. There was God, and then what happened? Because everything's messed up. And then that's when and I'm an analyst, right? It's like, I guess there was God. Well, we're ascribing creation and orchestration to a man. I'm like, well, creation is feminine. Why are we ascribing a feminine quality to men and then wondering why we have the patriarchy? I'm like, okay, so let's separate that out. What if, I'm just kind of playing it through, right? What if we have a divine feminine next to a divine masculine and then we model that in the family? Oh, then being the center of a family, a stay at home mother is equally valuable to the physical lead, where the woman becomes the emotional center and the man is the physical lead, and they are equal. And I'm, attracting men into my life who have multiple women. So this is like, huge in my face about what's going on, and kind of remembering that when I had kids, I had to like finagle away not to offend women. Oh, do you work outside the home? Like, because you couldn't say, are you a stay at home mom? Because women got offended. Well, I'm not just a stay at home, as if being a mother. But this is where I don't need a man, women do it all, and just, we overloaded our plates and we all got out of balance.
Yeah, yeah. So talking about that, yeah, this is where I say you need to find out what success is for you. Because for some women, it might be aiming to be a CEO, but also for some women, it might be staying at home and bringing up your kids. And that's equally as important. Although society has given it a weight, that staying at home. But if you think about it, you're raising the next generation. And if both parents are working, it kind of makes it more difficult for the children. I was a single parent and I had to
Yeah.
work. So I can
Yeah.
see the effect. And my children have all turned out okay, but I can still see the effect of my absence. So I would have preferred, and that's my choice. I would have preferred to. I just didn't. I wasn't lucky enough to have the opportunity to stay at
Yeah.
home. I wish I had, but
You
I
know,
didn't.
Here's when we
I'm
talk. Oh,
listening
go
to
ahead.
all of this, and I just want to say, it depends. Every generation is different. And I just remember when I first entered into the corporate world, it was really frowned on if you were feminine, and the way that we wore suits and the way that we weren't allowed to talk about our children and the way that we weren't allowed to say someone's sick and you need to leave early. So
Mm,
it I feel, it's a lot of things, and I get what you're saying, Carrie, and I get what you're saying, AB. Um, it's just the balance of it all,
mm,
finding the balance and finding what works
for
for
you.
you. And then I also believe what you're saying, Carrie, the mirror. I mean, and today we've heard several people talk about the vagus nerve and breath and the divine feminine, and even to the fact of to the organs. You're just your uterus. It's a whole conversation. And you're in the state of America, women under 40 can't seem to have can't get pregnant or whatever is happening with that generation. So there's a
This.
lot,
Yeah.
just a lot. We're never going to be able to uncover it in this short amount of
Mm.
time. And I want to give you your space, but I just wanted to say what I had to say about all of that. And I am a 67-year-old woman who still has her uterus in a world where everybody thinks a woman doesn't have one after a certain age.
Yeah. I
that's
mean,
so. That's so.
the challenge. The challenge is when we tell women, well, you can do whatever you want, we're not educating them that when a woman goes and pursues to be a CEO, she's going to have to work 60, 70 hours a week over a period of many years, and that's going to take her completely out of hormonal balance, which is why we have so many women who can't get pregnant. So this is so again, just a second. So I'm just saying, like, not that like I did get pregnant, right? I did, but I had so many wounds in my womb that I passed all that on to my children. Like right now, more than 50% of children do not have a secure attachment to self. Children do not have a
Yeah.
secure attachment to self, meaning they're mentally ill as children. And so then what's going to happen when they're adults? Right? And I saw someone in the chat that said that, she's worked it out with her husband, and her husband has physical challenges, so she works and he stays at home. Of course, there are situations where that can work out, but also evidence shows that when a woman makes more money than a man in a marriage, the divorce rate is 90%. So it's not that it never works out, it's just highly unlikely to work out. So, and
Yeah.
of course, we have to be able to speak about generalities, but there's going to be a CEO, a woman CEO who's highly successful, but it's really rare. And when we push women like, oh, go be a CEO, go be an engineer, and we need to hire an equal amount of female and male engineers. Well, there aren't an equal number of male and female engineers in society. So when you make that a rule, you're going to end up hiring, if you want half women and half male engineers, the pool of female engineers is much smaller. So the
Yeah.
pool of the high talent is much smaller. So you're going to end up hiring female engineers who don't have the qualifications as some other male engineers, and because of their biology, working 50, 60 hours a week just coding doesn't just come out of them. They're women, they got to go handle their feminine stuff. So
Well,
you know
yeah. So, yeah. Yes. Yeah. So on that. So again, it's about knowing who you are, which is what we were talking about, isn't it?
Mhm.
Yeah. So I wanted to
Yeah.
say something that was really Yeah, so if I talk about my experience being in corporate, I was fine when I was in corporate and I was heading to get to the direct level. But when I got to the manager level, I found out that it wasn't really for me. I'm more of a people's person and it gets very political as you get higher. Um, so but I'm now retired,
Mm,
luckily, so I have the opportunity to do what I want to do, which is a blessing. But as I'm discovering my feminine side, in
mhm.
terms of, I took dance class and I said discover my feminine side, and I found out how empowering it is. So again, we're not taught this when we're growing up, that being in your feminine is quite empowering. Because I think if we're taught that, then we can make an informed choice. Because when I was growing up, I just thought that was the best way. I didn't realize that I didn't have the option. Basically, I just thought that was the route and that was the best
Yeah,
way. But
yeah,
in speaking to younger generation, I would like to impart on younger ladies that you do have a choice. These are your options. Knowing who you are brings out a lot from you, which can help you make a clear decision in terms of whether that's your path or not your path. So you don't have to believe that you just have the one path of going into the corporate world. And I think we're really blessed as women because we do have that choice. Where in the men, really, I think because of their biology, most of them generally, their choice is protection and da 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 da. Few of them stay in the home, but like you said, that's not the general. But we have a choice to go that way or to go the other way or be in the middle, which is really great. So I think we're lucky. I think we are lucky, and we just have to realize how lucky we are from the way we've been created, and know who we are. Yeah.
yeah. I mean, we could talk to women that they have a choice, and they do. But then what are the downstream impacts of our choices? And this is what was never discussed when I was a child,
Yeah.
and but now we know, so we
Now
can
we
say,
know. Yeah.
okay,
Mm.
you want to go get a career, and then you're much less likely to find the man of your dreams, have children, and be emotionally healthy in the long
Well,
run.
I don't know if that's
But
right.
no, but hang on a second. We have evidence now that this is true. And so if we're going to teach women to be in their left brain, we're going to also teach them, okay, go bleed in your left brain, but that, will take you out of hormonal balance. And then you're going to set yourself up for these problems in life.
I
This is
don't.
the challenge, though, when we teach women that you can go be a man or you can go be a woman. It is not biologically true.
Yeah, but
That's the problem.
what I'm saying, Kerry, is that
Hmm.
we teach women to be who they are, and then they can make that decision. So we're not teaching them to go and compete. I would be the because like I said, I wanted to be at home, so I'll be the last person teaching them that. But
Right.
yeah, I think if we teach them to know who they are from the inside, and don't be negative. Don't be negative about any of the sexes. Don't be negative about the men because they have their part. Don't be negative about women who stay at home. Don't be negative about anything. Just teach people to be who they are. Self love. I think you did mention self love, didn't it?
Yeah.
The self love, which will help them to have the clarity, because again it's them making that decision for themselves. Because I think if I had the if somebody told me that this was the right way and I went the right way, and now I'm finding out it's not the right, it wasn't the right way for me. It could be the right way for some people because they're always outliers. But yeah, um just know
Because like,
who you are, love who you are, and you can have make that choice.
because if I had healthy parents, my dad
Yeah.
made a lot of money. My mom would have been at home, healthy in her femininity. I would have naturally followed after her. Like she would have taught me to cook. I would have been healthy in my femininity. Of course, I would have learned, but maybe I would have, now that we have online college, maybe women can do college at home. Because when we send women off to college and teach just like men, and we encourage sexual promiscuity, and all the things that in the alcoholism and not to protect themselves, it's like we just like ran women into the friggin' ground, and now our population collapse. So the way I see it is like when you have a healthy, hormonally balanced mom and dad, then most likely the children will come out as feminine girls and masculine boys. And because most women, when you boil it down, feel exactly like you and I feel. I wanted to be at home with my kids. So did you. So do most women who've like connected to their femininity because like that's what we are biologically designed to do. Not that, sure, some women will come out, okay, you know what? I just want to go do that even though my mom and I, cool, okay. We have the opportunity for that. But I think if when we kind of go, well, I want that, but do what you want. We're not grounded in the reality because we have the scientific evidence now that most women, 80-90% of women that are grounded in their femininity want to be stay-at-home moms.
I
And you could
agree.
be stay-at-home and you could do a college, like, so I'm like, kind of circling on this. What happens, like, okay, so the kids are,
But you know what? I just want to say, Carrie, you know
yeah.
what? I'm going to agree to a disagree because I don't
Mhm.
see the numbers. I am someone who works from numbers and a lot of analytical research on a lot of things, and you could spin the numbers any kind of way that you want. What I do agree is that we all have the ability to do either or, and your body must be connected. Like what
Yes.
you're
Yeah.
saying, when your hormones, when your body is sick, or if your mind is sick, or if you're not connected with spirit and the grounded with the earth, there's all, you're not rooted, you're going every which way. And so, based in the climate, that's happening on this planet right now, there's a lot of things happening, and I am not going to sit here and believe it is because women are not staying home. That is not the,
Yeah.
the
Yeah.
true
Why?
reason with
Why is
what's
that? Why is
happening
that
in the
not?
world.
Why is that
Can,
not?
I'm
can I can
just,
I just can I just give
But see,
you
here's the thing. You're
that's
just
just
saying
my
that you made
opinion.
a decision not to believe something, but that's not grounded in reality. I mean, women in the Western
Well,
world
it's
right now
well,
aren't
it's
staying home,
different,
and we're at
Terry.
population
I think
collapse.
we because we don't know, we don't really know. Having worked in HR,
I don't think that's the only thing.
I kind of agree with you because a lot of women who were directors, once they had baby, right, a lot of them would have chosen, but because of the situation in terms of the mortgage and the financial stuff, a lot of them did come back. So I can see that happening because when you do have a child, you do feel differently. But again, it's all dependent on grounding and being able to know who you are so you can make that decision. Because when we are, like somebody said yesterday, when we're judging others, we're losing a lot of energy ourselves. So it's where that might be ideal, but in the world we live in today, a lot of people don't really have that choice. Unfortunately, they don't have that
No,
choice, and
totally.
they have to go out.
Yeah.
Um, but yeah, so it's about knowing who you are and working from there. That's my belief, and whatever choice a woman chooses, then that's up to her. That's the way I see it. And we just need to support our women, our sisters in whatever choices they make. Not from where your mother was coming from. I can't do without a man because men have their roles, and that thing about I can do without a man, that's just I don't believe that, because if it's not because you're living in the West, because you live in the West, that's why you can make that statement. If you go to a poor country, you cannot make that statement because as women, we can't build, we can't maintain buildings, there's so many things we cannot do physically. We live in a
Yeah.
society that we have the privilege to be able to make that thing and say we can live without men. Most women are not outside building roads. Most women are not on building buildings. You have one handful. I
Right.
worked in Terminal 5, which is a big airport in the United Kingdom.
Mm.
And most of the women were indoors. And you could count on one hand how many women were outside in the field.
Yeah.
So
Totally.
we
Yeah.
can make that statement because we live in a Western country. That's all. But yeah,
And here's the thing, what is our goal here as women? Do we want, we need families, we need to replicate. So if we're going to say, well, men provide and protect, and then women can decide if they want to provide or have families, we're still pushing men out of their lane. And when we push men out of their lane, they go into their feminine, to our lane. So as women, it's like, it's nice to have a choice, and I'm not advocating, okay, I'm not trying to, like, US government, no choice, but let's kind of ground into reality. What happens when women go into the masculine lane? Well, then the men go into the feminine lane. But
It works for some people. It does work for some people. So again, it's about knowing who you. I just think it's just about knowing who you are, and knowing what the consequences. You don't even need consequences, because if you know who you are, you're well grounded. It's clear what you need to be doing.
But see, this is
And
my
mind you,
role
not
to
all
speak
women have
to
children.
everybody. So
Not all
I'm
women
not
have
of the
children.
opinion saying it's individual choice, because individual choice doesn't hold women accountable to their femininity and their role in society. So if we're telling women, oh, well, you have a choice to be a man or a woman, and men, you can only be a
Terry, you're missing
man.
the point. That's not what I said. You have we have choices because we are clear in what we want. So first of all, you need to self-love, be grounded, and then you're clear. Because some people, not all women are childbearing. So if you're not childbearing, what are you supposed to do? You might choose, I'm not childbearing because I haven't got a partner, or I can't have children. Different reasons why people don't have children. So they might decide, this is what I want to do. Or I might go look after somebody else's child. I don't know. But when you're grounded in yourself and you know who you are, then you can make that decision. And I think it's when we judge women by the decisions they make, it's sad because it makes them have guilt, and we already have enough guilt, because it makes them. So if a mother is going out to work and we're saying, oh, she has to be at home, then she feels guilty that she's depriving her children. But maybe that's when she's happiest, so she can bring up her children better than being at home, because she might be, because some women are high in masculine energy. So if they stay at home all the time, they get irritated with the children and might slap them across the face. So they might need to go out to work to release that energy so they can come home and be nurturing. I know what you're saying.
That's not how it
Saying,
works.
but I know, but you don't know, because you're not.
No, I do know how it works. I mean, here's the thing. I mean, you're talking to me like I don't know. I'm the divine feminine. I'm the feminine half of the Messiah.
But
I'm
for you,
here
but you don't know
but no, but
everything.
hang on a second. But hang on a second. I am telling you, this is how it works, and it's supported by like all the like Dr. Joe Dispenza, Dr. Gabor Mate, like all of these high-level individuals that study hormones, study women, study behavior. So if we're telling women that you can be grounded into their self, children who are born into an abusive family are not grounded into themselves. Like, okay, go make your decisions, without teaching them that healthy feminine women create healthy masculine men. Now, sure, are there going to be some? Please stop cutting me off. Let me finish, okay? So, sure, I'm talking in general. Like, if we want chivalry to come back as a society, we got to talk about what women in general are accountable to fuel that masculinity out of society. If we want strong providers and protectors as men, and so we need to support law enforcement. A healthy feminine woman supports law enforcement, but when a woman with like a devouring father wound, who is super in her masculine, fighting herself, she's not going to support law enforcement. So this is like, I'm here to talk generalities, that in general, when women swim in their healthy feminine lane in a society like in America or Western society, which isn't happening right now, we're well aware of that, then that creates the environment where men are not healthy in their masculine lane. So I don't want to sit here and encourage women not to be feminine, because from all the evidence that I can see, and I've lived it, when women are not healthy in their femininity, then men aren't healthy in their masculinity.
I agree with you, and I don't think anybody's arguing with you on that. But so a lot of women have finished growing their families by age 40. It's a lot of women. I started young. I started at age 19. So a lot of women have finished growing their family at age 40. So that's a different space in life too. All I'm saying is, and I agree with you in terms of being in your femininity, but you can be in your femininity in the corporate world.
How?
I've worked in the corporate world. Yeah, you can be in your femininity. It's not accepted now, and that's what we need to encourage women to be in their femininity and stay in their lane, because you can be, because the two working together can collaborate and make a healthy workplace.
But the
That's all I'm
challenge
saying.
is,
So
yeah, I mean,
anyway, yeah,
women
it's okay. I mean,
work 40
we do
hours a week.
agree. We agree.
That's not
We're on
feminine
the
lane.
same.
What?
We are saying, you're saying that a woman has to be at home. I'm saying a woman should have choices. And when I say choice, it's not the way your mother was saying you should have choices, because your mother was saying you can do without a man and you can do what a man can do. Intellectually, yeah, we are the same, but physically and hormonally, we're quite different. We're similar, men and women, but we are quite different. But there's a reason why we're different, and working together as one makes us more whole, is what I'm saying. So even in the corporate world, because corporate world is like a family, you also need a female input, I think. Anyway, having worked there for more than 20 years, I
Yeah.
think you do need a female input to have happy employees.
But the female input you're getting is masculine women, because when you
Yeah, but
put
that's
women
why
in the
we need
work,
to
but
make
hang on a
that
second.
change.
When you put women in the workforce 40 hours a week, they're in their left brain 40 hours a week, and they're not in their right brain creating
But
healthy
they don't
feminine
have to
women.
be 40 hours a week. And that's what we need to advocate. Women,
Mm.
we don't have to be 40 hours a week, because who's going to stand up for us in the workplace? It's got to be us. So we have to go into the workplace, which is something that Lyndon is doing. She's going into the organizations and she's saying people have to listen to their bodies, you know? So you bring the femininity into the workplace. We don't want to change it because we are where we are. We just need to bring the feminine energy into the workplace so that we can all collaborate and work together rather than compete and think, oh, we're the same. We have to compete with the men. We don't have to compete with the men. We have to be us, be ourselves. That's all I'm
Yeah,
saying.
I mean, I hear what you're saying. The way that I see the healthiest way to bring healthy femininity, healthy wisdom into the workplace is to have a healthy wife fueling her healthy husband, and he goes out and works, and then she's home with the kids and schooling the kids in general. Because when we give women the job to go out in society and change society, that's the masculine world. That's why it's so hierarchical, because men create society. They build the roads and the buildings and law enforcement and government. That is what they're built to do. Like, men regulate their body temperature 25% better than women. So why would we have a female firefighter? You know, like, it just doesn't make any sense. Like, it just biologically doesn't make sense. Like, we're here to complement each other. So when men can make healthy decisions for the family because their wife is at home healthy her femininity, you know, healing him, fueling his healthy masculinity, then his healthy masculinity is fueled with her feminine wisdom. So then he goes and creates a government or a company that's much better. That's why it used to be the husband and wife work together. We have a lot to work on to create that. Well, you know, we're not there today. I'm just saying that's how I see, like, fueling, so that women can, like, I need so much time to connect to my emotions, and neurologically this is all proven. Like, it takes women 10 to 20 times as long to see a problem, make all the connections in their brain, and come out with a solution, and women need time to
I
process
don't
that.
agree. I don't agree. I am an ideation queen. I don't
Yeah,
agree, but I do
yeah.
agree with
We're all
what
Don't you
I
different.
believe
just want
in
to say a couple
neurology? It's
things.
neurology. You can't
It's
Okay.
disagree with
okay. I'm going to
neurology.
tell you about my neurology. What often grows, what happens, a lot can happen, both beautiful and challenging, when a woman stays home. And I didn't go into the whole thing of it. I was just taking in my own notes. Deep bonding can happen. Emotional presence can happen. Invisible skills and strength can happen, right? What often gets lost? And there was a period in time when they were drugging women, mothers who stayed home. They had become heavy drug addicts, and they were given this medication because they were the crazy mother or the
Yep.
hysterical mother. And then they went into alcoholism. So this is what I know from about the research I did about women who stayed home. A lot of them were lost. they found that if their husband passed away or if
Mm.
they were divorced, they had no income, they had nothing. They didn't know their accounts, they didn't know where the money was, they had no knowledge. And so I just want to say, I agree with you on the point that women can return to their femininity. A lot of them have forgotten or not. I won't say they've forgotten. They've always known it's there. They might not have accessed it or used it in a long time because they were in situations where they couldn't dress a certain way at work. Therefore, you're thought provocative. Or maybe their church didn't approve of certain attire. Whatever. They get to an age. They're 40, they're 45, they're 50, they're 65, they're 90. I'm working with a woman who's 90 who felt like her whole life was a shame. Very intelligent, Mensa, beautiful woman at the last stages of her life. She felt, she feels that she has more life to live than finances. So she should just die now because she doesn't have anybody to take care of her. She feels she's going to be a burden on her children. I talk to her. She tells me, Wilda, you're the only one who calls me with the excitement and the joy of life and spurring new ideas in her, which she wished she could have acted on years ago. So, yes, she was a stay at home mom because that was her generation. And then in her 50s, she tried to access and become a woman who works outside of the home. But her vulnerability, her identity, she kept saying, I don't even know who I am. I'm 92 years old. I
Yeah,
don't know
know
who
who
I am.
you are. Hmm.
But
That's
what's
the
the,
truth.
I cried for her.
Mm.
She said,
That is
my
the truth.
mental and emotional state at different points of my life. She said, I felt that I was challenged because of my mother, the mother wound again, or the father wound. We all have them. We just have to learn how to deal with them. And the ability that the world is changing. The world is changing. And so there's a lot happening. I never really get this heated on a hosting thing, but and I feel like we're all at odds because it's not just that. It's just like that book, go big, go create a sandwich, go make a sandwich. And when I first heard you, I go, is she poking fun or is she making a point? And there was points that you were clicking with me, but this is what my technology and my being said. Every time you went there, my internet connection started muffling. You were doing that whole thing about the vagus nerve and the connection from, and I was like, that is very interesting. I've heard that a couple times today, and it reminded me of something else that I heard from these women from the Miracle Network. But there was something else that you added, and all of a sudden my internet went. You were
Yeah,
there.
I mean, this
And
the field
so
is the soul governing age of the particle.
the
This is what's
field
happening.
is
Yeah.
on, baby girl.
Okay, so
And
Peyton is here, so if we can just
so
round off.
I know Peyton's here, and Peyton's probably going, what the heck? But I I I I I don't want us to be closed off because I feel you
This is
have
good.
a ton of you have a
Knowledge,
ton of stuff and knowledge to that
passion.
women need to access,
Yeah.
but there's so much other stuff that I feel like I'm listening to somebody else, and I don't know if you are in control of that. And so that's where I'm just like stuck. And so I will listen to this again. I
Yeah, internet's going again. Okay,
It's
so
it's hard. I was liberal my whole life, and the first time I voted
I'm just going to
Republican
end it
was a
right here
year
because the
ago.
static is
So
going, and
I
yeah,
hear you. It's
And I
hard.
want Carrie to say her thing, what her offer is.
yeah.
I'm just saying.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
Oh, yeah. I mean, I have you're going to get a free ebook, which are my 6 divine feminine self-love
I
strategies.
think she put it in the chat already.
Okay, great. Yeah. And those are all the techniques I use to learn how to transform my emotional wounds into wisdom. And I use psychologists like Carl Jung, Dr. Joe Dispenza, physics experiments. I have a quote from Winston Churchill. There's an Andrew Tate story. Like, I just pulled from everywhere because I know when something is true, it's true in multiple places. So please, use that, or you can go to my website, carrieblazer.com, or my book, My Inner Heroine, Exploring Feminine Pain, is on Amazon. And so, reach out if you have any questions. And if you want a session, then that's, you can go to my website. But really, you don't need a session. You need the free ebook. There's a meditation and drumming video that I just made on my YouTube channel. Free, free, free. Go for it that way, and learn how to operate your soul.
Great. Thank you, Carrie. Thank you so much.
Bye.
That was
Thank you.
fun. Okay.
Thank you, Carrie.
So, pin. Are you pinning her or am I pinning her? Can you pin me too? So, Peyton, I can't remember. Are you having a presentation or am I questioning?
Good morning. I was going to do like a podcast style thing,
Okay.
I think is
Okay.
what we talked about.
Okay. So, Wilda, are you able to pin both of us? So you and me, so we can all be on three. So I'll do a quick introduction. So this is all being recorded anyway. So I'll because a lot of people have left now because I guess it's late in the evening for a lot of people. So I'll start with the introduction.
I just want, yeah, there she is.
Have you pinned her? Oh, she's not pinned. I can't see
Well,
her
I
pinned.
can see her as pinned here. It looks like you two are across from each other. Hold on, you try it again.
Add pin. I think somebody must have spotlighted. Add pin. Okay. And then add pin. Yay! I wish you were on top,
All right,
though.
great.
Me on the bottom. Okay. So Peyton. So we're joined by Peyton now, and Peyton's a musician. She's an author and a Christian relationship coach who helps women deepen their faith, embrace their God-given identity, and find joy in every season of life. Peyton's work is shaped by lived experience, resilience, and a deep trust in God's presence through life's hardest moments. Through her music, writing, and coaching, she creates spaces of hope and healing, especially for single women who want to feel whole and fulfilled right where they are, not waiting for life to begin. Peyton, I'm really grateful you're here. So,
For having me.
yeah. So I do have some questions. Wilda, you can interject at any point and ask questions that you want. So, but Peyton, I'd love to begin here.
You know what? Before you start, AB, can you hear
Yeah.
me? I would like to can you play something right now, Peyton? I just wanted to clean and clear the air and just,
Yeah.
it was a lot going on.
Oh,
I and I just feel like that's something that I know this is what your second summit, just so that when each speaker comes in, they're coming into a place, the other energy's gone, the new energy is coming in. That's just what spirit told me to say. They
Good
wanted Miss Peyton
idea.
to come in with a clean slate.
I love that. I love that idea, Wilda.
Absolutely.
Do you have
Do
something
you
you can?
sing?
I do sing. I currently have bronchitis though, unfortunately.
Oh, okay.
So I'm a little sick. But I have something on Spotify I can play if that's okay.
That's.
That would be awesome.
Mm.
Okay.
That's what
So
I'm hearing.
Thank you, Wilda, for that suggestion.
absolutely. Let me find it. Um it's a song, it's an original called Wait, and it's in the voice of Jesus, and he's encouraging us to just wait on him and trust in his timing. So let me see if you guys can hear this. One second. Let me play it really quickly. beautiful.
Yes.
I know what your heart desires, what you hate and what you admire. I know what you need and what you want. I know it all. I know it all. Oh, you impatient heart, how long will you chase? How long will you run? How long will it take for you to realize you can't be the one? Slow down. You're wearing yourself out. You done? Are you done yet? Do you realize you can't have what you want to get? Look, you're getting all upset. Just getting all upset. Stop it. Oh, you impatient heart, how long will you chase? How long will you run? How long will it take for you to realize you can't be the one? Slow down. You're wearing yourself out. Look at me, really look at me. Do you trust me? Come, sit quietly with me. Wait for me. Wait for me. Oh, you impatient heart, how long will you stop and have to restart? Oh, you impatient, so impatient heart. Wait with me. Wait on me. Wait with me.
for that, Peyton.
Absolutely.
Beautiful.
Thank you.
Beautiful.
Thank you. That's really calming. Thank you. So your
Thank you.
talk today, so we're talking about, the discussion is going to be about how to be whole without a relationship.
Yes.
Okay, great. Fantastic. So I'd love to begin. Thank you for suggesting that to Wilder. That was a very good suggestion. That's after to bring in the quiet, cool energy. So for many single women, loneliness can feel like something they're not supposed to admit, especially if they're faithful, capable, and doing life well. So you're doing everything that you've been told, or society has told you to do, but you're still single. How do you understand loneliness, and why is it important to see not as a failure or as a flaw, but as a signal? Yeah.
Yeah. Loneliness is one of those things, and forgive me if my voice goes in and out. I have a cough drop to hopefully help me
You're
make it through
fine.
this
Your voice is
interview.
lovely.
Oh, awesome. Thank you. Um, but yeah, loneliness is one of those things. It's a universal thing. Men and women struggle with it, and and I think kind of like what you were saying, it's like you can do everything right and still feel lonely. And I think there's something, I think the thing that loneliness signals is that need for connection and intimacy, not just with another person, but with God. And so I think loneliness at its core is just, it's almost like God knocking at the door, like, hey, like I'm here, I'm with you, and I want you to know you're not alone. And so I think loneliness reminds us that in the emptiness that we feel when the loneliness hits, um, that God is present. I think it calls us back to God in a beautiful way, if we let it, obviously.
Oh, great. So thank you for that, Peyton. Um, feel free to interject if you've got any questions. So you've spoken openly, so healing the roots of loneliness. So you've spoken about how journaling, prayer, openness, and with God, and maybe therapy supported your own healing. I don't know. Um,
Yeah.
what did that process look like for you? So what did your journey of healing look for you, especially when you began to stop pretending that everything is fine and invited God into the empties or painful spaces?
Absolutely. So, my story is a painful one. I was sexually abused at the age of 6, introduced to pornography at that age. Um, I was bullied. I was just deeply hurt, as everyone is. We all have our hurt journeys. And so, for me, I felt like I couldn't be a burden to my family, and I had to be the good kid. And I really struggled with that for a long time. And there's times I still struggle with just trying to shoulder everything on myself. And I have to quietly remind myself that I'm human. That's not that burden is not for me to carry by myself. And I think the thing that really helped my healing journey was just God's gentleness and patience with me throughout the whole ordeal. Because when I was 19, I was in college. I was at James Madison University in Harrisonburg, Virginia, getting a bachelor's in vocal performance with a concentration in opera. And I came down with Lyme disease at the age of 19, which is a parasitic infection that
Mm,
affects the brain,
very serious,
your
yeah.
joint. Yes, very serious. And
Mm,
thankfully, it was caught early enough.
mm,
Um, I had to withdraw from school. That was really painful for me because school for me was this place where I showed I was the good kid. I had worth, I had value. And so when it
mm,
was taken away from me, I was like, well, who am I? I had to really come to terms with who I was in God's eyes. And that's one of the prayers that I prayed as I was heading home from JMU back to Maryland at the time. And I was just like, God, please show me who I am in your eyes. And he did. And it was not fun. Not fun at all. Because I didn't want to face that. I didn't want to face the brokenness and the pain that I had been experiencing all this time, that I just kept stuffing and stuffing and bottling and bottling. And I think God, in his loving wisdom, at that time as a 19-year-old, was like, okay, I think it's time to connect the plugs for you to see what's going on here. Because I was baptized into Christ when I was 16. And so, like, I knew I had this stuff. I could, like, it was like an iceberg. Like, I felt like I just kept on the surface, but I knew there was a deep, dark trench underneath. And I just wasn't ready to face it. And so I think at 19, God was just like, okay, Peyton, it's time. It's time for you to face your demons. And, man, it was brutal. I started therapy at that time. Was diagnosed with a plethora of mental disorders. After getting treated for Lyme disease, it triggered fibromyalgia in me.
Gosh,
So I didn't realize that at the time.
that's
Yeah,
horrible.
yeah, I was diagnosed with fibromyalgia in 2022 officially. And so for the longest time, I thought it was chronic Lyme disease, and yeah, it was just rough. I went through a whole journey of exploration and just trying to figure out who I am in God's eyes, and it was so healing because, well, one thing, therapy helped so much. Just being open and transparent with someone safe about the things that were hurting me, harming me, that had hurt me in the past, that were still like lingering wounds. And at the time, medication was very helpful for me as well, because I couldn't handle the original pain work that I was dealing with in therapy. I just needed something to help me at that time. And you know, when I look back on it, I feel this gratitude for it, because if I hadn't gone through what I had gone through, my life would be totally different, so different, and probably I would feel so lonely, and just so disconnected from myself and from God and from other people, and it, I don't think I would be here, honestly, because it was just so painful, you know. But I praise God for his faithfulness and his gentleness through that time, because it gave me the strength to be able to say, I was hurt by this. This hurt me. And it gave me the vulnerability to be able to share that with other people. And honestly, I think therapy, medication, journaling, praying, crying out to God, like all those things helped so much in my journey as a single woman too. Because as a 19-year-old, I was in a relationship briefly. It was just very toxic on both ends, and it just ended poorly. And then for about let's say 5 years, I was single and just trying to learn how to live and be me. And that was really tough. It was a tough time, because for so long I believed the lie that I couldn't be myself. I couldn't share my hurts or my dreams or my wounds with other people. Like, it wasn't safe. And so yeah, so it was a challenging time, but I'm so grateful for it because it's made me who I am today. Someone that is able to articulate how I'm feeling, and be able to communicate with God in a way that I don't think I would have been ever able to do had I not gone through what I had gone through. Like, my intimacy with God is so close knit and so tight. Something that really helped me throughout that time. You know, like I was saying, journaling really helped. And so, you know, I would just journal prayers, just write out my prayers and write out my thoughts and just bare my heart to God. And I feel like God really honored that in me. And I have just journals upon journals of prayers. And even recently in 2019, up till now, I have a document on my computer called Dearest Abba. And in the Hebrew, Abba is daddy. And so it's letters to God, and I kid you not, it's almost 2,000 pages long of just prayers after
Oh
prayers
my
after
God.
prayers of
It's
just like my
been,
life, and
That's
just,
beautiful.
yeah, it's like my own psalms. It's my way to just express my anger and my hurt or my sorrow or my joy, or just praise God for all that he's done. And so, yeah, I hope that answers your question. Sometimes when
Yeah,
I get
that's
like talk about
great.
this time, I get like I start going on a tangent.
Uh, so it's kind of like healing from grief, some because grief of
Mm,
um, knowing who you are and the illnesses, because those are two major serious illnesses.
mm,
I have friends that have one or the other, not both of them, and
yeah.
it can disable you really.
Oh, for
So,
sure. For sure.
yeah, so so through that grief period, can you speak to the grief that often leaves underneath
Yes.
loneliness? Grief
Yes.
for unmet timelines,
Oh,
expectations was a big one,
absolutely.
or the life that you imagined. What would be different? What would it?
Mm,
What we imagined would look different by now. So when you went to college, you expected all these things. You know, you would do all this stuff, and then you got ill. So how can women begin to honor that grief that they feel rather than rush past it? Because you managed to deal with it, but a lot of people will just want to rush past it and
right.
like
Right.
sit in it.
Yeah. Um, Goodness. Yeah, the grief was hard. Grief is very challenging because it's so complex. Grief is not linear, it's more circular. And so the more that you go around the circle, the less the grief feels, but it's still very present. It doesn't go away. And it's something that I've had to learn and see that the first step with grief in dealing with loneliness and dealing with what could have been or what you had hoped things would have been is just acknowledging it. You know, just being honest and just really looking at yourself and like, this is not the life that I would have chosen for myself. You know, like, and it's like, and grieving that with God, I think is so important. And grieving it with people you trust. In the Hebrew, there's a term called shiva. When someone grieves, um, in the Hebraic culture, they have someone that sits with them, doesn't counsel them, doesn't really talk, just sits and has is present with them.
Mm.
And so I had to learn how to just sit in the grief, kind of like Job in the Bible, like with his friends, like they didn't know what to say at first, and then they went on this tangent. But like before they opened their mouths, they were just sitting there with him in Shiva. And that is so important for grief, is just to have someone to sit there with you. And what better person to have in your corner than God himself to sit in Shiva with you. And I think the beautiful thing that helped me through that time was just knowing that God was grieving with me. You know, it just wasn't my grief. Like God was carrying it with me. He was walking with me in every step of the way. And he was there for the abuse, he was there for the bullying, he was there for the mistreatment, the illnesses, the trauma. He was there for everything. Um, and he felt it too. And I think that gives me a lot of comfort. Not that I want God to suffer, but like it's just so comforting to know that you're not alone in your suffering.
Yeah, true. So, so some people would say, well, did you want to say something? Some people would say that
Um,
why does okay, go on.
you know what? I just wanted to tie this all back in. You are a relationship coach on loneliness. What is your coaching?
Yes, so my relationship coaching, funny enough, a little backstory. I was a worship coach for about a year. And so I was
What's a
helping
worship
women.
coach?
Yeah, I was helping women develop a heart of worship for God.
Okay.
And so, like, just helping them reconnect with God and just understand that their pain is not invisible to Him. It's not um, unnoticed. Like He sees and He knows and He's with you. And so, as a result of His presence, that would develop a heart of worship. But I realized with one of my coaches, one of my mentors, he helped me see that relationships are so important to me. And they've been that way since the beginning of my life. Um, I have always loved relationship, and it's one of the reasons why I love marketing so much, is because the foundation of marketing is relationship and building rapport and trust with someone. And so whether real or imagined, I've always been in a relationship, whether I was pretending to be in a relationship with a vampire or a cartoon character that I loved. Like, I was always in relationship. Um, and so it just made so much sense to make that pivot, and not completely abandon, excuse me, not completely abandon worship, because I think worship is a part of relationships.
Mm.
But I think just taking it a different angle and just helping single women, because when I was single, I wish I had someone that had just walked with me through that time and just really counseled me and helped me to see, like, singleness is a beautiful season and it's not a waiting room. And I think so many women look at singleness as a waiting room, waiting to be called, at, like, at the DMV, waiting for their number to be called, or like a puppy like in the pound, or just waiting to be adopted. You know, like, those are the things that I felt as a single woman. I was like, I was just waiting and waiting and waiting, but not living in
Yeah.
my singleness and enjoying it and enjoying my life. And so that's what I primarily am trying to do as a relationship coach, is to help single women, especially around my age bracket, just to see that relationships are wonderful. Don't get me wrong. Like, I would never bash a relationship and be like, "Oh, like, whatever." You know? But, like, it's important to remember that relationships aren't everything. Like, it's important to first have a relationship with God, have a relationship with yourself, and then through that love and outpouring that you feel from God, and through that quietness of being so content in yourself and so grateful, you're able to tap into that abundance and be able to approach a relationship from a place of abundance and gratitude, instead of lack and toxicity and codependency and all those things that are so prevalent in our age today. So that's kind of what I do as a relationship coach. That's my goal, just to help women with
Okay.
that.
Great. I don't even know. I look at you, you look really young. So what is your audience age? 20 to 30?
It's about like 24 to 40. I'm 30. I'll be 30. How old am I? Goodness. April, I'll be 32.
Oh, wow. Okay. So I
You're
know
too
you look
young
like
to
a
forget.
teenager. That's beautiful. So, okay, so do you have your own, like, did you create like your own methodology for this? Like, you have steps, or what's your approach?
I do. Yes, I have a course that I created called Whole Without Him. It was originally called How to Stop Feeling Lonely Without Changing Your Relationship Status, but that's a mouthful. So I just went to Whole Without Him. And the subtitle is just like 5 days to heal your heart and fall in love with your life again. But I just kind of just keep it at Whole Without Him. Um, and so I teach, it's a 5 day journey where I help women kind of go through what we talked about, like understanding and grieving their singleness and grieving the loneliness, tapping into journaling and praying. Let's see, therapy. I recommend therapy, and just different things. Let me think. What's another thing that I recommend? I'm trying to think off the top of my head. Um, but yeah, so it's just 5 days of a gentle journey of just going through the healing process of trying to just learn how to be whole without needing a relationship.
Yes, very important.
It's
So,
it
so
is
do you have any steps to help women learn to be whole? I know you probably teach that in your coaching, but I mean, something you can
Yeah,
share a little bit.
absolutely. Absolutely. I have a freebie, a free product that I created. It's a 42-page guide on how I found fulfillment as a single woman. And I go through the different steps that I went through. It touches on some of the stuff that's in Whole Without Him, not in like too deep, like too crazy detail, but it does talk about like finding safe people and finding a community, and so first it starts with awareness, then it starts with, goodness, I cannot remember off for the life of me my steps. But uh goodness. So self-awareness, grieving that loss, going to therapy if necessary, but learning how to just cope with the grief and learn how to sit in the silence, because I think that's something that so many women are struggle with. I struggled with. It's just sitting in the silence of being alone, but like just learning how to be just present in that silence. is very hard for people. Um, and so I go through those steps. I go through.
Do you have something called redefining fulfillment? Do you have along those lines?
Redefining fulfillment.
Okay, maybe it's me.
Oh,
About joy. Teach that wholeness and joy don't come from a relationship, they're practiced.
yes, yes, there are everyday practices that you do. And you know what? Let me see. Maybe this might be helpful. Um,
So now, so you teach your background is you. So you base everything around center around God. So some
yes,
people would say that I guess you don't want those people, but just let me just play devil's advocate here.
sure, sure,
Some
sure, sure.
people would say, why does God allow? So you were 6 years old and you got raped, and why
Mm.
did God allow it to happen? So why would you go back to God if God has allowed this to happen to you? Do you ever have people like that coming to you? And if you do, how do you deal with that question?
Absolutely. I struggled with it for a while. 2018, I attempted suicide because I was so angry at God for everything that I had gone through. I was like, God, why? Like, why did you allow this? And then, you know, that was a turning point for me because I realized God doesn't create us to harm us. And I had to really embrace that truth that, like, God didn't make us humans and put us on this earth to make us suffer. Like, that wasn't his initial intention, or it's never been his intention for us to suffer. Um, we, like, God is a God of love, and that's why he made us out of love. It's like with any parent, any good parent, I should say, because I know there are some that are not so good, but like with any good parent, they don't create a person and make a person and give birth to a person just to be like, oh, like this person's gonna suffer and it's gonna be hard and it's gonna be like, oh no, it's from love. It's like, I love you, I want to do life with you, I want to experience you. And so for a long time, it like, even now, sometimes it still baffles me just how God is so mindful and thoughtful of us. And something that I take with me all the time is that, um, kind of like what I was saying, like, God didn't create me to harm me, He created me to love me. And, and I think something that I hold on tightly to is that God never wastes our suffering. And that's something I always want to just try to reiterate to what to whoever I can tell that to, because God is He's so present in our suffering. It's not like He's like, oh, like you're going through this, I'm gonna take a step back. Like, no, He's very present. He's right there with us. Like when I was sexually abused, He was right there suffering with me. And when I was bullied, He was bullied too. Like, it hurt His heart, it grieved Him to see me suffer, and He felt it. And so for me, just understanding that, like, the nature of God, and that he's not a God that, just makes us go through things just to go through them. There's always a purpose, there's always a plan, there's always a redemption arc that He's working towards to help us be more like Jesus, to be more like Him, and ultimately reach heaven at the end of our lives and be able to be with Him in eternity. So it
So
all comes from love.
do you ever get people who are like questioning, you know?
Oh yeah, for
Yeah.
sure. I questioned Him.
Okay, so you just tell them that, yeah, I questioned him, and he's there. So you kind of reassure them, and then
Absolutely,
okay, great.
absolutely.
You know,
Because it's yeah. Go ahead. Go ahead. Sorry.
no, go ahead and finish that thought, and then I'm going to ask you something else.
Yeah, absolutely. No, I was just gonna say, God wants us to question. God wants us to explore and learn, and not just take things at face value. Um, like, God is a God that wants us to understand and seek Him, And when we do seek him, we will find him. It promises in the Bible. And so I'm all for people doubting God, cuz I've done it. There are times where I still do it. But like it's a part of the human condition to doubt and to be afraid. And that's okay. And God doesn't shame us for that.
So my question is, I'm sitting here looking at one of the authors that I published I think it was last year. So her
Mm.
book was called My Father Calls Me Butterfly. And she said that was what she heard when she was communing with God. So does he have a name for you, or do you hear a name from him? Or do you see something when you're in your communal?
When I'm in intimacy with God,
Yes.
it depends. It depends. I feel like he calls me beloved, daughter, um, my love. I call him the lover of my soul. Um, and so, yeah, let me think. Even yesterday, I was writing out a Thanksgiving prayer, and in those moments, I can, I don't know how to explain it, but I can feel his smile,
Mm.
like his joy, like he's rejoicing over me. It says in Zephaniah 3:17 that the Lord rejoices over us with loud singing. So, and I think that's beautiful because it just demonstrates just how God is not ashamed of us. And he loves us so much that he's willing to make a fool out of himself and sing loudly, shout it from the rooftops how much he loves us. Um, and so I don't know. I sometimes I think of like a meadow, and he's there with me. Jesus is there, and we're just in each other's arms, and or we're just walking together on the beach. Just different things like that come to mind.
Excellent. And then, I was looking at some of the programs I see, and I'm not sure if they're yours. So, I know you said you had the 5-day journey for single Christian women, and
Right.
then Becoming Her. Is that your program, an 8-week identity program?
It's actually 6 months.
Oh, okay. So tell us a little bit about that.
Yeah, so Whole Without Him is kind of like the entry point. So the course itself is kind of like it preps you for like, okay, it gives you a taste of what the coaching program is like. So Becoming Her is my 6 month coaching program where we walk together. We have monthly one-on-one coaching, and then we have weekly group coaching. And it's just a journey of embracing who you are in God. It's just kind of going deeper and kind of just diving into the depths of like your trauma and your pain, and understanding that just it's hard to do, but like just understanding the just trying to even just a little drop of comprehension of God's love for us. And so I think Becoming Her is just it's just a deep dive into learning who you are in God, and how much he loves you, and how much he desires you, and and how safe he is for us, especially as women. Cuz we go about this world, and there's so many unsafe places for us. But just knowing that, if all falls away, I have a song that I wrote called My Abba and I. And in the first stanza it says, if all else fails and sin prevails, it will still be my Abba and I. Whether I live or whether I die, it will still be my Abba and I.
That's
And
beautiful.
so, thank you. And so that's pretty much the essence of Becoming Her, is just remembering that you're not alone in this life. You can feel lonely, but that doesn't equate to being alone. Like you can feel that feeling of emptiness and loneliness, but we're never alone. And so that's what I try to cultivate in Becoming Her, is just this sense of community, but also like just oneness with God and with one another. Sorry, I'm sniffling
Thank
like
you.
crazy.
Thank you so much. Get yourself a tissue
Oh no,
if you
I'm
need.
okay. I'm okay. Ooh, in my opinion.
Yeah, that's so beautiful and so calming what you just saying, because I think I know not everybody is religious and not everybody believes,
Hmm.
but um, if you see yourself, we should see ourselves the way God, source, creator, whatever you call
Hmm.
God.
Yeah, whatever you believe in.
Yeah, yeah. If you see yourself, because the we're whole already, we're
Yes.
loved already, and
Yes.
we just need to see ourselves that way,
Absolutely.
um, and that really helps. So identity. So you talk about identity and relationships. So you often say that contentment now prepares us for healthier love later. So why is
Yes.
it important for women to root their identity in God's wholeness? I mean, you have kind of talked about it before a relationship. So
Yeah.
rather
Yeah.
than hoping that a relationship will complete them, because a lot of people think,
Right.
oh, if I have them, then I'll be happy. If I get this, then I'll be
Yeah.
happy. Yeah.
Yeah. It's so sad because I think our society and even our churches,
Mm,
like relationships have gotten to this pedestal that it's not meant to be.
mm,
And then, for me, when I got married about 3 years ago in July. And so, for me, as a married woman now, looking back on my singleness, like, I can see how easy it was to just lose sight of truth and just lose sight of, like, wow, like, there's so many women that just want to be in a relationship, just want to be with someone. And there's nothing wrong, excuse me, there's nothing wrong with that in itself. The problem is that we can idolize those relationships. We can put it in a place it's not meant to be. Like we can make relationships our god, and that's a very dangerous place to be, because that's not where they're meant to be. They're meant to complement us and help us and not be our saviors. Like only God is our savior. You know, and so it just makes me so sad when I think about society nowadays and just how like in movies and magazines and books romanticism of relationships is so high, and then when you actually get into a marriage you're like, oh, okay, that's not what it was at all. Like, I mean, sure, marriage has a beautiful, it's beautiful, it's gorgeous, it's wonderful, but there's this groundedness that comes with being married, um that I think single women don't understand. I didn't understand until I got married. And so I feel like God has called me to just remind women that, especially single women that are just pining for a relationship, like that will come if that's God's will for you. And even if it doesn't, like you are whole and complete in yourself and God. Like you don't need a man to make you feel worthy, to have identity, to have value. You have intrinsic value as a daughter of God, And so I I feel so passionate about this because I can see how easy it is for women to get so caught up in that snare, get caught up in that trap.
Well, I just wanted to, I'm sitting here listening to you, and then I hear, well, that's why the romance sales are like in the billions of dollars when you
It's
look
so
at romance
sad.
books and novels,
It's so sad.
and because of the fantasy of it all.
Yeah, it's almost like an addiction. It's like how they portray it. It's like intoxicating, and just like the words that they use to describe the romance and the steaminess of it. It's like this, like yes, of course, like romance and love, and it does have that, but it's not to the extreme, like on steroids, like the way the romance industry really portrays it to be. You know what I mean? Like it's not
Correct.
that. It's not as sure, it has its moments of explosiveness and it has its moments of like, but it's not like this like unhealthy snowball effect where like the snowball starts very small, and then as it goes down the hill it gets bigger and bigger and bigger and bigger and bigger, like it becomes like this crazy frenzy almost.
Right. So I could see, because they're saying now that the level of reading starts now, I guess, at about 9 or 10,
It's
depending
so
on
sad.
what, and by the time they're a teen. So they have no idea really what a real relationship is, even if they don't have a relationship with God at that time. And
Yeah.
so they're looking at peers, TV,
Oh,
YouTube.
absolutely. Yeah. Celebrities. Yeah.
Yes. So how are you making your work distinct and readily available, since you're of age where you can target that audience?
Yeah. So, some of the things that I do is, I start off with my freebie, how I found fulfillment as a single woman, and I kind of I have a whole process for how I kind of get people into my world. So, I run a lot of Facebook ads. I love marketing, like I was saying earlier, so that it comes very easy and natural to me. And so I love being able to just share this valuable thing that I created, and give them that nugget of truth. However much they read it, even if they don't read it all, the whole time. Um, just knowing that people are picking it up, and just keeping it on their computers or their phones or wherever. Like, it's so I feel so called to this work. And it's a beautiful thing, and I'm so grateful for it. And I think it starts. Okay, so let me go back to what I was saying. So I do a lead generation campaign where I offer the freebie in exchange for someone's email address, and then I have a nurture sequence that I operate through, and I guide them through this journey of kind of like teaching the same similar topics that are in How I Found Fulfillment as a Single Woman, but then nurturing them, and cultivating a relationship with them, and helping them see that there are so many women, especially in the Bible, that were single, and even Paul, the Apostle Paul, was single, and he encouraged men and women to not marry if they could control themselves, because um, the the beautiful thing about marriage is that, yes, it's a ministry in itself, and it also divides your attention from God. So your focus is on your spouse, and your attention is divided between your spouse and God. And that's okay. Like, that's the way it's designed. Um and I don't know, my hope is just, like, through this whole process and guiding them to my course and hopefully to my coaching program, is just to dispel the illusion that singleness is such a bad thing. Like, it's not a bad thing. It's a beautiful thing. It's a great season. It's an opportunity to learn about yourself, to live life to the full. And 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 what I love about singleness, and it's funny how this happened, not that this is a formula, but, like, I noticed that even as a single woman, just as I was starting to get into that lane of, like, contentment and wholeness, that's when my husband came along. And it's like we hold so tightly to that desire for relationship, but if we just let go and just keep our palms open and just trust the story and trust God, like, he will give us the desires of our heart. um it's one of those things where you just have to learn to trust the journey, trust the process, enjoy it, have gratitude.
Enjoy it. I think, yeah, enjoy the journey. Yeah.
Yeah. And I wish I had done more of that as a single woman, because for most of it I was pining for a relationship, and by the time I was starting to enjoy myself and just build friendships and just learn about myself, that's when my husband came into view.
So if a woman feels discouraged or forgotten in this season, I just looked at your book, your ebook. It looks amazing. So I would advise people to check it out.
Thank
So
you.
that's a free gift. So if a woman feels discouraged or forgotten in this season of being single, how can she stay open and not hardened? I guess you're saying turn to God while still protecting her heart. How can she stay that way, do you think?
Yeah, to stay soft, I think it's staying connected to yourself,
Hmm.
not dissociating, not disconnecting, not um just having those moments to journal, get it out. Um Trust me, guys. Don't follow my example of just stuffing and just stuffing and stuffing. It is not good for you. But like just journal and let your thoughts out, let your heart out. And even if you have someone safe in your life, like share your thoughts with them. Something I talk about in the Whole Without Him course is just how important community is, because we're so isolated. You know, we have all this social media, all this technology to keep us connected, and yet we're the loneliest we've ever been.
Hmm.
You know, and it's so sad. You know, and so like just don't be afraid to and just remember that you're not alone. Like even in our struggles, like as humans, we all struggle with loneliness. We all struggle with wanting to belong somewhere, and and feeling that deprivation and feeling that emptiness. Like we all feel that. That's a universal thing. And I think it's so easy for us to think like, oh, my situation is so unique, and not to bash like identity, like individualism, j- just to just to share that like we all are going through the same journey together. And it's foolhardy and it's dangerous to go through it this life alone without support from people you trust, without God guiding you and guiding those people. And yeah.
Yeah, true. Will, do you have any last questions or thoughts for Peyton?
I just, she was just really soothing. I
Yeah.
love the fact that she journaled, she spoke her heart through her words into her journal, and she developed this relationship with Christ. So I
Hmm.
think who else should be doing, I mean, like you're doing, you're living the life and or have lived the life, and then you're
Hmm.
coaching people on it. So
Yeah.
that's, I think you have the perfect, I was going to say the perfect marriage there, but see, it's the
That
play
works.
on the words. You understand. You know what I mean? You understand what women are thinking. Are most of
Yeah.
your clients just women, or do you do both?
I try to focus on women because I'm a woman, and excuse me, excuse me, but I'm not against like men taking my course or anything. I just primarily target women
Hmm.
because I know the woman's journey more than I know the man's journey.
Great. I
Yeah,
love
that
that.
makes sense. Yeah, that makes sense. Yeah. So, Peyton, thank you for your honesty, your gentleness, and faith you've brought to this conversation, the calmness you've brought. Your work is such a reminder that wholeness isn't postponed. It's practiced, it's lived, and it's nurtured in our
Yes,
moment.
absolutely.
Yeah. So I hope people will share your your book and maybe come to you too. So thank you, Peyton. Really appreciate your presence and especially your calmness today that you brought. Thank you.
Yes, and I want to say thank you for that beautiful song.
Yes.
We
You're so
needed to hear that.
welcome. You're so welcome.
Yes, we did need to hear that. Thank you. That kind of grounded us.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you
So
so much.
see you soon, Peyton.
Thank you.
Absolutely. Thank you
Take care.
guys.
Bye.
God bless.
God bless you too.
Yeah, God bless you. Yeah. So I think got the wrong person.
Do you have any, are we, was
We've
she your
got
last
Daima,
for
I think.
today?
Pardon?
Is she last for today?
Yeah, Daima. No, we got Daima. Daima, I think where did you say you are, Daima? What part of the world are you in? Are you in California?
Yes, I'm in California.
We
Good
don't
morning to
see her.
everybody. It's really early here. Let's see. Hold on. Sorry.
Honey, I don't see
Oh,
her.
there you are. Beautiful. I think you're mute now because we can't hear you now. We can see you, but we can't hear you.
Good morning. It's early here still for me. I'm in Oakland, California.
Oh well, so is Wilda, so no excuses.
Okay.
I'm
Wilda,
in
how are you doing
California.
now?
I've been up with her since the crack of dawn, 6
Right.
a.m. or so.
Yeah. Um,
Yeah. Oh, I like you. I like how you look.
oh, thank you. Thank you. I like how you look as well.
Yeah, Diana Scott, she's an entrepreneur. So I've spoken to her several times. So am I saying your name right?
You saying
Diana?
it right. You saying it right.
She's a multifaceted entrepreneur and visionary dedicated to blending media production with community-focused educational initiatives. She's the co-founder and principal of Black Lantern Media, BLM, a full-service production company based in Oakland, California, specializing in video, photography, and graphic design, driving impactful storytelling for various kinds and causes. Her passion for education and engaging youth is channeled through DNA, which stands for Discovering New Adventures, a dynamic youth online game show designed to promote STEAM STEM learning, science, technology, engineering, arts, and math in an exciting, accessible format. You'll get on very well with Wilda. she's got a crazy head like yours.
I
Meant to
love it. I
be.
love it.
I love it too. I was like, how did I not meet her when I was up there for a couple months? But
I
go
know,
ahead.
right? It's not too late.
Yeah.
It's not too late.
So Diamond's commitment to community welfare is further demonstrated through her leadership in Yes Ma'am Community Initiatives, YMCI, the essential non-profit arm of Black Lantern Media and DNA YMCI, focuses on tackling critical issues like food disparities and community angst, leveraging its partnerships to serve as a vital bridge. The organization facilitates access to established resources and local leaders, supporting key initiatives such as King Makers of Oakland, the Hidden Genius Project, EOYDC, and various mental health support services. Through this integrated approach, Daima, I'm not even going to try pronouncing your surname, Wakia?
Wakia, Wakia.
Wakia
Lucky.
successfully links creative media production with tangible social good, empowering both youth and broader Bay Area communities. You're also a mom and a wife.
Yeah.
That,
Yeah.
I mean, is it 4 children you
I have
have?
4 children. I have 4 children. 4 biological children, and I've raised
Wow.
many.
I have four too, four
Yeah, you
grandchildren
do.
too.
Oh yeah. Oh, that's
AB, tell
wonderful.
her that you got seven. AB
Yeah,
has
but
seven.
mine are all adults. You've got younger children, haven't you?
Yeah, yeah. I have two college age and then two younger ones, like middle school and elementary. So I have a gap in there.
Yeah.
So when I get a little jealous when you're done and
Wonder
you have all
Woman.
the done
Wow.
right.
This is Wonder
Right. Right. Yeah. So if you know what it is, or for a big family, I come from a large family too. I have 8 other siblings. So it's like I'm used to having a lot of kids around.
Okay. So your theme today is about worthy after age 40. So
Mm,
reinvent your voice, value, and vision.
mm. Yeah.
Okay. So why worthy over 40? So let's begin with this. So many women over 40 they accomplish the experience, they're deeply capable, yet they feel as though they need to re-end their relevance, or they need to soften their voice. And why is
Yeah.
that? Why is being worthy of a, what does it mean to you being worthy of a 40? And why is it such a powerful season to reinvent rather than to retreat?
For one, for starter, I feel like it's a very seasoned age after going through so much that you pretty much understand what it is to step outside of a situation and reflect, looking back at different things that you've experienced in your life, and really trying to see where you are. You know, the reason why I chose this topic is because I have nothing figured out. Honestly, if when I'm listening to you read my bio, I'm having to remember things. When you're entrenched in everything that you have going on, you're not looking at it as accomplishments. You're just taking care of business, right? So it's nice to step outside of that and be reminded of everything that you've done. I feel like it's an age of not only wisdom and understanding and experience, but also just not giving a damn anymore. You know, it's like there's certain things that I remember. I have a cousin, and I remember when she turned 40. When she turned 40, I was 30. And so I asked her, like, what did it feel like? Because I noticed the look on her face. It was something different there, right? And she said, I said, do you feel different? And she said, I do. I said, well, what do you feel like? She said, I don't give a damn. She said, I'm a grown ass woman. She said, something just hit me to where it's like so many things I just stopped caring about, right? And I was sitting there going, wow. Like I'm looking at her like I can't wait to be there, right? It just sounded so amazing to me not to care about so many different things. I'm following her around and just looking at her energy as to how she shifted. I didn't do that when I turned 40. I've always felt like I'm in a whirlwind of everything that's going on. And right now for me, I don't know all of what I'm experiencing, but I feel like it's perimenopause. It's me getting ready to be 50 soon. It's having my children. I'm helping raising other children, nieces and nephews, and then everything with the business. What I'm putting together now is the break that I was able to receive after getting my children to a certain point because I homeschooled them. When I saw my oldest, he's 23, going off to college after homeschooling, it was a very difficult experience because he's very social. I pulled him from traditional brick and mortar because I was afraid for his life. Now, if you all pay attention to different things that are going on, Oakland, California, does not have the best reputation, and most of the things that we see are true. And I feel like I'm in a dual existence because it's a very beautiful place to be with the balanced weather and the different landscapes that we have. And then it's also very ugly. It's riddled with homelessness and crime but it also has a rich history. There's so many different things going on. I feel like Oakland is a representation of who I am. I think that age is so significant because it allows me to be able to speak honestly. And I'm paying attention to so many people. It's a theme now. It's a theme of healing. It's a theme of self-care. It's a theme of letting things go, right? That has been it's trending now to say those things. But I'm not sure I'm a part of it because I'm brutally honest about when I don't feel good. And I notice a lot of people shy away from me saying I'm not feeling good. I don't mind saying that. It doesn't mean that I'm putting off negative energy or I'm looking for somebody to try to help heal me. I just don't feel like BSing. I want to go ahead and say, no, today was not a good day. And I'm
Yeah.
okay with saying that. Yeah,
Mm-hmm.
you know, so like
Keep to yourself.
exactly. And but I'm like wanting others to be okay with me saying that. I am a person of strength. I was born that way. My name means lasting support. It's kind of a curse and a blessing. Yeah. Yeah, because I take care of everybody. I take care of everybody. I take care of the elders. I take care of the children, but it's also something selfish that I do because I get so much out of it. When other family members aren't available for the doctor visits or bathing them or getting together, and I'm talking about babies and I'm talking about elders. I make myself available for those things even when I don't have time because I'm getting so much out of it. What I'm saying about me getting ready to turn 50 and being honest, 30 years from now, I really don't care. And this is what I experienced with the elders in my family. And I look forward to every second of it because of the brutal honesty that they give. And they have me in stitches. I think what allows me to keep going is because I have a great sense of humor. I come from a very funny family, and I think that's the experience of African descendants. Period, is like the different things that we have to laugh about and sing about and just get through based on all of our hardships.
Mm,
It's part of the healing process. So
mm, mm.
but I try to find, yeah, I try
Music
to
is a
find
big
my
thing in
little,
the African culture. So when somebody
yes,
dies, there's a lot of dancing and that, yeah.
that's exactly right.
Music and
Uh,
singing always has to go.
That's exactly right. All across the globe, we do the same thing,
Mm,
and it's very beautiful, but it's what we've had to do,
yeah.
So I kind of embrace all of those things. When I think about, I'm just being honest with you guys. It's like I think about healing. I just want to say, like, I feel like it's a time of a duality with one of just being okay with saying that it's pretty shitty right now, and also loving life. I think it's very possible to do both, and
Yeah,
not being it's as part of being okay with saying that, regardless of how people respond to it. Just be like, well,
exactly.
Yeah.
I thought you felt this way, or everything was so fabulous. I don't like giving a false presentation. I like people to know like what's going on. I get a lot of questions about marriage. My husband and I have been together for 16 years. I've been through a lot of different things in my life. And so when people are asking advice, I'm very honest. Like, okay, I don't mind saying I'm ready to kill him right now. I don't mind saying things are not perfect. I'm okay with that. I'm okay with that. And yes, I still love him, and we have all of these wonderful things going on. But I'm not gonna pretend like everything is just so amazing to where I can't tell another woman it's a rough journey being in a relationship, and having children, and taking care of a family. And so like that's what allows people to be able to navigate with honesty is giving that back, and not setting up false pretenses, so to speak. So I think that I don't know. I know that this is a very long-winded answer to
Yeah.
what you were asking me, but there's so many different components to it. And I say that in regards to the importance of being this age, is because you have to sometimes, when there's no time, you have to steal time for yourself. You have to look at and take little different pockets of what's going to make you feel better. It's almost, and it's going to be a terrible analogy, but it's almost being imprisoned, to what your circumstances are, and looking for a little bit of light behind the bars or in that cell, trying to find those very tiny things to keep your sanity. And so that's why I say when I'm helping the elders and the babies, I get my piece out of it by I get to find out a lot of history. I get to have the truth being told to me. Those are my favorite people, babies and elders, because there is
Mm,
no
no
there's
lie.
no exactly. There's no sugarcoating there. You're gonna get the straight truth, and that's the only way that I'm able to deal. Is how I move forward. So it's like a part of everything that I've accomplished. It has a lot to do with all of the negative things that I've experienced, and what I'm trying to provide to make other people's lives a bit easier, a bit more enjoyable. So
So, I
that's
just want to, can I just interject right there? So when you said
absolutely.
you were there to make others' lives, and I just went through your list of all these um, projects or companies. I'm not sure if they're companies, but all the different things you're doing for
Yeah.
people. Oh, and so how do you feel about that? I mean, because it's a great list. Are you going to continue? Are you going to do more for yourself now because you feel like you've done your piece? How do you, that's what I guess I'd like you to
I
answer.
I absolutely am just at the beginning of my journey. I feel like I'm 49. I just made 49 in December. I feel like my journey is just beginning. All of these things are fresh. The list that Abby went down, and yes, they are businesses. Black Lantern Media and DNA are LLCs, and Yes Fam Community Initiatives is a nonprofit. But what allows me to be able to navigate them, all three of them simultaneously, is because they all support one another. So most of the things that we do are community based. So the nonprofit, for example, it allows us to be able to receive donations and also do community outreach, and be available for different things that an LLC wouldn't allow me to do. And so then we just kind of like We just flip them according to whatever events are going on and the different things that we present, and the partnerships that we build. So, for example, in summertime, we have the DNA program. We're able to, through our partnership with the county, pay really excellent wages to 15 youth to go out to the different rec centers with our program and with DNA and obstacle courses. But it's a full blown production through Black Lantern Media. So Black Lantern Media is the essentially it's the parent company to DNA, but it also supports all of the projects. So they all run in tangent. So that's how I'm able to navigate it. It might sound crazy or look like a lot on paper, but I don't believe in I overwhelming myself with projects trying to make things sound good. They all have to work based on everything else that I'm doing together. And that's pretty much how I deal with my family and all the youth that we work with. And so, no, this is just the beginning of the journey. I have no intention on letting this go now. It's far from complete. And here's the thing. Here's the part of the duality. I'm very much an extrovert. I love people and talking and laughing, but then I can be to myself and out of the way and a background player. So I'm not really good at promotion. I suck at it. I create the beautiful material to put out there, but I'm really shy about how I present and really giving myself a platform. It's easier for me to say, girl, you better get it, Wilda. Look at you out there all fabulous and, and doing your thing. For some reason, it's so much easier for me to support other people, but not myself. I'm always questioning different things. And it has a lot to do with past trauma. And so like I'm still trying to navigate that. We're virtually unknown outside of the Bay Area and different people that I've been connecting with. Things have been wonderful what we've been able to produce, but I'm in a stage now of getting out of my shell at almost the age of 50. And when I think about different things, like I've been doing this for a long time, but nobody knows who I am. And I preferred
Well,
it that way, but
we're going to
no, go
help
ahead,
you
go
on that
ahead.
because that's what this program's about, worthy. And so you go ahead, keep going.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you. So yes, no, like I'm all in. We're entrenched in this work and it's so rewarding. It's so rewarding to help the community, to feed the community, to make people feel happy. The whole everything I do, there's a story behind it, even getting into STEAM. My son was in a STEAM program here at Cal Berkeley. And we were so excited for him to get in. And it was supposed to be for kids of color, looking at other STEAM professionals and empowering them. And I said, wow, this is great. But I heard my nephew say to my son, wow, you're so lucky. I wish I was a part of it. I didn't like that. I didn't like that because I look out for everybody. It's never about my kids. I always want everybody to be okay. And I started trying to come up with ways like, what can we do to make this available to everybody? This is not supposed to be private. This is information that everybody is supposed to have. And historically speaking, we have contributed so much. And if these kids understood the power that we have, then they would feel more inclined to go into such a lucrative industry. So that's how we started to build DNA. And during the pandemic, we just said, well, now's the time where we could put the show together and have a good time. Well, we're very colorful people, very animated. We like information to be raw and real and in our face. And so that was our answer to a very scary and uncertain time, and making it fun and approachable and interviewing real people and real doctors on the state of things, and making it digestible and with humor. And so that's how we approach everything. And that's how we've been building relationships with STEAM professionals. We're the bridge between the community and who feel like they don't have a place in it, and STEAM professionals who are lonely and saying, I'm here. I've done all of this work and I want my community to know about me and I haven't had time to do it. Well, then we put on it's a series of mental and physical agility tests through the obstacle course component, and we have an educational app that allows us to build the quiz, and they go through the questions, and then the physical component is pretty fantastic. So no, like all of this, I'm going back to thank you, Willa, to answer your question. This is just the beginning. It's just the beginning. It's a lot of fun and a lot of work.
So would you
I
say,
love
so do
it.
yeah, I
Thank
really
you.
love it. So you're doing so many amazing things. So
Thank
would
you.
you
Thank you.
say that you've reclaimed your value beyond your performance? So because most women after 40, value is often measured through productivity, you through output, how do you begin redefining your value of yourselves to help other women relate to doing what you're doing, because you're doing so much and you're helping so many people. Well, I'm just trying to find out if you have reclaimed your value or you're in the process of reclaiming your value, and how are you
Starting
doing?
right now at this moment, I would not ever have even asked myself that question. So for you to ask me that, it put it on my mind and say, well, you know what? Maybe that's something I need to start getting into, reclaiming my value. I'm not good at that. I'm really good at disappearing. I'm really good at lowering myself. I found an art to it. It's because of the way that I've been made to feel throughout my entire life. I shared with you yesterday, and this is going to sound terrible, but I don't really care for women because they've never welcomed me. Having my father and five brothers. I have three sisters too, but I'm the eldest girl, and so like I spent a lot of time with males, and that's where I was comfortable at, and I never felt welcomed by women until this age where I started to do more. Honestly, it's kind of crazy because the people that I'm connecting with now, we're all on the same page. I'm starting to be with more women who are hypersensitive toward how we're respecting each other and supporting each other and loving on each other. And so I welcome it. I'm embracing it. It was something totally unexpected. And those are the best things for my life because when I get hit by surprise on something that I didn't know I needed, the healing times, and then it brings tears to my eyes like, oh, wow, I thought I was okay, but I was not okay. I was not okay. This is something that I did to survive. It was something that, an extra skin that I developed just to get through those moments. And so I have not reclaimed it yet. I'm in the process of doing that. And then you just brought something new to it by even asking me that. Like, well, this is what I better do. I have to tell you guys that I involve my children in everything that I do. I think maybe out of fear of different things happening to them, and just the story that the sister who just shared about her childhood, these different things that really touch me, is what I try to protect my children and so many children from experiencing that and just giving them a safe haven. I just want like a fun world of everybody feeling okay. And I think it's possible when we all have the right things in mind. So I
Yeah.
put myself last in every situation, and I thought that that was a good thing, but it's not. And I think maybe that's why when I hear a lot of people talking about, and it's very popular now, oh, self-care, self-care. And I want to gag. I'm like, shut up with the self-care already. It's like, we just got to get through this, right? But no, that's not true. We need it. We need it. So I
Yes.
steal that.
Yeah. So self-care is a part of self-love. So in taking time out for yourself. But
Yeah.
self-love is more internal.
Yeah.
So your worthiness, feeling value for who you are. And I don't know if you're Christian and if you believe in God, but say you're Christian,
Absolutely.
for example.
I'm
Uh,
Muslim and I absolutely believe in God.
okay, yeah. So you're Muslim, so you believe in God. So
Mhm.
if you feel that, how do you see that God sees you? What does God think of you? He thinks
Mm, this is wonderful. Here's going back to the
he
duality.
thinks you're amazing, doesn't he? He thinks he
That's
or
how I
she.
feel. The, Ebby, you just hit on it, right? And that go back to the duality. It's like I'm a very weird creature, is how I see myself, is because on so many I beat myself up on so many different things, but I feel like I always say God loves me. I see his favor all the time. Those are
Exactly.
that's really the area where I'm very, very confident because
Yeah,
I see my blessings working all the time. And that's why it's
exactly.
so easy for me to help other people because I'm never losing anything. I could care less about their response at the end of the day.
Yeah,
I'm not looking for
you're not looking for appreciation or yeah, that's perfect.
so one of the speakers yesterday, she mentioned what is not successful when you call yourself helping for somebody when you're looking for certain results out of it,
Yeah,
instead of you doing it because it's the right thing to do or
right.
it was on
That's
your
what you
heart to
want to
help.
do.
Yeah, it's not very rewarding. That really resonated with me because that's how
Yeah,
I operate. Because it didn't start that way. When I was young, I wanted to be appreciated. First of all, we all do. There's nothing wrong with that. Right. But when I was young, I was like, wait a minute, I just did this. You couldn't say thank you or anything. Now I don't care. Like I got my skin is so thick to where I'm like, well, my blessings come from God. I'm not worried about, how you accepted that. I did it because I felt on my heart to do that. But I was gonna say about my
amazing.
my children, thank you. I use them for everything. They're in every aspect of the business because I've experienced a lot of gatekeeping and people who feel like what they've put together, that they're the only one who's ever done it. Like they can't share their journey or how to really navigate a business. I get for our employees and for my children, they get everything. If you're here, if anybody comes to visit and walk through the door and I'm on a computer, I'm like, get in here. Like this is what I'm going through. This grant didn't go through or anything. I used to try to hide it from them because I wanted them to feel like things were working. But then one day I just said, you guys, we didn't get that grant. This didn't go through. I was cheating myself because the kids are so resilient and smart. And they just started saying, oh, it's okay. We're going to get the next one. This is how you get through. I said, I should have been using them. They using the crap out of me, but they're so wonderful. So my kids are the ones that remind me. I was telling them, Abby, I shared this with you yesterday. Some things follow me into 2026 that I wanted to do away with in 2025, and I was pissed about it. I'm like, I wanted this to be over with. I shared that with the kids. They're so smart. They're so wise, right? I'm talking from the age of 9 going up to 23, and they're like, they start going like, "Mommy, like, relax. Like, look at everything that happened that went well. Like all of these things that we've done and taken care of with the business." And I said, "Wow, thank you," because I'm the type, if I complain out loud, I feel guilty. That's why I like to do it because I check myself. Like, oh, now that I've said it out loud, I sound terrible, like a brat. I call myself God's brat. When you guys ask her what name do you feel God is calling you? I'm a brat, because that's where I feel comfortable, like really screaming, crying, and pouting, and then I'm over it, but I need to do it,
I
Um,
love you. I love your honesty. I
Oh,
love it.
thank
It's
you.
visceral. It's just
Thank
from
you,
your core.
Wilda. Thank you, Wilda. I love you
Thank
back.
you.
Thank you.
And what year were you? I was up there, and I don't want to say their name, but I worked for a company a couple summers
Mhm.
that did the same thing that
Oh,
maybe I shouldn't say the same thing. They're STEM.
oh, okay.
So, and when you said, oh, we're not known, we're just this little small thing.
Yeah.
And I felt like when I interviewed for them, I think I was like, oh, we need to have her so that we can have that face represented here.
Mhm.
And
Yeah.
yes, and I didn't know, because my whole thing with STEM is that everybody should have, every child, every person who wanted to be involved when that was really big 20 years ago, 15, 10 years
Yes.
ago, should
Yes.
have exposure. And that was one thing I was upset with them about it, because they were in Oakland, and then they said, oh, the last week we're going to invite the community. And they invited the community, and I wrote a nice little letter saying, thank you for inviting the community. However, you invited them on the week that we were in teardown. We
Mhm.
So those beautiful children who didn't have that experience came to something that should have been just like the first day when we opened. They
Right.
should have had the beautiful experience. And I don't believe it's right to do that. Like,
Mhm.
I love that you're doing it in your community, and you're saying, yes, I did this, and this other person should be involved. Everybody should be
Right.
exposed at the
Yes.
highest level, not at
Yes.
the worst level. So it was like everything was broken, everything was used. I mix brings tears to my, because
Um,
it was, I was so excited to be there, because I wanted to share with children, and I wanted them to see that our face is involved in this too.
yes. Yes. Exactly.
So and the space that we're in now, being worthy, representing all of these avenues, that's how we also reclaim our worth, by
Yeah.
making sure the youngins get to see it full value, not used up, not the afterthought. Yeah,
I
at the beginning.
absolutely. We're absolutely on the same page. Like that was exactly my reason, and I feel your tears and pain. This is what I was going through. It killed me for my nephew say something like that when I'm going like, why is this exclusive? Like it was a lot for my son to get in. I was on his behind. They had him take this math test and go through a series of interviews. What they wanted them in the end, I thought it was worth it because they wanted them to get the college experience applying for school. Well, in fact, it was a black doctor who said to the kids that made it in, congratulations, you have just applied for college. So everybody's like, oh wow, that was the process. That was pretty fantastic, right? But why are they making this exclusive to only certain kids? And then I saw less and less kids of color in the program, and that's what it was supposed to be for. That's why I wanted to create a platform that was designed for the way that we learn and for different things that we've been through, and to share our history on really how much we've been involved in this from the very beginning and different things that have been stolen from us. And so it's very empowering for them. And I want to go into the trenches because I'm from a very terrible place. I think we're all suffering from some form of PTSD. And I'm like, like we're in the heart of it. This is a war zone. And I remember being young and watching different footage of war-torn countries, and I thought it was so terrible. And I wondered how I was a child thinking about other children and going like, well, how do they live with the sound of bullets all the time and running from one door to the next and just trying to get groceries. We're living it. We're living it. The
So
only difference is
how have you managed in your experience to overcome? I mean, like you said, everybody has their own challenges, and everybody has their own suffering. But your lived experience as a legacy. You said that lived experience is something. It's not something that we minimize, right?
right.
It's a legacy. So for many women who
Yes.
worry, because a lot of women worry
Mhm.
that their best years are behind them, especially when they get to like 40, they kind of think, oh, I'm getting old.
Yes.
What would you
Yes.
want them to understand about your power of everything? Because you're doing a lot and you're doing a lot of amazing things in your community. And maybe you're not really recognizing it now, but I can see and I've
Mhm.
met you that you're doing a lot. And you've been talking about the STEM and how you're trying to bring that to all the children and not just
Yeah.
certain children. So
Yeah.
so sorry.
No,
So
no. So
everything that you've lived and your legacy, how has it become a foundation? How do you now speak and build and lead and kind of speak to other women who are just coming to where you're at, that yes, they can do it?
thank you for circling back to that because that's extremely important. If I can be honest about what I've been going through, feeling tired, feeling old, feeling gray, feeling withered, and just looking at myself in the mirror and saying like, wow, what happened? Because the time goes by so fast. And I felt like I was just 19. Sometimes that mind stays there, right? Along with the maturity, but you feel like it went by so fast and you didn't really have the opportunity to experience it. I would say like if we use like a weight loss for example, right? A lot of people will say, well, I want to look 19 again. I don't ever want to look 19 again. That time is over with. I never want to go back there. I'm done with it. It was what it was. And now here we are. So I feel like what we have to do is be honest about where we are and embrace it and embrace it. We're so busy trying to put on a face and keep up a facade about what we think other people want to see in us that we're forgetting to be honest about where we really are. And so I encourage every woman to say, it's what it is. Feeling old, ugly, tired, and withered is what it is. But what I did was I focused on because I felt like I'm just beginning in so many different areas because I put my children first. I wanted to get everybody to a certain point where I felt comfortable really digging into the business. I couldn't do that while I'm homeschooling and everything else and just trying to get kids to a certain point to where I felt like I'm a cold turkey type of person too. And it's like with my kids, if I'm looking at you, I feel like you had on a diaper too long. It's time to put on some panties or some drawers, something like. And I can't do everything. I just go, wait a minute, you've been wearing that diaper too long. You got to put on some big boy pants now, So it's like that with how I deal with myself. It's kind of like snapping out of it and going like, no, like I'm supposed to have better and do better. So what I do is I ask God to restore my youth, and that's by way of my spirit, my energy, right? A fresh mind, a fresh way of looking at things. old school. So it takes a while for me to put things together, but the kids rapidly move through it. They're like, oh, you wasting time. And I had to respect that. And then we find balance with each other on the things that they rush and the things I take my time on. So I feel like what I asked for in regards to my youth being restored is a mindset, and it's the energy, and it's adaptability, and it's being able to have that resiliency and brush things off. So my whole thing is accepting where I'm at, knowing that I'm God's child, feeling really good about what my blessings are. Also, really understanding it could be a lot worse than what it is. I'm a very grateful person. I'm a very humble person. I really, so that's how I survive, is I'm going like, it's not as bad as it could be. Things could be an awful lot worse. I'm looking at other people and their experiences, and I don't have to go far. Again, I'm in Oakland, California. I could just pull my shades down and look out of the window and snap out of it and go, no, you're actually doing pretty good when you thought everything was so terrible. So I asked for that. I asked for my youth, because I don't want to feel that. I don't want, and that is a mindset, right? Am I all those things that I just said in such a negative way? No, I'm not. No, I'm not. But this is how I was viewing myself, because I'm so tired and I haven't been taking care of myself properly. Like, and so like and I think that's probably what my irritant was with self-care. I'm hearing it so much. I just felt like it was fake. Like all of these people really taking the time to take care of themselves, because I know an awful lot of people who are doing exactly what I'm doing and getting through it. I don't even know what's going to happen from day to day. The old saying, if you want to make God laugh, then plan something. That's a very real thing. So it's like I don't know what's going to happen. So I've gotten really good at being flexible about how things change, and really trying to show myself grace on where I am, and say, and so it's okay. It's okay to feel like this, and also say I don't feel good, but what am I going to do about it? I'm all about action. I do not like, as much as I allow myself to cry, fuss, and scream, I get right back on it after that, because it's a release of energy, and I don't want to sit in it. I have too many things going
But
on.
that's self-care.
Yeah.
So you're
See,
taking time out to cry, and that in itself is self-care. It doesn't have to be anything big. It can just be 5 minutes of
see,
quiet.
Abby, oh, why are you so important? I just love you, because I'm not looking at that as self-care. You need to talk to other people to see what you're doing, so so they
So
can
you're
categorize it
taking
for you.
time to bank and
Yeah.
throw tantrums. Think, yeah. So you're taking time for you to
Yeah.
heal, and then you get back on the wagon, and you
Yeah.
you carry on with what you're doing.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's
That's
absolutely right.
amazing.
I wouldn't have ever called it that, but that's what I've been doing to get by.
I know they come up with all these fancy ones, and you think, oh, I have to go and paint my nails. I have to do that. But all of us are into painting nails. Some of us only like painted nails.
You know what? There is a group of people who do those things. There is a long list. You could have a list of 200 things on the self-care list.
Yeah.
But if someone goes and checks off one or two a day,
Yeah.
then you're going, oh, because it also makes you feel, like she said, you feel tired. And
Yeah.
when you're overgiving and you feel people, I don't know, like you said, you said that you don't find resentment if you don't hear anything back. But I
Right.
think
But you still get
your
tired, though.
mental,
Yes.
yes,
You still get
your
tired.
emotional and your mental still is tired. So, okay,
Absolutely.
so do you have like um, so you're more of an entrepreneur, but are you coaching people through your program, parents, or just the youth?
No. And so let me tell you, like, I would never claim that, but it happens through osmosis, and just organically all the time, all the time. But I would never claim that, because I've never intentionally done it. I've never said, hey, I'm gonna make sure that I'm talking to other women about this. It just happens organically. And it's like it's just me moving through the space. So I don't offer that, because I don't feel qualified. Like, even with all of my lived experience and everything, there's certain titles that I just won't claim. I've been forced into a lot of things, because this is what I was told you had to do with business. Like, I don't like titles. I don't like saying I'm this fabulous Black woman who's a CEO of this company and doing this and that and the other. I don't like that. It feels fake, and not who I am. I'm taking care of those
You're
things.
more
We're
than that.
all, yes, you know what I mean? But we're all that. Like,
Mm.
most women are doing all of those things anyway.
Yeah.
So it's like, that's how I look at it. I'm like, well, hell, we've all been juggling it. I don't really want a title for it, you know, but I'm forced to write it down on paper or present it in that way. And then I'm going like, well, and I'm starting to own it a little bit more like, well, you know what? I am that, but I don't know. I have a hard time like saying those things, you know? So like, I've just, it's more like where I'm comfortable is giving. And I want to be very clear. Like I said, we all want to be appreciated. I am absolutely not okay with being used, you know,
Yeah.
but at this point in time, I don't hang on to that because I've experienced so many people being ungrateful about the things that we do and share that I don't have time to really say, oh, you know, oh, this was such a terrible experience. I'm like, well, again, and I go back to God. Well, I get my blessings with God. I have never been without. Like, we're not rich, you know, we're far from it, but I'm very fulfilled with what we have. Like, there's another saying, it's an Islamic saying. If you have a shirt on your back, a glass of water, and a date to eat, you're rich. What is that saying about all of the different things that we have, right? So that means a lot of us are living in abundance with different things that people don't have. So who am I to complain like things are so terrible without checking myself and getting back to reality of how blessed I am? So I don't have time to focus on somebody who doesn't know how to be grateful and appreciative of what somebody is doing. I actually, now that I'm getting older, I feel sorry for them for being so selfish, you know, on how you just let another human being know that you're grateful or you see what they're doing for you, you know. So I don't want to pretend like I'm okay with it. Like, you know, here, no, I'm not okay with being used. Like, I have a problem with that still. But it's like
I see.
I
I
know
see a
how to
lot
do
of.
it.
I see a lot of things that, yeah, like you said, you don't like to give labels, but I can see
Yeah.
the fact that you've got a lot of gratitude. You've got so you're doing things because you want to do it, not because you're expecting. So I can see a lot of self-worth things in you already. But like you said, you're on the journey. You're on your journey of finding
Yeah.
out who you are.
Yes.
So, what would you say to a woman who's been subtly told that her relevance has an expiry date? So, you're now 40, you're going to 50, so it doesn't matter about you, you're getting old anyway, so you just need to go on the shelf. What would you say to a woman like that? How do we collectively change that narrative that it doesn't matter what age you are, you're still relevant, you're still important?
I think really just staying focused on your end goal, really having to look back at everything that you're putting together and constantly reminding yourself of how amazing you are. I feel like that's also a universal theme at this point, right? I'm seeing all of these different. I would show pictures and everything else. Go and look outside of yourself and start finding other fabulous older women who are really handling their business and living their next life. I've seen a lot of silver foxes where I'm like, get it, girl, get it, because because they have gotten to a point, and it's so inspiring to where you can look exactly going back to not caring. That look is so important to me to like just letting it all go and not caring and looking amazing and living your second childhood and saying get over that hump. You know, there's different humps that we have to go through to get to the other side, right? Like if you stay on the first part of that hump, then you're not going to really see the blessings on the other side to know that no, it's not over with. When I was feeling, I'm so glad you brought that up because I don't particularly like to be online, but for some reason I was looking at a bunch of different stories, and I'm looking at all of these older women who were working out and everything, and there was one. She was 71 years old and she looked fabulous. She looked fabulous. And everything changed for me because I was like, why in the world? I'm just getting ready to turn 50. And I'm looking at this 71-year-old beautiful woman who was like, not me, forget that. Right. It was her whole attitude to where she made me feel guilty about complaining. Right. So she's talking about all these different things that she went through and she's working out. She's doing more push-ups than her grandson. And I said, oh, I said, you know what? I let it go because I was like, I didn't know that. Again, another thing that I didn't know I needed. I had no idea that one person, one silver fox, was going to make me look differently at myself and go, you know. So that's what I would say. Go find them silver foxes who handling their business, and they're going to make you feel silly about giving up. You know? Because and that's on the rise. That's on the rise where women are saying, no, I live for my family. I live for my job. I live for my community. And now it's time to live for me. is
Yeah.
never over.
Yeah.
Is never over. And that prayer that I say to God to restore my youth, that is a very real thing. It's over when we say it's over. So then why are we allowing other people to dictate that for us, right?
I'll tell
You gotta
you,
keep going.
this is my best decade because
Yeah.
I live for me.
Yeah.
I don't worry about anybody else but me.
And you wear it, Abby. You wear it. I saw all your little sexy pictures. I said, "Go, Abby, get it, girl."
When
And
people
that's what
say
I'm talking about.
when
You
people say
know?
menopause, I thought that's the best menopause. Then bring it on. Bring it on. It's the best time. I had menopause before I was 50, but you know what? It's been amazing. The
Yeah,
whole
yeah,
journey of okay, I had times that you get times when you're
yeah.
down. It's like being
Right,
it's like being a teenager again with all the
right,
hormones going, but you
right.
have more wisdom. So you're in a better place
Yes,
than when you were 16 or something. You're doing
yes.
all those things again, but you're in a better place.
Yes, yes, Abby, exactly.
Like
So yeah, I look outside of yourself and find those other women who are doing it. That's the best thing I can say because that's what helped me. And that's
yeah.
what checked me. I'm like, I'm not dead. You know what I mean? I still got a lot of life left in
Exactly.
me. And I'm
More
like, look at her. She's 20 years older than me. She's 30 years older than me. And she is getting it. So that's all I needed to see. I didn't know that. You know? But yeah, that's the best thing I can
if
say.
you're married or have a partner,
Right.
you don't
Right.
have to worry about getting pregnant. So it's like,
That
oh my gosh, that's just amazing.
exactly.
You can go on a second honeymoon.
Exactly. All of those things. I'm going to tell you something since you said that. I was welcoming menopause. My mom was like, you don't know what you're asking for because she dripped through hers. I'll never forget it because I was just starting to understand what she was going through. Like I would see her one moment dry and the next minute she's like looking like she's been in the rain just pouring down, right? And so she was like, stop asking for it because I keep asking what year it was and everything. I'm ready for mine, right? I feel like I served my time. I've done my time with the cycle and I want it to be over with. I'm feeling you. This is what I'm saying. It's like when I'm looking at all the perks that come along with being older, I'm not mad at that. I just want to be able to enjoy
Not
it.
much.
Yeah, I never when I was younger, so it's not about getting older. It's about not feeling like where I'm supposed to be getting
Yeah.
older. Because when I was young, I was always ready to embrace old age. I was at
Mm.
a get together some years back, probably about 10 years ago. And I was with the men. This is where I gravitate toward, right? So I'm cutting it up with the guys and we're talking about a bunch of different things. And they were laughing at me because I was telling them like where I wanted to be. And they were like, you're the only woman that I've ever met that said they couldn't wait to be old. You're picturing your cane and how it's gonna look and everything because I was like, I felt like it
No,
was gonna
not
come
picturing
along with so much more.
anything. No
Yeah,
cane.
yeah,
Older, no
exactly.
cane.
Right. But let me tell you something, Emmy, because I saw myself on one of the African plains just walking right. And when I say old with a cane, I'm talking about in my hundreds. Is because of this.
Oh, okay.
I've been around all the elders in my family. My great grandmother died at 105. I spent all that time with her, and she was a firecracker all the way until she checked out of here. In fact, she only checked out because she had a stroke, and that's what was killing her. She couldn't move, so she said, "I'm out of here. I've lived my life." I thought all of that was amazing. She was done, and there was no tears and nothing. She was just like, I've been here 105 years. I did my part. So she and the other elders in my family, they allow me to embrace what that means to get older. So that's what I was picturing. You're right. No cane now. But I was thinking, oh, but I felt like being older came along with so much wisdom, so much just the ability to. I think I'm really bent on not caring. So all of those things that I've done all of this. I've done all of this. So like now I'm able to enjoy this aspect of it. So I think that was another reason why I was able to embrace the silver foxes that I saw that were taking care of their business because I was already open for it anyway. And so that's what it is. Just wanting to be able to live in that time. This was all about my family this entire time, building the business and
Mhm.
making sure these kids have a legacy and getting them to where they need to be. Make sure that they're good human beings.
Mm.
Now that's what I want to be. I want to graduate to where you are, Epi. Like,
Oh,
where I
man.
can do this,
Getting
right?
there.
Right.
Season, yeah. And that's the
Yeah.
advantage of life, isn't it? You've got different seasons and it's just to
Yeah.
embrace it, not get stuck in one season.
Right.
Because all
Right.
the seasons are amazing, I think.
Mhm.
Um,
Yeah. Right.
And the most difficult, I guess, is when you're raising a family and running a
Yeah.
business. That's quite tough.
Yes.
But it's still a lot to be grateful for.
It absolutely is, and that's what makes it fun. You have to try and bring joy into every aspect of it. I'm not really good at a lot of daunting stories. We know our history. We know the different things that have taken place. I think we very much need to make sure that we cover them so these kids can understand what the struggle was before they got here because they're going through their own struggle now.
Mm.
We're losing a lot of youth. If I'm honest, like I've been to a funeral for the past 4 months, almost like every week, with elders and youth for all sorts of things, being killed on the streets, overdosing. Suicide is getting really crazy here.
Mm.
So trying to create a safe space for these kids, and then a means of survival has
Mm.
been very difficult because we're losing youth. We've lost 3 of our youth that was in our DNA program.
Mm.
This is hard. It's hard. So how do you navigate through that and
We
bring
can't
joy back to it?
we can't understand these things, but Olivia, we
You know
just
what?
can't
I'm
understand.
sorry. I get
Yeah.
so like I haven't been to Oakland in about 6 months. I think
Yeah.
the last time I was up there, we were taking my grandson to Berkeley.
Oh.
So because he was invited, it was one of his college visits, and I hadn't been there since. I don't think I had been there since I was working for that STEM company in San
Mm.
Francisco. But I lived in Oakland. The STEM company was in Oakland, but they did all of their work in San Francisco and around
Okay.
that area.
Okay.
But and I get this. I just get upset because there's large companies like that's what gets me crazy.
Yeah. Yeah.
Large corporations, and then they're all surrounding, and then they have the areas that they
Yeah.
don't take care of. They don't
Yes.
put any money
Yeah,
into.
yeah. But what can we do? We need to focus on what we can do.
Right. Right. Right.
Our little corners.
Right.
I
Right.
know it because I used to knock on their doors and tell them nicely what they need to do.
Yeah.
And so I feel for you,
Yeah.
and I really feel your work. And you, as far as you reclaiming your worth, I don't think you should have to worry about that. I think maybe you could help other women figure out how to do that by
Mhm.
them um, helping their families and having the corporations uh, get involved in
Yeah.
more ways than more ways than they are
Yeah.
in making sure that you receive the money and the funds and the support that you need.
Absolutely.
I know that.
Absolutely.
Oh,
for
well,
for
thank you.
for
Yeah.
This has
both
been
of you. I'm
sorry.
sorry. No, 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 no. I was only going to say that when you say, well, what could we do? Because what Wilda is bringing up is you have to be here to know that because I know exactly what she's speaking of, right? And so this, I mean, it's not happening in a bunch of different areas, but it's it's pretty terrible here when you can see all of this wealth and literally look across the street at homeless people or
Yeah,
kids that aren't doing well,
I, I, I,
So
I do get
no,
you. I do get
yeah,
you.
yeah, yeah. But going to what you said, what can we do about it? Because that's where I find myself at. You'll drive yourself crazy trying to really go to the top of the corporate ladder in regards to making them feel guilty and responsible for the community that they're thriving in. Excuse me. So that's what I did. Everything that we have going on was my answer to what we could do. As
Hmm.
small as it is very significant.
Yeah,
And I have faith for it growing. So I'm not waiting on these people. We got to make something happen. We got to let these people, the
and
kids in the
and
community know we're here.
those kids you've helped will then go out. Most of them, hopefully, and
Exactly.
will grow in different ways, and the world is awakening to a lot of things, and
Yes.
things are changing. So we just need to have it here. And
Very, very, I absolutely agree with that because again, being somebody of action, excuse me, I don't want to, once we know all these things are going on and get a bit crazy about it, then we have to start making moves and really like, I'm not. I don't feel bad about us not being that known because it allowed us to move under the radar, so to speak, and really build. There's a for what we're doing, and people are afraid of it. It doesn't allow for much support. So then what we do is like what I have to really put a lot into saying how much I can't rely on other people or larger corporations to give us what we need, because it's been too much of that. And so like there's so many different ways when you really put your mind to it, and again I pray on everything that I do, then the answers come to you as to how you make these things work.
Exactly.
And you don't even really like, I'm like, I didn't need these people to begin with. I cried about it though from the beginning. I'm like, they're not doing what they're supposed to do. But then I looked at, this is God saying, be careful what you pray for though, because I asked for him to keep us protected from all negative energy and large entities that were going to cause problems and try to water down our message. So like in that, right, you're going to get some denials, you're going to get your feelings hurt, but you have to remember what you prayed for, because now I'm seeing it's working on what we're building. We can't wait for anybody. We got to make it happen.
Thank you so much for that. This has been a great ending. We can't wait for it. We've got to make it happen. I love that. Thank you so much. I love your energy. I really love your energy. And
thank you.
love
Thank
what
you.
you're doing. It's really great. Yeah.
Thank you. I appreciate you.
It is great. Thank you so much. And I didn't even get to comment on your Genius project, but we're going to find out more about that later.
Yeah. We'll all stay in touch. Yeah.
Yeah, absolutely. I want to thank you ladies for making this platform available and allowing me and every other woman to speak on here and share what was on their hearts. This is really important. Again, something else I didn't know I needed and I felt ill prepared for. But this has been wonderful, and I thank you both.
Thank you. Thank you, Daima.
Thank you. Did she have an offer? Did she have an offer?
I'm going to send it in the emails.
Okay.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right, great.
I think I checked. I don't think you sent it to me.
Well, then I'll send it over to you. So,
so I'm going to collect it and then put it and send it to people who registered.
Okay.